and Jason Thomas. And now strap in and get ready. It's showtime.
I just don't like the guy. The guy's just a douchebag.
Yeah, welcome everybody. The PulpMX show presented by motorsport.com and Fly Racing. Coming at you. It's Monday, October 26, 5 p.m. Pacific. Thank you for listening. Thanks for tuning in. It's show number 442. Some say we wouldn't made it past show number 10, but here we are, 442 shows later. Gonna be a great one tonight. Justin Brayton will be on. Looking forward to talking to JB10 about some stuff that's going on. The newest Pro Circuit Kawasaki rider, Seth Hammaker, is on. Hammaker, got it. He's going to turn pro. He's been an amateur, of course, for a couple of years. Had a few issues this year. Didn't make Loretta's. He's going to turn pro and race for Monster Energy Pro Circuit next year, so looking forward to that. Great Britain's own Ben Watson will call in. He just won Lommel in the MX2 class. He's got a signed deal to go to 450s for factory Yamaha. We're going to have Ben Watson on later. Some guy named Daniel Blair will be on. He says he's on TV for Supercross races. Daniel Blair will join us. I got a couple of great in-studio guests as well. 702-586-7857. If you have a question, comment, or concern, give us a call. Lots to talk about. We got the national numbers dropped this week. We have the rumored 2021 Supercross schedule. It is out tomorrow. We've, I think we got a copy of it. We're going to talk about that in a little bit before it goes out. I don't know if it's the exact one, but yeah, we got lots to talk about when it comes to that. Some silly season stuff that's brewing behind the scenes. One of the deals is Moto Concepts. Smart Top Honda has a choice between Benny Bloss, Joey Savacci, and Shane McElrath. Will debate that a little bit and kick that around and who we think they should pick for their third spot. 702-586-7857. Give us a call. Motorsport.com, Fly Racing, Race Tech Suspension and Engines, Vortex Racing, Roost MX, Vertex Pistons, X-Brand Goggles, Michelin Star Cross 5, Maxima USA, Scosche, Pro Filter, Firepower Batteries and Chains, FMF, Atlas Neck Brace, Works Connection, Get Data, Guts Racing, OGO Power Sports, Art of Sport, WUSA, LA Honda World, Ride Engineering, Works Chassis Lab, MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, and Intense Cycles, all on board with us tonight, as are you people. And like I said, Brayton, Watson, Hammaker, and Blair coming on as guests, our in-studio guests for this show and for the rest of the show tonight. First up from, they're both from Fly Racing, I should say, but first up, two-time German Supercross champion, two-time Montreal Supercross champion, our regular co-host here on a Monday night and on the Racer X Review Pods, and he is in all show. It's Jason Thomas. What's up, JT? How are you?
It's happened. It's been a minute.
It has been. Yeah, it's been a little while.
When was I last here? I don't even know. Glad to be back, though.
I feel like you've been in 2020, though.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was I here in June or July or whenever that was?
I don't know.
Yeah, because I was here with Kiefer. We did the 21 intro stuff then. Remember Preston was here?
Yep.
All that.
Yep. Okay. So lots to talk about tonight when we come to it. We also, the Tomahawk Ribeye saga took another turn.
Yes, we really got to dive deep
We're
into that.
We're gonna get into
I
that.
have some things to say.
Yeah, we're gonna get into that. Tits Legendary will join us here, and we will get to the bottom of that saga that happened. I don't know, maybe like 2 months ago. Also here, Fly Racing Director of Marketing, I believe, is his new title. Basically, the man who does it all over there at WPS and Fly Racing. Max Steffens, what's up, Max? How are you?
What's going on? How are you?
Thank you for coming in.
Thank you for having me again. It's been a while.
It has been a while for you. I want to just say, Marks, you can zoom in here.
We got to show it.
You brought me a gargoyle for the studio.
I did bring you a gargoyle.
And if anybody wants to know, this goes back, 3 years?
We're a ways in.
4 years?
In Boise.
In Boise.
We're a ways in.
Thank you, gargoyle. If anybody, I discovered for yourself what it means.
Yeah.
I think you didn't know really. You didn't have any material, and you dug deep to go gargoyles. Originally, it was like gargoyles.
No. I wanted to think of something offensive that could be offensive for my agent pitch.
We're already there with PulpMX. We're already there.
That's a good point. So thank you for the gargoyle, Max.
You're welcome.
I appreciate it.
I'm glad to bring it.
You, director of marketing, 6 months ago or more than that now? 8 months ago?
That's been about 6 months now.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how's it going?
It's going good.
I didn't know what your old job was. You were a gear guy, but you did so much more than that.
Well, I was race department manager.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah.
The race department manager.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now I'm marketing manager.
Right.
And racing is still with me.
Yeah.
But I obviously have Dalton and a few other guys that help me with racing.
Yeah.
It's good. It's
So,
challenging. It's new.
You didn't go to the races this summer for all of them. You went to a few of them.
I went to 4.
Oh, you did go that many?
Yeah.
Okay. So now you're not going to be on the road as much.
No.
You know, it's a little bit of a step back of that.
Yeah.
So, but as director of marketing, JT, you are the marketing manager of Fly Racing also, or
Nope,
sales?
You're
or
all over the map
what are
with
you?
job titles right now.
I
I do media relations and
Media
the
relations,
brand manager
okay.
for sales as
Right.
well.
Okay.
And I am the marketing manager,
Right.
not the director of marketing.
Sorry.
We have a director of marketing.
Oh, you
It's not-
do?
It's not me.
Oh, so I actually used the okay. I thought it was the same title.
Nope.
Same title.
Ripper.
Ripper is the director of marketing and sales.
And you are?
Marketing manager.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Anyways, so this is going to be good for tonight for the show because you both screwed me over last year in negotiations for the Fly Racing PulpMX deal, and so now this
We got
year,
a great deal.
2021 is coming up, and you're both here, and we're going to get to the bottom of this. These cameras and lights, Max, were not here the last time you were here,
Well, I brought the gargoyle.
and they didn't pay for themselves, Max.
Neither
Okay.
did the
We know
gargoyle.
you paid for him.
Yeah, I paid for it.
Neither
know
did
they
the
paid for
gargoyle.
themselves.
Gargoyle
Right.
wasn't free.
So later on in the show, we're going to hammer out some negotiations, and I'm looking forward to getting the upper hand over Fly Racing once again,
You can try.
Like last year?
except for last year.
It worked out well.
Right. But yeah, lots to talk about. We are going to give away a set of Fly light hydrogen gear. It is a Fly light gear, I should say, for 2021. It is redesigned. It has the BOA in the front. It's really a big step in gear evolution. And we talked about this a little bit, JT, over the time. But how's this stuff being received out in the real world now that it's out and about?
Yeah, it's been great. It's I think it's gotten more specific to who we're kind of catering to, and that's something we're really trying to work towards because we have a really broad line. If you looked at Fly Racing's lineup compared to most brands out there, ours is much larger. We have many more offerings, but that's also allowed us to get a little bit more specific on certain lines to go after certain customers.
Yeah.
We don't have to make every line appeal to everyone.
Yep.
And that's one benefit that we've really tried to change. That is like, okay, we have this younger race-oriented demo. Let's build something that they're going to love.
Yep.
And then we have something else like Kinetic. Fits you perfectly.
Oh,
Right?
I
Does all
love
the
the
things you
Kinetic.
want. So we can do that, and that's
Yeah.
something we've worked towards that we haven't always done in the past. That hasn't really been a
The
directive in the
tubbier
past.
vet guys are big fans of Kinetic.
Well,
We love the
I think
Kinetic.
it's just different usages.
Yeah.
For Kinetic, you can ride off-road, you can race supercross, you can race motocross. We have a mesh line. Like there's
Right.
all these different uses
Right.
for it. Where light, yeah, if you're 19 and weigh 145 pounds and go racing all the time, that's who it's built for.
Well,
you know?
we are going to give away a set of tonight gloves, jersey pants, right, from the Fly Racing Light. Let's just do this, make this easy. Email contest. It's simply that. We'll just do a random number. Contest at pulpmxshow.com. Put the light hydrogen, or light, I should say, in the subject line, and we will do a random draw next show and give somebody a set of gear. So thanks to the folks at Fly Racing for that, and Max and JT are here. We're going to celebrate that by giving this set of gear away. Contest at pulpmxshow.com. And we'll take your entries starting now. So Brayton's on tonight. Should be a good guest as always. JB, no off-season races for him, so that's got to be super weird.
Weird, huh?
Got to be bored.
Yeah, he's got to be super
Gotta
bored.
be super bored.
Painful for his wallet too.
Yeah, absolutely. Hammaker is somebody that you guys have sponsored for a number of years, right? Fly racing gear.
Yep.
And obviously he's gonna be wearing something different now, but you know, is he Idaho?
He's been
Utah?
No, Pennsylvania, I believe.
Yeah.
Really? Oh,
And
I thought he was
been,
Pacific Northwest.
He's
like
been
that.
in Fox for a year now.
Oh, he has been?
Two. I
2
think
years.
two.
now?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All
So
right.
we lost him right when he took.
Like a Team Green deal.
Yeah, it was like a Team Green deal
Okay.
that took him. Yeah.
Ben Watson will be on later on, and some guy named Daniel Blair. Are you aware of him?
Never heard of him.
You've heard of him?
Yes, we talk racing quite a bit.
Oh,
He-
okay.
He and I
Okay.
get together and go over racing aspects that I know you can't really get.
Yeah,
or you
yeah, that's right. I
Can't really
yes,
relate
I
to.
forgot about
He does
that.
wear a fly mask. I have seen
Yeah.
that. So
Fuck you.
All right. Directing the show, holding things down over there, working the cameras. Travis Marks, what's up, Marks?
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good.
Everything good?
I'm
Are we?
I
How's,
got a full belly.
how's snowboard?
Snowboard's good.
Mark's
Popping right
dog,
now.
you're looking pretty lean. You
Am
lost any weight?
No, that's funny. I've actually gained weight. Thank you.
Okay, well, still looking lean.
Are either one of you on Discord or Snowboard?
I have Discord, yes.
You do?
Yeah.
Are you on PulpMX Discord?
No.
Oh,
I don't want to know the things that are said there. It's got to be very bad. For
right.
me.
Are you aware of this?
no.
Okay. How's it going there? I mean, what are they saying? What's the?
It's usually pretty good. It seems people migrate to Marty Party a little bit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But during the show, they kind of use it as like a chat room.
Okay.
You can talk about the show when this show's live, Moto 60's live, when Fantasy's going, when Racers are going.
Right.
It's always popping during those times. So it's been really good.
Are we videoing at a higher frame rate tonight?
We are at 60 frames per second tonight.
That's going to cost
Is that
you
a
two
lot?
money. That's going to cost you two money.
I don't
right
know.
there.
Is that a lot or a little?
I don't know either.
Okay.
It's a lot.
Is it a lot?
Yeah, it's a lot.
Okay, yeah,
it
yeah.
it
You
looks-
could say
looks
like
good and smooth.
12,000
Yeah,
frames
yeah,
per
this-
microsecond. I'd be
right.
like, okay,
Cool.
sounds good.
Right.
JT is not tech man.
No.
Over there in the corner, taking your calls, holding things down, producing the show, Lone Wolf himself, Talon Taylor. What's up, Talon?
Oh, what
Are-
up?
Are you please take that cornhole board tonight, please?
I will.
Thank
I
you.
will.
Post Malone Wolf.
Yeah,
Post Malone Wolf.
we are gonna have Tits Legendary in here a little bit because we just had some tomahawk ribeyes.
They were amazing. Delicious.
It was phenomenal.
I actually kind of like Tits now. I didn't before, but now
Yeah.
that he cooked me a steak, he's
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, nice. We're gonna get Tits in there to talk about. Well, we don't get too far into the weeds of it, but for one, he's standing in the back of his truck grilling.
Yes.
That's the question
It's
number one.
unbelievable. It's like a taco truck
Yeah.
in your neighborhood.
I asked
But
him
it
if I was
wasn't
supposed to help
tacos.
him unload it, and he's like, "No, I'm just gonna stay here."
Surprised the cops didn't come and ask him for a permit for selling steaks out of the back of his truck. But yeah, looking forward to a great show tonight and lots to talk about when it comes to racing. We also have future headlines tonight, and there's some good
Bringing it
ones.
back.
There's some
I'll
good
be the
ones.
judge of that.
Future headlines, some fantastic ones. We got the X Brand goggle tear-offs. X Brand, choice of champions everywhere. X Brand winning GNCC with Josh Strang, fly racing
And fly racing.
rider, and sweeping the XC2 podium.
Okay.
X Brand, just everywhere. Toughest conditions out there. X Brand goggle tear-offs coming up tonight. Motorsport.com tweet at Talon as well, and the Race Tech rant. And we're going to bring up national numbers later. And guess what my Race Tech rant's going to be? I'll give you guys 3 seconds to guess.
250 Supercross points.
Thank you. So just get ready for that. I don't care.
I'm with you on it though.
Yeah, I don't care.
I'm
You've
there.
heard it before, but we're going to bring it up again. So
You know how mad I would be if I saw a racer that's not his fault. He didn't ask for this,
right,
but made a couple 125 main events and had like a number better than mine racing 450.
unbelievable.
If
It's
you're like A-Ray.
It is.
You know, like perfect example is A-Ray. And
Right.
you're just like, you got to be kidding me,
Right.
dude.
It's unbelievable. Here's Pookie with a Starbucks order for everybody. She's looking lovely.
Dashing.
A little messy,
Dashing.
but other than that, she's fine.
You looked very nice at dinner the other night, Pookie.
Oh yeah, we had dinner too. Yeah, it was great. Fly Racing bought dinner at a high-end steakhouse.
We did.
It was pretty good.
That's
Pretty
that's where the camera
It was
money
for the
went.
cameras.
That's where the camera money went.
Okay, JB's coming up here shortly. Again, we'll take your phone calls as well. Ben Watson, JT's a pre-recorded interview. We talked to him earlier. Seemed like a nice dude
Super nice.
and really coming into his own.
British gentleman.
Just when he's got to get out of the class.
Yeah, that's your favorite rule too. Yeah.
I
At
mean,
least he's landing on his feet though.
yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like to go to factory Yamaha like he's doing, that's how you hope it works. It doesn't usually go that way for these guys.
No, not at all. So, lots to talk about, and Daniel Blair, Hammaker, and Brayton coming on the show. If you're going to make a purchase on Amazon, click on the widget on PulpMX.com, and it takes you to Amazon, and we get a small slice of whatever you buy on there. Same thing with Motorsport guys. Max, I'm sure you dealt with the Motorsport guys. They're great guys. They sell a lot of fly racing, and they sell a lot of stuff that we can partner up with, like Arma and Guts, a couple of lines that he just picked up that we also are affiliate with. So go to motorsport.com, click on the widget, go to pulpmx.com, click on the banner, takes you to motorsport.com. You experience their prices and their customer service and all of that, and that helps us out, of course. PulpMX app, the new app is dropping anytime soon. I heard it was going to be maybe Friday. I'm not
I
quite
don't
sure.
have my drop ready, but pew pew. Okay,
Where's your drop?
pew pew.
The asshole deflection drop.
Yeah, but why? Okay.
Yeah, you know why. You know what? I'm gonna get it ready.
Max, your new job.
Yep.
You have people underneath you.
16.
16 people underneath you, right? Do they come in every day and basically call you an asshole? Do they come into your office, call you an asshole, maybe kick over your garbage can and walk out?
You know what?
I wish I could tell you that didn't happen, but it does. I'm not necessarily an asshole,
Right.
but there are moments where
Yeah.
I get shit from the guy from people,
Okay,
yeah.
because like
Anonymity.
you deserve that.
I got these two over here, and then Tomahawk Tits as well, and they really enjoy. I pay them. I hope they have a good time. All this, but they just shit on me repeatedly every
you
show.
kind of
matter.
ask for it.
So I kind of.
Thanks, Max.
You kind of
thank you.
asked for it.
Max can come every week, as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yes.
So
Well, the gargoyle is a prime example. We've been dealing with the gargoyle for how long? You kind of asked for
I
it.
was playing the part of an agent. I wasn't. I mean, I was trying to prepare you.
They're playing the part of
Are
employees.
you not
Thank you.
talking? Do you not talk to agents right now, like every day? Right? They're trying to
Quite often,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah. So I'm trying to prepare you for the Mertz of the world and these other and Astafens and these guys. I'm trying to prepare you for that.
They're never coming with gargoyles.
It was just an example. Just go with it.
Okay, fine.
So don't forget also too, we have affiliate programs with Karcher and Arma Sport as well. Grill Your Ass Off, which we'll talk about a little bit. Grill Your Ass Off, guys. There's codes and everything else. All the codes, all the deals for us are under sponsored deals on PulpMXShow.com. So please check it, use the codes, and support the show. We would really appreciate that. So that's been really well. So all right, let's touch on this real quick. The national numbers came out this week, Max, and nothing huge on that except for Zach Osborne and Dylan Ferrandis had the choice to pick single digits, and they both stuck with their original numbers. Zach was 16. Of course, he had a chance before when he won the 250 title, and he didn't choose it. And Ferrandis stuck with 14. As a fly racing rep, and somebody like Zach that you've known forever, and he's wore number 8 at this nation, so we've seen like him with a single digit. Would you have wanted him to pick 5 or 8? That were numbers were available.
No, I would prefer him to stick with 16, just because everything we build around is normally pretty far in advance.
Yep.
So I mean, but honestly, we would have moved and done whatever we needed to do. But he's kind of 16 is his number. Everybody knows him as 16.
Okay.
I feel like 8 would have been harder, but I know he liked 8, so. I mean, we would have been good either way, but most of our assets and stuff that we build are 16,
Yeah.
so it would have been hard.
JT, you're as a former racer, would you have picked a single
Yes.
digit?
I want him to go 8 because I think being a single digit in this sport is
Yeah.
one of the highest honors you can get. I go back to when I was a kid, and you know this as well. You look back and you think of the guys that were like number 4 and number 6 and you're just like, that's the coolest thing ever. And you had to earn it back then. It wasn't permanent numbers.
Yeah.
But I just
But
remember
yeah.
even like Keith Bowen had that big number 6, and you just look at those guys and you're like,
Yeah.
that's as good as it gets. Like that picture of Ronnie Machine behind you, number 4. If I ever had that opportunity, it would be
Yeah.
no brainer. I
Yep.
would not even
But
think twice.
If it wasn't a number that you liked, it wouldn't have mattered.
Wouldn't
Just
care.
yeah, just
No, I
you're
would-
taking single digit.
Well,
Yep.
if it was a number I just absolutely despised or something, but with 5 open, 8 open, like yeah, I'm in.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Surprised then that neither Dylan or Zach took him? Are you surprised at their decisions?
I'm not, because I know there is value in branding, and like Max is saying, people have come to know you as that number, and you're trying to build upon that and build a brand behind yourself. But I'm just speaking from myself. It would be
Yeah.
immediate change to a single digit.
You know,
Do you think riders
Ferrandis
think
is
about that though?
what's that?
Do you think the riders actually think about that though?
Well,
I think
Zach would.
I think Zach would for sure.
Right.
I don't know Dylan well enough to know, but I mean,
Yeah.
like, I just makes me curious if the riders are actually like, oh, well, I got all this. Like, I wonder if they go through that process, or if
I
it's
mean-
just like, I like 16.
Well, okay.
But I think if you're Chad, I mean, he wasn't changing from 22 no matter what. You know,
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
I mean, he didn't even
everything
want to go
about
number
him-
1. He didn't even want to go
No, I
number
know,
1.
but
Right.
even everything about him is like 22.
Right.
Like it's in his name, it's in his Instagram, it's like his whole
Yeah.
life. His team was called 22.
The thing that I wonder about, like, so the branding thing is correct. In Osborne's case, he's been back and been number 16 for, what, 4 years, 5 years? Well, I don't know. How long has Zach been 16?
It's
4
been
years?
A few years. 3 or
5.
4.
Okay. But
4.
Dylan just literally has been, different numbers every year,
Mhm.
right? Until 4, and then 4. So in Dylan's case, if you take that 8, that's it. You're going to be 8 now for the rest of your U.S. career or whatever, or 5 or whatever. So to me, it makes it, in a branding sense,
Build a brand from here.
yes, from
Yeah.
here you make a brand, build a brand from
That's,
here.
I agree with you. It's 2 different scenarios,
Yeah.
right? Zach already has his, and he's already established. He's winning the Premier Championship. Dylan is just getting started in that aspect, right? No one has a number even associated really with
Right,
Dylan. I don't
right.
think of Dylan 14 at all.
No,
Like,
of
that
course
doesn't
not.
even
Yeah,
enter my
yeah.
psyche. So
Now for me, I don't like the number 8. I just don't like it. I don't like it on a number plate. I don't know. If I was a racer and I'm with JT, like when I go back and as a history, like the coolest guys ever with single digit guys. So, but I never liked 8 when Stanton run it. I never
It's
liked
not a
8 when
great
Langston
looking
run it.
number.
Right. So I might, if I was one of those guys, say I don't want 8, but I'll take 5.
yeah,
See,
I don't know that Zach would take 5 because of Dungy.
Really?
I don't know. Maybe I'm completely wrong in that aspect, but I
Okay.
could see him
Yeah.
just being like, no,
But-
Dunge was here, Alden.
Okay, but do you feel like Baggett's 4? Like Baggett is just 4 now, right?
Yeah.
He literally took the number from the greatest of all time.
Yeah.
And I remember
It doesn't seem weird now.
it does not
No.
at all.
No.
No, in the beginning it does, but now like I don't think 8's that bad. Like on his Donations jersey that you have over there.
Yeah.
Like I didn't like when we found out it was going to be 8 for Donations. Like when we were getting ready to build everything, it didn't sound good in the beginning, but once we saw it, I didn't mind it. But I think like you were saying, like where Zacho, like you think of Dylan, I don't associate him with any number right now.
Yeah.
With Zach, I'm like,
yeah.
oh, he's 16.
Right.
Like you just,
Yeah.
I don't know. It would have been weird, I think.
I think I take 5 if I'm either one of those guys. Number 1 choice for me, I take 5 because I think it's cool. And then after that, if you don't take 5, I think you're Zacho, you stay with 16. But if you're Dylan, you take 8.
I would want 2. It's not open.
Yeah.
But if I had any choice,
Yeah.
I'm going number 2.
I like 7.
Really?
I've
I mean,
al-
7 was my number
yeah.
growing up.
Right.
But
I've always liked 7.
I was number 2 when I played baseball.
Mhm.
If it was my choice, I would go 2.
Max?
I don't know. That's I don't know.
Okay.
Probably 4. I think I like 4.
Okay.
Obviously, it's not
Yeah.
available, but I think I
Yeah.
like 4.
Right.
A lot of conviction there.
Yeah, I think I like 4. Like, I'm not really. I don't know. Well, to be honest, I've never been fast enough.
Max seems
in
passionate
anything
about numbers.
to be able to be a single digit.
So, okay, so because of Zach taking 16 or staying 16 and Dylan staying with 14 and no 13, Colton Nichols was 13. He lost it. Jet Lawrence could have taken it, but instead Jet chose 18, Pike's old number. So Jet Lawrence has the lowest number that is assigned to you at 18. So that means because of that, 2 guys get bumped out that don't have numbers, right? Because
13.
13 and then one of those single digits, right?
Mm-hmm.
So,
You're pissed.
oh, you're so pissed. That's my point.
Unless you're 7 deuce deuce, then you're pumped.
No, he wouldn't. He wasn't it. It was oh shit, I forgot. Jeremy Smith.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay.
Jeremy Smith was one of the guys that got bumped from a national number to no number because of Osborne and Ferenis's decision and Jets to not take 13.
Would you take 13?
I would. I don't care.
Really?
Yeah, I would.
I'm out.
Really?
Not like,
Yeah.
oh my God, but I.
No, yeah.
I would
Hey,
pass.
listen. RJ had it. Didn't go well. Didn't go well for Colt Nichols. Jesse Nelson. We know what happened there.
Tortelli.
I was going to
Swing.
Tortelli. Like,
Swing
not a good
hit.
number.
Swing switched in the middle of the year.
yeah.
He went from 13
Yeah.
to 103 in the middle of the outdoors.
Right.
Enticknap would pay somebody to not be a national number.
Yeah, he was with 3 or 4 races left, he was 97. But then Speedy Gonzalez got in there, and then a couple. Who's the star kid that turned pro? Whatever.
Thrasher.
Yeah,
Thrasher,
a few guys bumped him out. He was going to be number 98. I sent him a shot of it. He was not happy.
No, he'd pay somebody to stay 7
Right.
deuce deuce.
So yeah, that's kind of interesting to see that kind of games. I like that stuff. I always like that kind of number
Yeah.
stuff and everything else. It's kind of neat to follow through, and see what happens.
I wish, my racing, it's a lot of numbers have changed and the system changed during my career. They went to this permanent number system in the middle of it. I wanted to have a number in the teens so badly, and
Yeah.
I never was able.
Yeah.
Like the lowest number that you could earn usually was around 28, 27, 28. Everything was permanent
Oh yeah,
all the way up.
Right.
Guys like Raynard and
Right.
Brown
Yeah.
and all these guys. Well, Rocco was still there. It was just like, oh my God, are you guys
Yeah.
ever going to retire?
yeah,
And I remember I was 4 out and I was 31 one year.
Yeah.
But I would have been 14 or 15.
yeah.
And I'm like, do you know how awesome that would
Yeah,
be? Like
yeah.
that would mean everything.
Yeah.
But instead I'm 31 and no one equates that. Like they don't
Right.
get it. They think, oh, you're 31. I'm like,
Yeah.
no, really? I'm 14.
In
That would
0
be amazing.
In 03, when I worked for Red Dog, I think he would have been number 3 or 4.
Yeah.
Combined that year.
Yeah.
And then in 99, when the first year that they did it, Red Dog we would have been 8 or 9, and
Mhm.
no lean days / chaparral. And then when it came time to pick permanent numbers, I was pushing him hard for 15. I was pushing him hard for 17. Renard picked 17 first, and then Timmy got to pick 15 at that point. But I was saying you got to go 17. You got to go 17. I
Like that, huh?
I thought that was cool.
You're
but-
17 on your 80.
Yes,
Yeah.
I was. I've always liked 17 or 7, 1. I like straight numbers. So whether it's a 6 or an 8, I'm kind of out of that. But yeah. So, anyways, so yeah, interesting to talk about the numbers a little bit. And I mean, look, Racetech has released valves that are full one-piece valves rather than a friction-welded two-piece valve. It's more durable than an OEM valve, and with their custom profile, the valves flow more air and increase airspeed, resulting in an increase in horsepower Intake and exhaust valves available for 2020 KX250 and intake valves for the 19 to 20 YZ250. Race Tech, get your suspension work done, get your motor work done. Pulp 20 is the code to save with those guys. My Race Tech rant,
Here we go.
it is fucking insane that they count 250 Supercross points for a national number. It is absolutely ridiculous. It is a regional series. You race against half the competition, and somehow they're telling you that ninth place that, not to pick on them, but Jace Owen got is the same as a ninth place in the 450 class.
It's not their fault.
It's not their fault.
It's not their fault.
But it is not equatable
not.
in any sense. And when you look at the national numbers, you see a bunch of 250 Supercross guys that are on the list that do not deserve to be there. The 450 Supercross class is tougher. It is harder. And the fact that those guys get screwed is a joke. It is a fucking joke. It's the worst rule ever. It was a rule brought in because guess what? Guess who wanted that rule? The 250 teams wanted that rule. Oh, fucking shocker. Hey, let's look out for ourselves and make a rule that benefits our team. Like one of the owners, Jeff Myshak, who I like, told me this will allow the 250 riders to brand themselves early with a number. I'm like, who cares? You brand yourself when you make it in the big class.
I don't agree with that take. I'm a big Jeff Myshak fan, but I don't agree with that take. You can't brand yourself with a number if it changes every year.
That's what I'm saying.
Can't do it.
No. It's the worst rule in the sport. Is it the worst rule in the sport?
No.
What's the worst? Is there a worse rule?
I'm sure. Give me a minute. But it's
okay.
Not the
This
worst
is on
rule in the
par
sport.
with the clown show ping pong balls at Des Nations. It is on that level.
Yeah. Ping pong balls
I would
are pretty
agree.
stupid.
Ping pong balls to start your tens of thousands of dollars of effort to go to the motocross nations, and your whole future depends on a fucking ping pong ball picked by a monster girl.
Forget about the money. My emotional state rides on those ping pong balls.
Yeah, no, exactly. It is a joke. We need to change it. Mike Pelletier from the AMA, good guy. You guys know him?
Yep.
Good guy, nice guy.
Yep.
I'm trying to get a podcast lined up with him. I want to talk to him about this stuff, and he's been avoiding me a little bit, and I think it's because of things like
Can't imagine why.
I think he's just scared. I might start yelling.
Most of the Race Tech rants involve a decision he's been around.
But I think I'm going to talk to him calmly and rationally, and maybe he can explain me their side of things.
From what I know about the 250 Supercross points, it was to get those guys more relevant. I don't know that it was branding. It was to get 250 guys to be more recognized, not recognized, but to give them a kind of a voice in the sport because they felt like they were getting crapped on.
How would they feel like they're getting crapped on? You're Josh Grant. You're making $700,000 a year.
Okay, we're not talking about them.
Racing
We're
half a
talking
class.
Talking about the privateer 250 Supercross guys. They weren't eligible for points. Okay, that was the complaint.
Yeah, beat it.
They were not eligible for points. My perspective was, okay, then it needs to be like a half a point, or 10th place gets 5 points,
right?
And then you go 10 through 15, it's 4, 3, 2, 1, or something, and then it cuts off at 15th. It can't be exactly the same. They're not equal. That was my whole point. Now, I'm not saying that they shouldn't be eligible for anything, but it shouldn't be equal, and that's what it ended up being.
They should be eligible for nothing.
Okay.
But I would compromise on half a point. I would. If you want to give these idiots some points, give them half points. I'm fine with that.
Or just some sort of tiered system.
Something, okay,
where
yeah.
it's less than the 450 guys get. That's it.
Yeah. It's unfucking believable that these guys get the points in their classes that match a 450 main event. The degree of difficulty for getting fifth in a 450 main event versus fifth on a regional series is can't quantify.
And yes, I agree with that, but I think it's much more egregious saying like 15th. Guys that are getting 15th, you watch like Tickle and these guys battling for 15th.
Right.
He's a champion in the 250 class.
Yeah.
And then you watch the 15th in the 250 and you're like, okay, great rider, but come on.
Right. Max, do you have any feelings on this? Or is this kind of like your numbering thing?
Kind of like my numbering thing.
Okay. All right.
I agree.
No conviction.
Yeah. I really don't have a whole,
You got a lot of passion when it comes to screwing me out of money for my cameras and lights.
It's my job.
But there's not a lot of passion that going on right now. But when it comes to sticking it to PulpMX, passion is hot.
Coming in hot.
Yeah. That's my race tech round of the night. I think I screwed up your order, Mark. So I apologize for that.
Don't worry, I already fixed it.
I don't care. It's a fucking joke. It's the worst rule in the sport.
Nope.
Can you tell me which one is?
Back.
Okay.
I'll circle back.
Think about it.
I will.
You cutting the track getting fined at Unadilla?
That wasn't even a rule. That was
He's having flashbacks.
unforgivable.
Right. All right, talking about some numbers here. Let's get some phone calls. Jeremy, what's up, Jeremy?
Hey, how's it going? I was curious on if the number 5, them not picking it, Brandis and Osborne, was because of the rumors about Dungy coming back.
No, I don't think so. I think they had a choice,
Okay.
and I think they probably would have called Dunge and been like, hey, are you coming back?
Yeah, that would have been up to AMA, right?
Yeah,
They would have
yeah.
told him, hey, this isn't eligible anymore.
Right,
You can't
right.
pick this anymore.
I don't think Dunge is coming back, though. We had him on the show last show. So,
Yeah, it seemed like he was kind of wishy-washy about it.
yep. So, no, I don't think so. All right.
Okay, cool.
Thanks, man.
Thank you.
Rick, you got more number talk, Rick?
Rick. Hello.
Yeah.
Rick.
Yeah. Hey, we've had the red number plate over here for 5 years now. The FLM brought it over. And
Yeah.
I kind of wonder why we don't have different plates for, top rookie or
Right.
most hole shot or, that kind of thing. Because the scoring's all taken care of by a transponder anyway.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, like they have sprinter, like in Tour de France, the sprinter guy gets a different color
Yeah.
jersey, right?
Mhm.
And
King of the Mountain.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Climber,
yeah.
all that
Sprinter.
stuff.
right.
Yeah.
I mean,
I
seems
don't know.
like that would be a great
it would-
promotion
it would
for
be-
the AMA to be able to add value to some of the prizes they already hand out.
So how would you notate it? Would you be able to tell, like you would just run your own color number plates like TLD KTM did, just like, screw it, we'll just run our own number plates colors? Like we don't really care what your rules are.
No, I mean you would have it just like the jerseys. I mean, have a yellow
Oh, like
background
Hot
or a rookie or
Yeah,
a blue background.
yeah. Like I always liked the 250 USGPs back in the day, the white on green.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think the coolest
You know?
we've ever seen is the blue number plate with the yellow
Yeah.
number 1.
Yeah,
That's
Bailey.
the coolest
Yeah.
we've ever had.
I don't know, Rick. I'm fine with that if you want to do that. Like I get it, rookies or I don't know, however you want to do it. Like yeah, I'm fine. Like just don't give them fucking points.
The
Don't
only
give
tough
these
part
guys points.
is our sport's already so confusing for the average fan that shows up to a Supercross. They're like, okay, so what are these races, and we just switch classes. And
Yeah,
they're all
yeah,
like, trying
yeah.
to qualify. For,
I don't
for
even
what,
think
right?
they understand
Yeah.
the backgrounds to start with.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah. No, I
exactly.
know,
That's
exactly.
and
They
that's
don't
where I'm
even
like,
notice that.
so you're going to add more to that, and they're going to be like, so
Well, I don't think. I think
Yeah,
actually
what?
you
Yeah.
would add a layer to where maybe they might be able to learn something about the riders out on the because
Yeah.
they have a certain plate.
Do we need
I'm
another
sure the
color to
broadcasters
confuse
would
Ralph
announce
though?
what it
Now
is.
Ralph's got red gas and red Honda. We're all waiting breathlessly to see what Ralph does for that. Now we're gonna talk about Ralph saying he's like the green plates. Like I don't know. I think
Another element.
You've got to have something to talk
Yeah.
about, right?
yeah, good point. Thanks for the call, man. Thank you.
All right, later.
PulpMX show, the show that the riders listen to. Carson Mumford, welcome to the show.
Hey, what's up, Pulp?
Do you have a ride yet? What are we doing?
I currently don't, but we're still working on it.
What are your options? I hear some things about you.
I don't know if I'm ready to disclose detail.
Okay, fair enough. What percent pie do you think that you'll have a ride like in a week or two? Like how are we looking? Are we close? Like that,
Yeah, for sure. In a week or two, I think I should have something I'm leaning towards, or
Okay.
like it's a 90% shot at that
Okay.
team.
All right. Do you need some fly racing gear? Can we hammer out the deal right now, Max, with Mumford?
We might.
Can we-
We might.
I mean, we like Mumford on the
Might
show.
have to go to work.
I've worn Fly. I loved it.
You wore fly? Oh, I didn't know that.
On mini bikes, yeah.
Okay. All right, Mumford. What do you want to talk about this number stuff for?
Okay, so you're saying that the 250 guys are screwing the 450 guys over because they're getting full points on Supercross,
Yes.
and the
Yep.
450 class is more in depth.
Yes.
Well, I raced just outdoors and beat most of the 450 guys that did Supercross and outdoors.
But that's a national class, though. We're good. I'm good with.
Yeah.
I'm good with outdoors.
Yeah, outdoors 100%. Outdoors.
I think our problem is that it's a regional series for Supercross, so you're splitting the talent in half, and then you're giving the same points that the 450 guys are being in a national series. If that makes sense.
Yeah, but you guys are saying like the 250 guys aren't as good, basically. Like it's not as in depth. Like the classes
No,
aren't
but-
deep.
In a regional series, I
in
don't
the
think
in
it is.
Supercross. In the Supercross class when you cut them in half,
Yeah, but you could give them. I feel like you could give them no points in Supercross still, and we'd still beat the guys in numbers for outdoors.
No, it's fine. I
Yeah.
have no problem with
Then-
every point you scored.
Yes.
No problem.
Yep.
I'm good. Like outdoors, no problem.
Yep.
We're just saying for a guy like, let's say A-Ray. That's an easy one. He makes 450 mains, whatever, but he could get beaten out for a national number by a guy that qualified for 3 or 4 regional supercrosses, and he raced against, like, 450 mains are pretty gnarly to make. It's tough, and he's going to get beaten by a guy who got, let's say he got 30 points in West Coast 250 class. A-Ray's probably better supercross rider than that guy is.
Yeah, do you know what I'm saying, Mumford? Like, if you raced West Coast 250s and you got 30 points from 4 main events, let's say, and A-Ray races 17 and doesn't get 30 points because the class is so gnarly, I don't consider that very equal.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Okay.
I'm just trying to state the point that I feel like with or without us getting that many points in Supercross, we're still edging a lot of the good numbers out.
And that
totally.
Yep, and I agree, and I'm 100% fine with your outdoor points all beating these 450 guys. Like that's
you're a different caliber of rider than really what the argument is. It's like it's the guys that barely get into a few 250 man, not factory level guys. I mean, you're too good for that.
Yeah.
Conversation.
Yep.
All right, I get that.
Yep. But Mumford,
Team,
that's where we're at.
Team 39 next year, we got number 39.
That's strong.
I was 39.
JT, you were 39.
In 99.
In 99.
There we go.
Yeah.
I was 39 before you were born.
Very, very scary. But yeah, Mumford, hopefully you get something soon, right? Like I heard some things about you, so it looks okay. Yeah, I think you should have something, hopefully.
Yeah, I mean, clock is ticking for sure, so definitely just trying to get stuff figured out and, get myself under the best equipment to do good next year.
Okay, well, listen, next Friday.
Yep.
Are you coming?
Where is it? What's going on Friday?
Paris. Friday, Paris.
What's at Paris?
Kiefer and I, big test. Big secret test.
Oh, big test.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
I've got nothing going on.
Well, come on down. We'll pick you up on the. Oh, you're not even in the high des anymore. You're down there.
Not yet.
I've
been basically in the high des every day, but I about got blown away today.
Oh yeah, I bet. Okay, we'll see you there. Thanks, Mumford.
All right.
Right.
Thanks.
See you. Yeah, I got no problem with 250 motocross guys.
No.
You guys are gnarly.
Yeah.
You
it's the regional series.
You
right?
deserve all the points.
Cut the talent in half. Yeah. Less talent to start with, arguably.
Yeah.
Right? It's the less talent to start with, and then you're cutting that in half.
Yep. I agree. So they shouldn't count though.
Half point.
Okay, half point. Fine. All right.
I think half point's a good idea.
Yeah. Let's welcome in our sometime producer over here.
Grill master.
Grill master now. He's
the grill master.
He's gonna sit in the big chair there now. Tits legendary. Welcome, Tits.
Yes, sir.
How are you?
Tomahawk Tits. That's me.
Now, I didn't really know that you are passionate about grilling as you were.
I don't mess around when it comes to grilling.
Yeah.
Yep.
So we all know Tomahawk Gate.
Yes.
You took it. It was phenomenal.
Yeah, I took it. Yes.
So I gave it to you.
Yes, thank you.
So Nick at Prime Foods Distributing, JT's buddy, did he somehow reach out to you? Because it could not have been a coincidence. Like, did he say, like, when are you going back down to Vegas or something?
I think we talked about it on the show, and then he just because he had mentioned the next time you go down,
yes,
we need to make.
I know,
and I think he just jumped on it.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, so a box shows up. Yeah. A box shows up from Prime Foods Distributing, our buddy Nick there on the East Coast, and it has 2 tomahawk ribeyes in it.
Yes.
And a bunch of steaks and burgers.
Uh-huh.
And Nick was under very specific instructions that the next time JT was in, you were going to cook him these
he
tomahawks.
He would finally get to enjoy the deliciousness that is a tomahawk ribeye. Yep.
And Marks, have you ever seen such passion from Tits?
No,
right?
Dude, out grilling in the bed of his truck.
He cooked in the bed of his truck.
Usually I'm a 5, like you, where it's just, not a lot of ups and downs. But when it comes to something like this, especially with Max and JT here, I had to bring my A game, and so I did,
and now I said to you, hey, I got my barbecue, and you were just like, nope.
A true grill master. You don't know if you got hot zones or cold zones in your grill. I don't want to be burning.
There's no hot
things.
zones or cold zones in the
like
back
that.
of his truck.
Yeah.
None.
Nope.
So you threw your barbecue in the back of your truck.
I brought it with me. I did. Yep.
And you seasoned the tomahawk ribeyes.
I seasoned it.
And then we had a strip steak and a ribeye as well.
Correct. Yes. You seasoned those, and apparently they were the more favorite. But what do you do?
So
I thought the tomahawk was.
So the tomahawk. So we all ate the tomahawk.
Yes.
Pookie had a little bit too, and she's a vegetarian.
Oh, she did.
Oh yeah.
She did. Okay.
Jen had some.
All right.
Guy in the corner.
Yep.
Marks.
I let them have some.
You did. You let them have some. Max, what'd you think?
It was amazing.
It was really tender. Like
it was pretty impressive.
It literally kind of melted in your mouth like an M&M.
I would, probably go that far. That's pretty good.
JT?
I had to restrain myself, like, from eating more because we had a show to do. I didn't want to be like dead, tired, food coma after. I could have eaten a lot of that. It was great.
I could have eaten a whole one myself, but I was so generous. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to share it with all these guys, even though technically one of them had my own name on it, right?
No, Nick said, here is a tomahawk for tits, and then here's one for the boys, like for you to grill.
Right.
So you gave up your tomahawk.
I showed how generous of a person I am.
Right. Well, I figured on the second time around you could share.
Yeah. Especially with how delicious.
We go.
With how delicious everyone is saying that it is, the fact that I was even willing to give up some of it is. Yeah. Yep. I'm a really good person.
Were you worried at any point the cops were going to pull you off from grilling on your back of your truck?
I got a lot of interesting looks.
Right.
I just kind of gave them the, hey, mind your business, move along type thing, and they all did.
Right.
So,
a little rare. You're a rare guy.
I'm you cook it to 125 and let it sit till 135 medium rare, and apparently that is not the
I thought that was
preferred.
a little rare.
Yeah, it's okay.
I loved it.
It
was good.
Max, you're good at that?
Yeah, I'm normally a medium.
Marks?
Yeah, I like it.
I mean,
like
really,
it
I feel like that's how you have to eat.
Yeah,
that
really
cut.
high-end steak. You're supposed to be on the rare side.
You can't cook a steak like that. Anything past
Well,
that. Yeah.
Max's wife Jen asked you to cook, and you were very offended.
He told Jen that if he had to take the tomahawk back out, he could not, because of his principles, cook it past medium.
In principle,
he could not.
Yes, I would not. Fortunately, she had the New York strip that I was able
so
to
she had to have
take a
the
portion
strip,
of,
because that's the only thing he would cook past medium.
New York strips are just okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The grill your ass off seasoning, I love that. Like I put the Ma Deuce on the strip and the ribeye.
I had a few bites of that, and it actually was good.
Yeah. Did you notice the seasoning on that?
They were all delicious.
Yeah, it was amazing.
Yeah, it was all good.
Yeah, I could tell a difference.
You could tell a difference.
The flavor was different.
Yeah.
I don't know which one I prefer. I could tell that the flavor of the strip was bolder because of the seasoning.
Yeah.
But I really like the quality of the tomahawk. I could tell they were different.
Yeah.
For sure.
So,
right.
Good job.
So there was I know everyone else didn't put a lot of pressure on me, but there was a lot of pressure put on my own shoulders because I was not
all heroes wear capes.
No, yeah. Right. I was not about to screw this thing up with everyone around here and this expensive cut of meat. And so, I didn't mess around.
Can we set the scene for what actually happened? He had a grill in the bed of his pickup truck.
Yeah, so like I said, I was not willing to risk cooking anything in an unknown grill. So any grill master will know. Yeah. You got to work with what you know. You bring your own tools to the race, and this is what you do. So I loaded it in the back of my truck, brought it here.
Your wife was like, "What are you doing?" You're like, "Long story."
She understands.
I mean, he does everything in the bed of a truck. He sleeps in it.
Yeah.
He cooks in it.
I live it. Yeah.
It all goes down. He probably conceived his children in the back of that truck.
At least one of them. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. It was good. It was it was a really good
but
job.
It was all worth it.
And I mean, do we have closure now?
What do you mean?
Can we have closure on this issue?
I feel great. JT's the one who said he's more angry now that he's actually got to enjoy the fact that you gave one away.
I believe that the listeners of the show need to decide when they have closure on this. So if you feel that you need to continue this, you please can direct those to Steve's Instagram, direct messages,
to a Twitter poll
emails,
or something like that.
That is not for up to me to decide. That is up to the listeners.
It's just we did it. We got it happen. Nick, thank you for the 3 tomahawk steaks now.
Thank you very much.
He's probably given us $500 in steaks.
Yep.
And
at least.
Right.
Probably more than that.
Right.
Probably more than that.
Right. And we finally, I think you got to eat one.
That was great. I appreciate the effort that Tits went to do that for all of us. That was pretty amazing. And obviously Nick providing that opportunity, but Tits went above and beyond.
He is just paying you guys back for his fly racing questions that he's peppered you both with over the years.
He's been pretty mellow lately.
Trying to dial it back.
Hasn't been a whole lot.
These guys have a job,
Which would be
unlike
to
Mark's.
answer your questions.
Mark's,
Right.
Huh?
You have to understand our job kind of is to answer questions.
Too. Yeah. But I wanted to use the George Foreman at least just for a minute, but you wouldn't bring it out, so I couldn't. So
there was nothing wrong with the Foreman cooking burgers on the Foreman. It is fine. But that post that I directed to Villapoto,
it's good stuff.
He liked it, and everybody really enjoyed that one.
Yep.
So our friends here at Fly Racing have shipped us some casual wear. It's over there on the floor, and so you can grab some of it.
I'll just take the whole lot. Yep.
Okay. All right. That sounds about
sorry,
what.
guys.
Not all of them,
guys.
but
we're gonna need more.
Tomahawk T-shirt over there.
What?
Take the Tomahawk T-shirt.
Yeah.
You make PulpMX shirts. I'd like a Tomahawk.
Can we get
please.
a Tomahawk Tits Fly Racing shirt?
Probably not.
No, okay, all right. Just checking.
Maybe next year.
But no, it was
I
delicious.
respect a man who gives another man a lot of meat.
Thank you, Cade Clayson, for that.
Cade.
No, yeah, you had pressure on you. You were feeding.
Yeah,
and
no,
Pookie,
I wasn't about to mess it up. At least I did everything in my power.
Pookie went to Cracker Barrel, got some sides. You know, it was, yeah, it was a
Besides,
whole
it turned into a regular feast.
whole deal.
Yeah, the whole
Much
thing was
better than Chipotle.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want to do this again,
Yeah.
just let me know.
Just keep
Yeah,
sending.
just
tell
keep
me
sending
Nick.
let Nick know.
I'll
Just keep-
bring. Eventually, I'll invest in like one of those trailer grills, everything like that, and
Yeah.
it'll be a legit thing.
Yeah, but you were so serious about your grilling, like.
Yeah.
Please, Steve, take
What
it
do
out
you
of the
do?
freezer. Hey, Steve,
I
take
wanted
it,
to
put it
make
on,
sure that
take
it
it out
was
of the
all
fridge now. You know.
You landed the plane. You
Huh?
nailed it. You landed the plane.
Oh yeah, no,
Got it done.
I wasn't about to let a guy who cooks his hamburgers on a George Foreman do all these things. So
Yeah,
I
yeah.
had to
Right.
take the lead on it. That's my
But
job.
again, it reinforces my decision to give you the first tomahawk because
Yeah.
I don't even know what you did
No,
out
nope.
there.
Yep.
You have thermometer and you got thyme and ragu.
Thyme and sage and
Sage and
oregano
ragu
and a
and-
little bit
yeah.
of olive oil and yeah.
Yeah, like
I don't think the tomahawk will even fit on the foreman.
yeah.
I don't think we even
Close
fit
it down there, right?
Open it up and just set one on each side.
Right. So it reinforces my decision that you were the proper.
Oh, I agree 100%.
Yeah, you were. You know.
Yep.
So wow, congratulations.
So
and
thank you.
And
thank you everyone.
Yeah.
And I'm
Well,
glad
thank you.
everyone
You did-
enjoyed
you
it.
did the
And
work.
I'm just glad we got this whole thing closed and we got.
That is
JT
not for you to decide.
it may not be. It may not be.
I don't
closed
think
yet.
it's over. I really don't.
Marks, I feel like it's over. I feel like we're done.
I highly doubt it.
Post Malone.
Probably not over yet.
Okay. all
You
right,
know how
all right.
long we ran with Chick-fil-A?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Dude, this
Yeah.
is just getting started.
Right.
I was surprised Tits actually let us have both tomahawks. I thought he was keeping one for himself
I
for
could
like
have.
almost certain.
When Jen asked him to cook it a bit, I thought he was just going to just drive off in anger.
There's some things you just don't do in general, and that's ask someone to cook it a little bit more. But like I said,
He
I'm
was being
a
nice.
really good individual.
yeah,
like
yeah,
in my
yeah.
heart.
Right, Marks, right?
And
A lot of toot
even
toot
though
of his own horn.
yes, even though my pride said no,
Yeah.
I said, you know what? I'll do what's right.
Right,
And I
right.
went and I put it back on. I made her some beef jerky, and she enjoyed it. So
he
He
thought
was
about
he was
all the
thinking
fly
about-
gear.
Yeah, I was thinking
he
about all the
wouldn't be
future
getting.
orders that
Yeah.
he was
Yeah.
that he was tomahawking.
Right,
if he
right.
Didn't do this.
Yeah, he was going to get nothing.
This is
Yeah,
worth
so-
at least 2 mountain bike jerseys right here.
Yeah, and while you're at it, fix my mountain bike in the garage, and
yep, no
I'll
problem.
give you the rest of the meat that Nick gave me. I'm
That's
kidding.
it.
I'm joking.
Perfect.
I'm kidding. I'm
JT's
not.
gonna
I'm
lose
not.
it.
I am not. I that second steak, I brought out a sirloin and the 2 tomahawks, and then I had the ribeye in the freezer, and I was like, that doesn't look like enough meat, like for everybody, and I'm like, screw them a little bit. I want to keep this ribeye, but I took it out. So I also donated
I think
you know.
everyone appreciates
You also
ribeye is the
donated?
better.
my ribeye that Nick gave me.
He's gonna put it on the George Foreman later. So it was.
I
for the
didn't
best.
hold any of the meat that he donated for the show. I gave everything that was donated to me.
Yes,
So
absolutely. So, well, thanks, Tits. I
jeez.
appreciate
Yes,
anything
thank you.
else. Are you back in next week?
No,
Do
I
another
think it's
show?
another week.
Another
or so,
week?
yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yep.
Post hello.
I am billing
I'll
you
check.
for tonight, by the way.
Oh, you
so-
are?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
all right,
yeah.
jeez. I wouldn't expect anything else. Do you have anything to say to Marks before you got to go or anything? No. No.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, buddy.
Yeah.
Hey, he kind of learned how to do the thing over here.
I spent about 2 minutes, and I decided this is not for me, and then I
wants
went back over and
He
sat in my
wants
seat.
nothing to do with this.
Really?
son
Is that what you
over
said?
here.
Not literally, but it's definitely
If,
a lot
if
of.
Marks has
it makes
a
me appreciate what he does.
okay, if
though,
Marks
for real.
gets fired, which could happen any moment,
For
or
insubordination.
dies in a car accident, we need somebody over there that can work the cameras, and then
You're screwed.
so we try to get Tits tonight,
Yeah,
but I guess not. Yeah.
That's
Okay, I
more
have a
than
question.
Yeah.
It's now 5:49 Vegas time.
Okay.
Is this too late for you to drive home to sleep?
I don't know if you saw. I was resting my eyes over there because I didn't get a nap beforehand. I was already thinking like, oh man,
I
this
just
is
didn't know if
gonna
you're
be
going
a
to make it
long
home or
drive
if you're just
home.
going to head outside with it still daylight and take
He almost threw a mattress in the bed just
head
for
off
this.
to bed.
Is there any tomahawk left for you to take back?
There is actually. There was a little bit. Yep.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
I
you'll
went
be taking
through,
that
I
back?
put some in there, and
Okay.
yeah. No, I'll enjoy it for lunch or dinner tomorrow. Or
After
something
nap
like
snack.
Yeah. Yeah.
Breakfast tomorrow morning in the driveway.
All right. Thanks, Tis Legendary. Thank you
Yes,
for
thank
doing
you,
that.
everyone.
Appreciate it. All right. That's Tis Legendary, everybody. Coming in hot, cooking hot, coming in hot, doing it all. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Justin Brayton coming up here on the show shortly. Let's get to some phone calls here. Drake, what's going on? You got a question about your young son?
Yeah, how's it going, Steve?
What's up, Drake?
Well, let's get to it.
Yeah, let's do it.
I started my boy out about 18 months on a Strider. He went to the Stasic at 2.5. He's been riding the PW50, Blue Crew, all year. I've got a KTM 50 Junior. I was talking to my local Yamaha dealer, and he was like, "Bro, that's a bad idea." He's like, "I had a 5-year-old boy went to the KTM, and didn't work out good,
Why? Hurt himself or what?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I guess the kid that he knows went from the PW to the KTM Junior, and it killed him.
Oh, that's
yeah.
That's
so
sad.
so.
I don't think it literally killed the kid. He just didn't want to ride after.
Well, no, I think. Well, anyways.
We need clarification on that.
We need
Did
clearance.
the child pass away?
Yeah, that's what he told me.
Damn. Okay. Yeah.
So do I go from the PW 50 to like a Honda 50? Or do I go to the TTR 50? What do I do now?
What's his skill level? I think that's your biggest. That's your biggest question.
Well, he's pretty good. I'll tell you what. The Strider or the Stasic almost has sold on electric bikes.
I'll be honest with you. It's always really dicey. I get asked, and I'm sure Max does too, about from parents, what protection should I put on my child? What helmet should I put on? Should they wear a neck brace? Should they wear a chest protector? And it's always tough because the last thing you want to do is tell anyone something and then their child gets hurt and you had some part of that in some small way. So it's horrible that a child passed away just after switching bikes, but I don't believe that you can or you should hold your child back because of that, and that's always going to be something you have to accept risk with your own child to go riding. But if your child rides really well, him going to a KTM 50, I don't think, one bad accident. I mean, unfortunately, motorcycles are dangerous and bad things happen, like that. That's always going to be a risk that if we ride motorcycles, we have to assume some risk, unfortunately. And I can't imagine what that family is going through. But at the same time, people are going to start riding dirt bikes every day. It's going to happen every day across America.
So I went to a buddy's, his daughter's birthday party, and I was talking to a guy. He was telling me his son's 7 years old and racing a PW50. I was like, he's 7? I was like, I was 6 years old riding a 60.
Yeah, and I think that's a size thing too, right? I think size is a big part of that. If you're a large 7-year-old, that doesn't make any sense at all. If you're Steve riding an 80 at 16 years old, maybe there's something to that too.
Yeah. I was too big for that.
Yeah, I went to an 80 early because I was heavy.
All right. Okay, Drake. All right, buddy. Well, good luck
Steve.
in
Great radio.
good luck in your decision, man. Thank you.
All right, love you guys.
Thank you, man. Thanks. All right, Taylor, what's going on?
Hey, I had a question about Joe and Carson.
Yeah.
I was wondering if Honda would look at going to like MCR or something like they did with McAdoo.
Yeah. Well, Honda's already helping MCR out, but I think Mumford's got some options. I think Shimoda, from what I heard, was going to go to Phoenix Racing. Did you guys hear that?
I've heard he's going a couple places.
I've heard he's talking to them. Yeah.
I think Honda's going to step up with support for Michael Lindsay's Chaparral team and Phoenix Racing for 250Ys. Now, whether that's enough to get the deal done or not, I'm not sure. I heard Mumford was going to ride MCR 250.
Right.
So I think there's stuff out there for those guys. I think Honda's going to try to do what they can.
Yeah, I agree.
So they're not, just left with nothing.
I think Honda's looking at where can we help these kids out in some way, right? They don't want to burn them. It wasn't their fault that this team evaporated.
And I think Mumford, Shimoda got third in the series, so put that in your pipe and smoke it.
Jalek almost did too.
Yeah,
so.
but I mean, and Mumford I thought had a really steady outdoors and was pretty good. So
for sure, he was solid.
There's a future there for those two.
They didn't deserve to lose their rides, nor would they have under normal circumstances. So if you're Honda, same thing I would do. I would be like, okay, where can we find a landing spot? They're not going to be probably paid the same or on the same bike, but how can we help these kids continue their career?
Yeah.
They have a lot of money
Right.
invested into those kids.
Yeah. There you go, Taylor. Thanks, man.
And could I say one more thing?
Sure.
Okay, so JT, this is Taylor from Daytona. And,
Oh, hey, what's up, man?
I just gotta say, if anybody's on the fence about doing the Fly VIP program, do it.
Cool. Yeah, I appreciate
it.
that.
It was awesome, dude. It was
Well,
such a great experience.
I'm excited to get back to it.
Are we going to do it again? Do we know? We're going to talk about that later. But
if we have fans, which it sounds like we are, I don't see why not.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what it'll look like. I have
Yeah.
no idea. I haven't had any conversation about it at all.
Right.
But yeah, I'm hoping so.
Yeah.
Right on.
All right. Thanks, man.
Thanks for the show, man.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Max Steffens and Jason Thomas in here from flyracing.com. Justin Brayton coming up. So JB, is he a fly guy for next year? Is that?
Yes.
We can hammer it out on the show if you want. Or
We
no,
can talk about it, yeah.
We don't need to.
We don't need to.
Because I don't really know if I don't know if that Penrite thing is done. I think it's going to be done. I assume it's going there,
Max
right?
knows much more about that than I do.
Bike-wise, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
100%.
Right,
either,
right.
But
So,
JB is with us.
But
yeah.
but whatever JB races, will be wearing fly
He'll be wearing
racing
fly.
gear, right? So so he's coming up here shortly. We got to let's hammer him on the formula. Let's get him in the formula.
Okay.
I mean, I know he's a showy guy, but you know, we should start yelling at him and stuff. Maybe he'll switch.
Never know. Never know what could happen.
No. Mike's on one. Mike, what's going on?
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good.
Hey, so on this flagger debate, I raced at a fairly high level open wheel cars back in the 90s and early 2000s, and the SCCA guys were our flaggers, and they went to school for that. They did 2 classes, and they'd work their way up from doing regionals to nationals. Then they got to the pro races. If there was a way to do that for the motocross guys, it would probably be a big help because those guys were actually very good. And I felt totally safe with them out on the track, and they took great care of us.
Any idea?
As far as like the possibilities of us having flaggers educated on it?
Yeah, I mean, I just think it's expensive.
And we have, we have turnover,
well,
right?
It wasn't really that expensive because they volunteered at like regional races, which would be like your local state, like racing a state fair or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So then they would graduate from there. Then they would get to go to a national, and so what they would do is they would go out with experienced flaggers for a day or two and get trained, rather than just say, "Hey, guy, you want to come out and flag, and here's what you got to do." And the guy falls down, wave the yellow flag.
Yeah, I would love it. I don't have the answer to it. I think it'd be challenging to put together. I guess anything's possible if you're willing to assign people to put that program together. I'm all for it, though, because I struggle with that. Just at Redbud this year, I was screaming at a flagger, and things happen. She didn't see who had crashed.
AC. Bogle went into
AC,
him.
no, AC jumped on somebody.
Bogle.
No, somebody was down.
Yeah, Bogle.
And AC and Bogle both hit him.
Okay.
But I was standing there screaming because it's just, it's inexperience. The young lady that was flagging didn't know exactly what to do or handle a really dangerous situation like that. And it happens, but a lot of people get hurt every year because, just inadequate
What I
flagging.
don't understand is, okay, so, we've having these races in these same spots for years, right? Decades even. And you would assume the people are coming back and they're getting better at it because they do it every year or they get taught better. But it seems like it seems like they can't hang on to people because A, it's a shitty job, B, it doesn't pay anything.
Right.
So
I think
the second one is the most.
If you step up and actually make it like a job that is worth doing and worth doing for that amount of money, you'll have people be like, I can't wait till that next year. I'm going to flag again because I'm going to make whatever amount of money. So pay them more.
I mean, it comes down to money. It always does.
Yeah. Pay them more and keep them, keep them happy.
Idea, like for the Formula One races, those are SCCA guys flagging there, and you know what they get paid? Nothing. They do it because they volunteer for it because it's a prestigious thing to do.
Well, I know in motocross there's guys. I've met guys that say I flag here every year. I've been here flagging since the James Stewart days or whatever, and so those guys are good. But it's unfortunately I think it's more nationals than Supercross. JT.
It is, yeah, it is,
You
and
know?
they get. Hey, listen, I'm all for whatever answer. If that's going the SCCA route and that's a established program and we need to follow that and have the same whatever works, it's dangerous. It's too dangerous of a sport already. And then to add in flaggers that don't exactly know the dynamics of it, and it's little nuanced stuff. It's when a guy's down, in between jumps, you need to be at the top of the jump so the rider can see you, and like all those little things that can be the difference between somebody getting jumped on and not.
Yeah, thanks, Michael. Thanks for the call, man. I agree.
One more quick question about the MXGP. Jason, when I watch MXGP, they put the tires, like what the guys are riding, what tires the guys are using.
Yeah.
When they do the rundown. Why don't we do that for our guys? I mean, I'm always curious. They're always talking about, hey, I'm using a paddle, I'm using this or that, but we never know what brand they're on.
As far as like they'll have Dunlop or Pirelli or Michelin
on the
or whatever.
listings.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't know what the reasoning is. It's just a little nuance that they decided to do. It's interesting. I should ask Charlotte or somebody over there. Well, but I don't know why would our series are sponsored by tire brands and manufacturers too. So why are they choosing to put it on their broadcast and we're not?
On the broadcast, I don't know. Maybe it's because here it's maybe it's because here it's more exclusive and over there it's not. I don't know.
Thanks, Michael. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, guys.
Thanks. I wouldn't mind seeing that either. It's kind of neat, but
I think maybe it's more. When you're in Europe, they have their racing intricacies. Like Formula One is very big, MotoGP is very big, and tires are a very big part of that equation. I think in their racing that maybe that trickles into it as well.
Sure.
For USA racing, it's like obviously you need tires, but it's not the same.
Right.
It's not the same dynamic.
Yeah, maybe so. Vertex pistons, Max. Did you know that every two-stroke KTM and Husqvarna comes stock from the factory with a Vertex piston in it?
Nope.
65 years ago, Vertex pistons were founded in a small workshop in northern Italy, and today, because of their renowned reputation for exceptional quality, Vertex is an OEM supplier to KTM, Husqvarna, TM, Gas. Did you know any of this?
No.
Well, you build bike.
I knew KTM.
Do you not do bike builds?
TM.
Do you not do bike builds?
I do, but I did not know.
Well,
TM.
can you start using Vertex pistons for your bike builds?
I actually use Vertex a lot.
Okay. Full range of two-stroke and four-stroke pistons in replica, high compression, and GP style. VertexPistons.com. If you email sales@pivotworks.com, mention PulpMX, they will give you a deal from those guys. And they got the Wrench Rabbit kits. They got hot rods. They got Vertex pistons. They got a lot of brands over there. That PivotWorks also. I'm building my CR500. You got PivotWorks kits
Project
for
500.
Project 500 for all the linkage and everything. So they'll dial you in. Sales@pivotworks.com.
Boise.
Yeah.
PivotWorks.
Hey, who knew? Welcome our first guest of the night here on the show. Well, our second guest, if you count Tits Legendary coming in hot with his
Tits.
Yep. Second guest of the night, Fly Racing Zone, Justin Brayton. JB, what's up, man? How are you?
What's up, guys? I'm doing well. How are you guys?
Oh, we're good. We're just kind of bench racing a little bit. I got a rumored 2021 Supercross schedule to talk about here that Max looks like he's sweating about.
Nah.
Oh yeah.
We got a lot to talk about. The national numbers came out.
Yep, I've seen that. That's cool.
JB, how ridiculous, and you don't have to drop F-bombs like I was doing, but how ridiculous is it that 250 Supercross guys get the same amount of points as you?
Yeah, that is ridiculous. Ever since they made that rule, it was like, when was it, 5 years ago or something like that?
I don't know.
It's been something like that.
Yeah, whenever they made that, I'm like, are you kidding me? I don't know.
JT
not
brought
a
up
good rule, in my opinion.
JT brought up giving them half points, which I'd be fine with, or whatever, some sort of point structure. If you want to give them some sort of point structures, like 5 points each for everybody in the main, I don't know. I'm fine with that.
It's just got to be less.
Just can't be the same.
It can't be the same.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I agree. I agree for sure.
Thank you for that. All right, so look, it's October 26th, and you are not in Australia. You are not in Bercy. You are not doing Geneva. It has got to be so weird for you.
Dude, it is. It's super weird. We haven't spent the fall in North Carolina in over 4 years. And, as awesome as it is, the fall here, it is amazing. And I'm having a blast being around the family and everything and friends here. But we are definitely missing Australia, that's for sure. And it's kind of just became part of our routine,
Right.
throughout the year. And it's definitely a bummer. But, the number one thing I'm missing this off season, Steve, and you're going to like this.
Oh, yeah.
What do you think it is? The number one thing I'm missing.
The money, obviously.
That's what I would go
well,
to.
no,
I mean,
money. Leave the money aside.
Your accountant is probably wondering when those checks are coming in, but
No.
hanging out with me.
Well, that's fun too. But
Club
where do we
sandwiches.
normally hang out?
The hotel restaurants.
Sandwiches.
Exactly. That's what I'm missing the most.
Oh, yeah.
Hotel dinners, hotel lunches, club sandwiches.
Oh,
The
So
tomato soup at the hotel restaurant in Geneva is just amazing.
yeah, you go to the hotel restaurants in every single city we're at. So why not keep doing it when you're in the country that is known for the finest cuisine in the world, France, and you're eating a club sandwich at a hotel. Yeah, JB, makes a lot of sense.
JT.
Yes.
You can back me up on this. So the first night we get in Paris, right? You've done all these races. You know what it's all about.
Mm-hmm.
The first night, awesome. Go downtown, eat a great restaurant, have a great meal. But once the racing starts,
it's just about
you don't
sleep.
have very much time.
No.
Like in between practice and race, Steve's wanting to go downtown and do all this sightseeing. Let's go to this restaurant. It's an hour taxi ride.
That is fake news. That is not. I just said, can we go outside of the hotel?
No, the only thing that's happening once the racing begins for me is food and sleep. That's it.
Well,
exactly.
We're done.
Exactly.
It's unbelievable trying to get these guys to do anything. And
Matt,
JB,
you agree too, right?
Hey, next time I go to Bercy, I'll bring Shoemaker with me again because we went last time with Trey and Shorty. I'm pretty confident that we spent less than an hour at the hotel in 4 days. We were jumping train fences. We were doing shit.
I'm not
everywhere.
going past Starbucks. You know that Starbucks you can walk to down there?
Yeah.
That's as far as I'm going.
Yeah.
Keep in mind the last Bercy I was at was at the old stadium.
Yeah.
So
no, it's just, as I said every year, guys, when we're in St. Louis, are we going to the hotel to eat? And everyone goes, no. Then why are we doing it here?
Because we're all jet lagged and we're tired.
No,
we got to race 3 nights in a row.
We can walk 10 minutes down the road and find a pizza place or anything. 10 minutes from here, either direction.
There was a pizza place across the street.
I know. They wouldn't even go there.
Oh, I would have went there for
So-
sure.
Well,
3 nights
the
of racing
old
is
Bercy.
rough.
Yeah.
The old Bercy we did. The old Bercy we went across the street, pizza place.
Yeah, that was where we went. Remember, JB, we met the number one porn star there.
I remember
Really?
that. I remember that.
Was that you, or maybe that was someone else?
I don't remember that.
I remember that.
It might have been Weimer. Yeah, a guy.
I remember the story.
The guy comes over, the waitress comes over and goes, "Did you race tonight?" Like asking, I thought it was JB, but I guess it was Weimer. The waitress comes and goes, "Did you race tonight?" And the guy's like, "Yeah, how'd you do?" And whatever the rider, whoever I was with, obviously wasn't Brayton, said they got third or whatever. Okay, that man in the corner there, he wants to meet you. And this guy was like sculptured and tanned and bleach blonde hair and like just looked like a model. And he comes over and the rider goes, again, not Brayton, goes, yeah, okay. Guy comes over, gets a photo, and he goes, "Hey, I am number one porn star in Europe. I am number one."
No way.
How do you have like a ranking?
How's the ranking system work?
That's as soon as he left, we're like, how do you know that?
Maybe it's like 250 Supercross points.
Yeah.
You get a half a point.
I guess it was Weimer, and he was just like, "Okay, all right, man. Like, I don't know what the comeback for that is."
Dude.
Yeah, like, sweet. But the guy did definitely look like. I mean, he was, just jacked and looked like a model.
What do you
right?
say to that?
I don't know.
Congrats.
He goes, "I am."
Like a high five.
And he held the finger up. "I am number one, number one porn star." So I thought that was you, JB, but I guess not.
That's funny.
awesome.
No,
Hey,
it wasn't me. I would
do we-
remember that.
Do we need to start a GoFundMe for you this offseason? I mean, it's got to be.
That would be great. Yeah.
Dude.
It's been rough. It's been super rough.
I mean, JT, this has got to be a couple hundy for JB, maybe more.
Yeah.
Maybe more.
2020. I mean,
This has
it
got to
sucks.
be a
It
massive
sucks.
hit to the pocketbook for Brayton.
Yeah. I think that's a pretty common theme in 2020 for a lot of
Yeah,
people.
that sucks,
unfortunately.
JB.
Yeah. You know what, though? It's actually kind of nice. So last year in Australia, when we left, it was like, man, it's a lot of travel with 2 little kids. And we were kind of like, and I feel like this has happened every year, but on the way home, the flight is just, it's long. And it's like, and I get pretty irritable on the flight because most of the time I would have raced the night before. And I'm like, oh, we're not doing this again. And my wife, Paige, is just like, yeah, whatever. I've heard this time or two, So, like, this is the last year we're gone. And then literally we're home for like a week. And I'm like working on my deal for next year to go to Australia or 2 more years. Hey, let's do this. Let's do that, working on plans. But this year, it really has been nice to take a year off and just, we went to Iowa for 3 months this summer, spent a lot of time with my family, as most people have probably done through this whole COVID thing. They've got to, sit back and take a step back from the travel and just everyday life that we've been accustomed to for so many years, and kind of say like, yeah, it was pretty nice to do that. And then now we've been back in North Carolina for a month or so, and just catching up with family and friends, especially this time of year. Like my kids haven't had a Halloween in the U.S. since my daughter was 1 or 2, I believe. And so, yeah, we're going to do some trick-or-treating. And
nice.
Yeah, it's been fun. And like a full prep for Supercross, like a legit do my base training, do all my legit motos where normally I'm either traveling or racing or, doing media stuff in Australia. So that's been kind of nice. But I will say I'm ready to do it again next year.
Yeah, really, right? Now,
all goes well,
we all expect you to be with the Penrite guys for 2021. How's that looking? Is that obviously not official yet, but is that what we think is going to happen as soon as Yariv gets everything kind of together?
Yeah. So that's definitely going to happen. I've been with Yariv now in the Australian Honda team for 4 years. This would have been my 5th year, and he's been awesome. That whole team has been so legit, and from the time I went over there, the first time to where it is now, like it was super professional when I went there, but now it's a world-class team, and that's why I'm so excited for him to be able to put a program together over here, which he did this year.
Yeah.
And the time that he put it together, and I think Max and JT would know, like he literally had hardly no time, and what he was able to put together was unbelievable. So now we've had a lot of time. Obviously, it's a difficult year with COVID and sponsorship, but we are finalizing some sponsorship deals, but yeah, that's what I'll be doing.
Okay.
In 21 and most likely 22 as well. So be racing in America for them, and then also over in Australia. So yeah, no retirement speech is getting prepared for me anytime soon.
No, why would you? Again, everybody wants the Brayton deal. All the riders want the Brayton deal. I mean, ride this thing out, JB, as long as you're competitive, which you are more than that, still. So yeah, why stop for sure. Vertex Pistons bringing you Justin Brayton on the show. 702-586-PULP. You got a question for JB? Give us a call. And as I said, email sales@pivotworks.com for a deal on a Vertex Piston. So I know it's funny because, look, the sport's not in a great shape as far as rides right now, but riders and agents and people that I talk to are like, I think Penrite's got another spot. I'm going to call him. I think Penrite's got another spot. I can't imagine the caliber of riders that have been contacting Yariv. We think Luke Cloud will be one of the guys, and then you'll be a guy, and maybe he runs a third guy. I don't know. But, God, dude, it's got to be gnarly, the guys that are trying to get a ride with him, and because there's just not much out there.
Yeah, for sure. And obviously I've been getting a ton of those phone calls too, and it's a crazy time in our sport. I tell you, I'm very thankful that I'm not like a young and up-and-coming kid who, you look at these kids that, like I look at the national numbers and I look at a guy like Hartraft who doesn't have a ride, and he's like 20-something, right? Like national number 20-something. I forget exactly what it is, but that's crazy, and it's almost not fair. So me being later in my career, and I've kind of reinvented myself with this whole Supercross only thing and the Europe and Australia, and it's something that I really enjoy and have been able to stay super competitive and I feel like offer a lot to the teams now, not just my riding and results, but also what's been really fun for me, even when I was on MCR to begin with, was like helping the team develop relationships with sponsors and creating this super competitive, legit team. Not that MCR wasn't before I went there, but I feel like I helped, elevate that program, and I still talk to Genova all the time. He's one of my good buddies, and now doing this with Yariv and the Penrite guys, like it's fun for me to play that role. And then, hey, what do you think about riders? What about this guy? What about that guy? And what about this sponsor? Does that fit? And how would this look? And so I really love that side. The older I've gotten, the more I enjoy that. So that's been a fun deal. This whole off season, I'm on the phone with Yariv constantly, and so yeah, it's been interesting and fun, and yeah, almost like I said, not really fair to a lot of riders. But
well, I think too, like when you talk to the Geico guys, they said if the Geico contract hadn't ended in the year that was COVID, they'd probably still be going on. And Hartraft's out with Hartraft doesn't have a deal, and it's the year of COVID. Like it's the worst. If you had a 2-year, if you could just ride this thing out, we'll be back to normal. But if your deal was up, sponsorship-wise, contract-wise, rider-wise, in 2020, you got a problem, So I don't know. I'm with you. It's weird how it's going to be, unfortunate for a lot of guys here. And also I hear the JGR guys, they're battling with Suzuki right now. Like it's not good, So I don't know how much you know about that, JB.
Crazy.
But
nah, I don't know that much about it.
Right.
Just,
and our buddy Phil. What about Phil?
Yeah, Phil.
Phil's clipped.
I don't know.
Phil's team folded.
I know that team. Yeah, that team's done. Yeah.
Is Phil gonna? What is Phil? Can we get Phil a third guy? on Penrite?
That'd be awesome. Supercross only, though, right?
Yeah, Death Cross only.
Death Cross only.
Yeah.
Dude, he's a Supercross champ. He'll be just fine.
That's what I'm saying. We'll have Australian champion and a Canadian Supercross champion.
Hey, don't put any ideas in your Reeves head. He'll be doing Canadian outdoors next year, plus Australia,
Exactly
plus
right.
USA.
He'll have 14 semis over here.
Yeah.
That's all right. We got the rise. There's riders that need jobs, so for sure. Now, Max? Are we doing a fly deal for the team, or is JB just fly? What are we doing for Penrite?
JB's deal is separate from the team. But
Okay.
I talk to Reeve probably twice a week.
But the team is a fly team too, like Oldenburg and Clout were fly, but I didn't know if that was
the team will most likely be a fly team again.
So their third guy, if they get one, will be fly.
Yes.
Okay. JB, what are we doing? Okay, so JB, what are we doing? What do we got to do to get you in the formula for next year?
I don't know, man. I mean,
I know you're tight with Shoei.
You got the guy sitting right next to you, right?
Yeah.
I mean, both
Why
guys.
you gotta put this on me?
Can we like JB's got a we know Shoei has treated him well over the years, and there's even a Shoei replica for JB.
He's got a replica.
Right.
I have a feeling that if there was an opportunity for us, we would be all about it. But he has a very established relationship with Shoei. If that ever changed, of course we would be interested.
Yeah, we're done with Shoei. We're going to move on.
We try to be respectful of long-term.
I understand that.
Shoei's been great.
I think
Shoei's been great. And honestly, having a replica helmet, that was a childhood dream for everybody, right? And to be in Shoei, yeah.
We'll give you a replica
like those
formula.
guys.
We'll give him a replica formula, right?
Guy's killing me.
No.
Max?
Okay, what?
Max?
I mean, why can't we do that?
We would have had to start 8 months ago.
We discontinued that program.
We'll do it for 2023.
We haven't done a replica since Pike.
Oh, the Weston ruined it for people.
No, we had a shorty, we had a tray, we had a Pike. They just never seemed to go.
Can I get a pulp one?
Hard no.
Hard no. Big tomahawk.
Hold on. If we did a pulp replica, Steve, what do you? I mean,
it has to have a tomahawk.
Can we work a deal? Or?
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready. I'll wear it. I'll promote it.
Tomahawks and gargoyles.
No, I'm saying me.
You. Yeah.
Supercuff.
Yeah, we could do that, JB, for sure.
You got a lot of fans in Australia as well, so that we can make that a separate deal.
Right. Yeah. Oh, a separate deal.
JB, let's talk about this on the side.
JB, I don't think you want to do this. Every
tell you
time
what these
Steve
cameras cost.
sponsors somebody, it's a kiss of death for the race. It does not go well.
True.
I don't have much of a comeback for that. It's a great point. It's a great point. It's
not for lack of trying.
No.
It's not for lack of trying.
Wait, I think people forget though. Didn't McAdoo win Geneva with Pulp on his jersey?
Yeah. Wait.
That's kind of flipped.
Was I on the jersey then?
Yeah, because remember I negotiated a first class ticket or something, and you had to.
You paid him $500 or something.
He was still wearing the straight rhythm gear.
Oh, that was it. Yes, that was it. Right.
Yeah, he had that gear on, but he won Geneva with it on.
Yeah, that's right.
And you gave him a bonus.
No, the bonus was maybe that was for it. I don't remember. JB, I don't remember. It was $250 or $450 or something for first class flight.
Yeah, something like that. But he had that on his jersey, remember, in Geneva, and I was like, we're not doing this for free. So we negotiated on the Pope live show.
I do remember.
You were stuck. You had to do it.
I did have to do it. Yeah. So we won Geneva with a Pulp logo.
Yeah.
Once.
There's one.
One.
We got A-Ray a few times. Not going well.
Not good.
Yeah, don't do the two-stroke thing anymore.
Will Hahn and I broke up halfway through our agreement because I brought him Caribou coffee in the morning.
I actually bought it.
Yeah.
I went and got it.
He refused to take, so he tore the sticker off in
Chris
anger.
Blo's two-stroke race.
Not good.
Go well.
Not
Was
good.
he a Starbucks only guy?
Yeah, he said anything but Caribou, and then he got really mad.
Gotcha.
I feel like there's been another successful one somewhere along the line though.
I don't.
Bowers was garbage at Southwick last year. Bowers did he had his arm was all jacked up, he's crashed, and he had his worst national of the year with Pulp stuff.
Was the sticker on prior?
Look at the shroud down there. Just look at the shroud. Look at the green shroud.
And then the next week he was Privateer of the Week. And he got all the screen time and everything. It was a week late.
Did he really?
Yeah.
That was awesome.
I don't know, but listen, we got to get JB in a formula. So what do we got to do to make that happen, Max?
We'll just have to go to work on it. We need an
Steve,
opportunity. We'll see.
Yeah.
Steve, how good is the new fly stuff?
It's amazing. Yeah, it's great.
Dude,
I love it.
Unbelievable.
Have
you been in some light stuff yet?
I haven't got the light stuff yet. I feel like the fly guys feel like I am too chubby for the light stuff because I've yet to see any of it show
told
up.
us no
I
on
feel
Evo.
like you think you're too chubby for the light.
You
stuff.
said you tried Evo and it wasn't for you.
So are you Evo?
No, I didn't try Evo.
Yeah.
I did not.
Evo.
No,
absolutely.
I do not have Evo. I don't have Evo.
You tried it last year and said, no, I don't like it yet.
You wanted the Kinetic. That's why we sent you Kinetic.
I don't know.
So he's Kinetic. Shit. Gotcha.
I'll tell you what I do like. I think I like the best line is Kinetic Mesh.
Yeah. When you
just feels light and
when you get down to your race fit and
Yeah.
you're ready for World Vets again,
Yeah.
you need to switch to Evo.
Okay. All right.
Significantly different than Kinetic. I think like it's a step up in price, of
Yeah,
course, right?
right.
You always have to factor that in, but there is a reason why it's more expensive.
Do you like the stuff with the BOA? The new light stuff, JB? Have you ridden much
I love
in it?
it. Yeah. Yeah. I love it. Yep.
Is that would
But
be?
I go back and forth between Evo and Light. Like both of them, I feel like I like both the same. They're both awesome. They're both like an athletic fit.
Yep.
Yeah, they're good.
I've been a light guy for a while, and I don't ride a lot. We know that, but I shot that video for the Mint LE Evo stuff.
Yep.
That stuff's good. Evo is really good now. I
Zach-
kind of
Yeah.
forgot because
Zach
I was
likes
just
Evo
lighter.
too.
I was like light or nothing, and I was like, this stuff is because I raced an Evo for years, going back to like 2009,
Yeah, but
2010.
you can't count
totally
that.
different,
Right.
Yeah,
right?
it was not good.
It's heavy, didn't breathe air.
Not good.
So
Yeah.
I was always like, okay, I'm going to Kinetic or Light or whatever, and that's the first time I've worn Evo in a long time, and it was freaking good. It's really impressive.
Is Duff Life coming over to Penrite?
Yeah, Duff Life is on.
Okay. All
Done
right.
deal.
Fantastic. That
Yeah.
was actually probably a silly question. How's everything? How's everything going with 10 cycles? How's that?
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, so I haven't talked about that too much, but publicly anyways. But yeah, 10 cycles. We opened that motorcycle dealership. Now we just got Specialized e-bikes. We got some Levos, Steve. We got some Levos
Listen,
in
I
there.
mean, listen. I mean, that they're a good company, but you got to get some tasers.
Justin sent
But
me
yeah,
a
so
cycling
10
kit.
cycles in. Oh yeah, how is it, JT?
Amazing.
You like it?
Amazing.
Yeah.
I asked Max to please reach out to you and find out all the details so we could try to order more of it.
I have.
Yeah.
I
I told
honestly,
her-
I have the pricing sheet from the guy at that company.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's really
I
awesome.
think that's what I was telling you about at Millville, Max.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
have the
that
pricing
company,
sheet.
yeah,
I got it
it's
this
legit.
week. So
Nice.
Okay,
Nice.
so are you like every other dealer out there, JB? And this pandemic, as bad as it is for some people, has been amazing for business. Is the same thing for you?
It has been amazing, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Of all the bad things that have happened, the motorcycle or motorsports industry has been crushing it. So, yeah, when this first happened, I was like, oh boy, here we go. But yeah, literally like the next month, so April, we like doubled or tripled sales, and it's been great. So
Yeah.
yeah, the hardest part is just getting bikes. Like I've got
Right.
so many people asking for bikes, and but the cool thing is with the Specialized line, like we literally just got the bikes last week.
Mm-hmm.
So, they've set aside some bikes for new dealers. So thankfully we've got some of those in stock, which those are really hard to get right now too. Anything
Yeah.
2-wheel, 4-wheel, like it's all difficult to get. So, but yeah, it's been a fun venture. We've we're going on a little over a year and a half now, and
Nice.
it's
Yeah.
been fun to learn the business side of things, and it's been super fun. We got fly racing in there, obviously, and
And
cool.
do you push that, or do you push something else? If you can, JB, do you lead them to another brand? Let's say.
it's the dumbest question ever.
come on.
What do we got to do to get you some intense in there? What do we have to do that? I mean,
I'm pretty sure that we can order Intense, right? Isn't it through?
You can order just the one model, the Taser MX, through Parts Unlimited. Yeah.
Got you there. That's what I was thinking. Yeah, I didn't want to speak out of turn, but
no, yeah, bring those in and put those right over top of those Levos.
Okay.
Just knock over those
Gotcha.
Levos. No problem.
Gotcha. Hey, as long as people aren't riding bikes, I don't really care.
Yeah, it is crazy, man. The Levo stuff is quick. The Intense guys are all sold out. Like it is just nutty, and it's e-bikes, right? Like that's what people are wanting.
Yeah.
So it's really cool.
I think it's all bikes.
Yeah.
Period.
Yeah, probably, right?
It's all bikes.
Yeah. But like now, if you're JB, right, or you're Intense or whatever, and you're forecasting down the road, how do you do that? Because there's not
I
going to be
can
another.
answer that. You just guess. You have
You
no
just
idea.
guess. Okay, yeah.
Because that's what we're doing.
Right.
We don't know. Is it going to be like 2020?
Is it
going to be like 2019?
Right.
Is it going to be some sort of hybrid between? You have no
Yeah.
clue.
Yeah.
Is COVID going to continue?
You
where
would think
everybody?
you would think that some of it will stick, though, right? Like all the people that are buying bikes and buying gear and all that. Let's just say 100 people got into it that don't normally. You would think 50 of them would at least stick and stay around, right?
Right.
I hope.
I'm just using
That's what we
random
hope.
numbers, but like.
There's just no way. Like our old sales data that we would normally rely on, you're just like, you just shrug your shoulders because no one can tell you Exactly. It's not like somebody can say, and you're wrong. Like everybody's guessing.
Yeah.
Like we're trying to prepare to have enough if this continues at the rate we're going now, but you also don't want to put yourself in a really bad spot if it doesn't. What are you going to do with all that extra stuff?
I don't know.
Whether it's bicycles or helmets or gear or whatever.
Yeah.
Everybody's in the same boat as far as trying to forecast, and there is no right answer.
I'm the same way. Like that's why I asked the question. Like how if you're like you guys are distributors, JB's a dealer. You're both on the same level. You're trying to figure out how much do I bring in for stock? You know what I mean? Like good luck.
At least on a dealer. Well, for apparel anyway. For bikes, it's a little different. But for apparel, at least they can rely on Western Power Sports having availability.
Yep.
So we try to take that burden off the dealer and say, okay, we're going to have it. You bring it in as you need it and load up and make sure you can service customers.
Yeah.
But we're going to take on the burden of guessing how much we're going to need.
Yeah, but you feel like as a dealer holding it and touching it and making that sale right there instead of saying I'll have it for you tomorrow.
But they don't necessarily have to go crazy on their initial buy.
Right.
They can buy more if they want.
Yeah.
But they don't have to go crazy and take all that burden on. They can be like, okay, we're going to do a little bit more than we did last year, and if it takes off, we'll just buy more and we'll have it the next day.
Yeah, JB, good luck with all that.
JT, do you think? Let's just say I have my best season ever this next year in 21. Do you think it's all the time that I've spent in my dealership working?
Yes.
Over this off season?
Yeah, absolutely. I would think the J-Mart is wearing right off on you, and it's perspective. And, you learn that you don't want to have to go into a dealership for the rest of your life, so you have to ride better.
It's humbling. It makes you want to go faster.
Go compete for that national championship.
Just wanted to make sure so Steve can have something to talk about, in 21.
Right. Yeah, exactly, right. Just, dedicate yourself a little bit, JB. Look what happens. You know what I mean?
You're fucking kidding me.
And then also too, we got to get that X brand deal hammered out too, JB, for you, and we'll just keep going. Yeah. I mean, we can do it all.
Nice,
right.
Nice.
Just X brand just swept the XC2 podium, JB, at the last GNCC.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I saw Strang one. Isn't he in?
Yeah, he's X brand too. Yeah.
Fly guy.
Yeah,
Fly
X brand. It's all happening, JB.
Yeah.
Come over. Couple of thoughts, Justin Brayton, before we let you go on just generic stuff here, because I love hearing your stuff. Can you believe J-Mart went back to Star?
Man, that's a tough one because
it's amazing.
No, I can't believe it.
I know.
I can't believe it. But then again, after watching all summer, I mean, look, I love Hondas. I'm a Honda guy.
Yeah.
But dude, those bikes are unbelievable. And I went to Millville and watched this only one I went to in person this year.
Yep.
And just up those hills, it's clearly an advantage. I don't care what anybody says. So I guess if you can't beat them, join them, right?
Yeah.
He's had a lot of success there before. And yeah, I mean, I guess after he's done it and you kind of think about it, you're like, yeah, I guess it kind of makes some sense. So good on him for getting it done. And I mean, he's going to be hard to beat next year in motocross for sure.
He's a heavy favorite for a motocross title right now.
Yeah.
So it's amazing that happened, because they really hated each other by the time they were done over there when J-Mart left.
Yeah, wasn't he? He was out of his own easy up or own.
Yeah, he was out of the back of the truck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you guys think that with Jet, and we all know Jet is coming, right? He's still so young, and he wins the last race of the year. His future is incredibly bright. Do you guys, and Justin, you would know this better than I think the rest of us, do you think that it would be better, worse, or neutral for Jet as far as equipment-wise going in-house at Honda with the 250? Would it matter, or would the bike take a step back or maybe move forward?
I think it just depends who's involved, right? Like if HRC, in Japan, and they treat it as like a real legit factory effort, I don't see how it couldn't get better, right? If they have that many resources, not saying Geico didn't have that resource, but now there's just one layer. Like you're literally just making the phone calls, where at Geico you'd kind of have to go through a couple layers to get there.
Yep.
So I would think so, but also I think Geico did a really good job with that bike, and how much more is there to get? That's the thing in the 250 class. It's like, is there really much more to get? And if there is it 1%? Is it 2%?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's not 10, right? So, yeah, if he could maybe gain 1 or 2%, and then there is something about being under that 10. I've lived it, a couple times now, and just something about being under that HRC tent that gives you that extra little bit of spunk that is just, you don't get anywhere else. It's hard to explain, but so maybe that adds up a little bit, and and it's where he needs to be. The biggest thing for Jed, I think, is just consistency on starts, which he did get some good starts, but if he can get consistent starts, that's going to be the biggest thing now with J-Mart on that bike, because J-Mart actually got good starts on the Geico bike as well. So
He did, yeah.
yeah, it's going to be difficult task, but Jet, man, that dude's legit for sure.
We are giving away a set of Fly Light gear, by the way. Contest at PulpMXShow.com. Just email us, and you'll same stuff that JB wears, among others. Zach Osborne, the 450 motocross champion, wearing Fly Racing, of course.
Which, that's pretty awesome, huh?
That's pretty good. Outside of AC,
so
I think
cool.
even AC's probably happy that Zach won.
Yeah.
Because Adam's a pretty nice guy.
You think so?
I think AC's like, yeah, that's cool that Zach won. I do.
Okay.
If there's one guy, like I think
I don't think he's bitter. I just think he wanted to win.
Oh, of course, yeah. But I'm just saying he's probably like, okay, Zach won.
I'm happy.
Max and JT, were you guys sweating it this year, like coming down to the last couple races?
Max probably was. I was not.
I probably was a little bit more, but I have a lot of faith in Zacho. He's done this a few times, so I had faith in him.
I just knew there was nothing we could do about it anyway. So we just
even if you had faith in him, and there's just something about that first one, because that's that's a huge deal for everybody involved.
Listen, I don't care what he says. His greatest ride of his career was WW Ranch, and he'll argue with me, but I don't want to hear about it. That was his greatest ride.
Why? What's he say is his greatest ride?
Red Bud earlier this year. I had a great ride on 250s at Hangtown one time.
He did have that was a good day at Hangtown.
Pipe down, Zach. Pipe down.
Pipe down.
His argument was the way he felt. Yeah. Like he said, he felt those days like at Red Bud. He said it was just effortless. Like he was like, I won, and I wasn't really trying all that hard. I could have gone faster. Yeah. I could have beat him even worse if I needed to. Where I think WW Ranch, he was on the limit.
That's fine. I don't care.
Okay.
WW Ranch.
Well, more of the timing of it, though, probably, right?
Right.
Steve,
everything about it. Right.
As far as the timing, everything about it, he needed to get it done. It was just, I think if you combine everything, it's hard to argue that it's not his best ride.
I mean, that was under pressure.
Yeah.
Like, he needed to hold those points over Tomac. Like, to beat Tomac when he's in that mode doesn't happen very often. There was a lot of things.
He joins.
And how he won.
Yeah.
He joins other Fly Racing champions like J-Law and Jessamine
and Zach.
Kennard. Kennard wasn't where Kennard was Fox that year. Yeah.
Joins a very exclusive crew there.
And honestly,
Jessamine,
Yeah, Jessamine
East
or 125 East back
then.
125
East.
Oh, on Suzuki's. He was in Fly then.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Gold, dude. Gold at Vegas.
Yeah, that jersey took 2 anchor points in the wall to hang it up.
Hey, that guy rode a lot. He rode a lot. I practiced with him that year.
Is there a least known champion in our sport than Brandon Jessamine? Like media-wise, or people
remember?
Yeah, or the people remember?
Yeah, and that was just who he was. He was very quiet. He was soft-spoken.
Yeah.
But I'm telling you, man, and I was a pretty hard worker too. He would be we rode at the same track every day, and I would be like, done, I'm going home, and he would be like he'd getting a sandwich out of his truck because he was not even close to done.
Yeah.
Yeah, like he was. I hate to see guys like that kind of just disappear into the sunset because he was pretty underrated.
Yeah.
When he was at his best, he was a guy. I remember he gave Stu everything he wanted in outdoors a couple times on 125s. Like he was pretty damn legit that year, 02, 03, that time frame.
So
the title that I remember a lot when I was a kid is Shea Bentley when he won that title. Just the way he was yelling and stuff.
Yeah.
And really after that, not much else happened, huh?
He had injury after injury, man.
Yeah,
shoulders and stuff were bad. It wasn't a good deal for sure. After
he was that way when we were kids too. We were the same age.
Yep.
Grew up a few hours apart,
really?
so I raced him my whole life. And he was very slight of build, right? So if he crashed, something was probably breaking. And when we were kids, he never crashed. He was smooth as silk, and he really never pushed and never took chances. But you know how it is when you turn pro, like you can't take it easy. Like you got to put it on the line. And when you're that, slender of a build, yeah, man, collarbones break and wrists, and he just had bad luck that way.
How about his lever setup?
Yeah, that was interesting.
Yeah.
It was like to avoid arm pump, right? Like he could.
No, the way his shoulder was.
But I think he got arm pump if he didn't have it that way, it would because of his shoulder.
Yeah,
or
whatever. It's because of his shoulder, the way his shoulder was hurt or whatever. That was why I had to be. So it's very bizarre. JB, we think Supercross schedule comes out tomorrow. Of course, it's Monday, October 26th. Comes out tomorrow. We're pretty sure we're going to be arriving 3 rounds in one city. Looks like on like a Saturday and a Wednesday and a Saturday or something. How do you feel about that? How's that going to go for you? It's going to be a little bit like Salt Lake, I guess.
Yeah, I love it. I'm all about it.
You are?
I think it's great. Yeah, especially at this point in my career, I think it's great to change it up. I've done Saturday night Supercross for forever now, and yeah, I think it's fun. And now, you know, with me having a family, I think it'd be cool to take the family to one of them where we can stay there and they can watch 3 races instead of just flying in and out. And yeah, I like it. I think it'll be really fun and mix it up a little bit. I don't know the exact venues, but yeah, I think if we're racing in a stadium in 2021, sign me up.
Right. Well, we get ready to sign you up too as a guest on the remote PulpMX shows that we are going to do all week long too. So sign up for that.
Oh yeah.
We're definitely going to have to end up doing that.
Hopefully it's normal enough where we can actually like talk to each other and interact, and it's not like everybody, you go over there, we'll go over here. Oh, you're a rider, you can't talk to them. They're in the team designation.
Yeah,
you know,
I don't know about that. Yeah.
Well, I think with therapeutics and vaccines and whatever it's going to be. If you have fans at the race, you're going to be allowed to talk to whoever.
Yeah, I wonder. I don't know how the fans are going to like react if they can just go to a pit party and not the trucks and not see the bikes.
No, I'm saying, but us.
Oh, us. Yeah.
Like before, it was like you guys can't talk to them.
Right.
Stay away from them.
Yeah.
Right. And swaps getting kicked out. And there were rules. I get it, but I don't think it'll be like that.
Yeah, I hope so.
If we find some mountain bike trails, Steve, will JT join us? Yes or no?
No chance. He hit me up last week and said, "Hey man, before the show on Monday, can we go mountain biking?" And I said, "Yep." And then I said to him, "Did you bring your stuff?" And he said, "No."
Because I looked at the weather. It was gonna be terrible. Why didn't you go mountain biking this morning, Steve?
The weather.
There you go.
Oh, really? Yep. Bad weather, huh?
Yeah.
Cold and windy, bro.
It's cold.
Yeah, it was.
Really?
Yeah.
What's cold?
I don't know.
40. It was 40 something.
Was
this
it?
morning, yeah.
I think the wind was what I was.
Yeah,
it was super
really
windy.
bad.
But he won't join us anyways, JB. He's not a mountain biker. He just doesn't believe.
No, I want to do the e-bike thing. I really do. I want to try it out. If it would have been like sunny and nice, I would have brought my stuff. No problem.
I'm slacking off, but we were riding like 2-3 times a week.
Road biking.
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
I ride every day.
Yeah, mountain.
He rides
biking.
every day.
Yeah. No, I'm aware, but mountain biking, he doesn't go on mountain bike.
I think you'd go.
I want to try the e-bike.
Okay.
I really do.
Okay. All right. Wow.
Did you learn anything in Park City from Kenny and I, Steve, on the e-bike?
Yeah, I learned that
smooth as silk from 94 and
I learned that I still am not on the pace of 2 elite level motocross athletes that I need to be on to keep up.
What about Johnny Tomac?
Yeah.
Riding out of the mist.
Just amazing. Well, you guys were you on e-bikes that day?
Yeah.
Kenny was. Yeah, I know Kenny was. Yeah, right. Yeah. No, I fell over in those trees a bunch of times too. Got all scraped up.
You did.
Yeah.
You did fall.
Those were tight turns, bro. But Nick and I went up there and we saw John Tomac coming out of the mist we were coming down a hill and he was coming up it. And it was amazing. He was out of the saddle, JB, and he had his bullet helmet on.
Like a mythical being.
Yeah, and he was just
full legend,
grinding up there.
You ever seen Legends of the Fall?
Yeah.
And Brad Pitt, his hair's just flowing. That was Johnny Tomac with no hair climbing.
And Nick is like, "Johnny T," and he's like, "What's up, boys?" And he just kept going, and I'm just like, he's disgusted in us. We got e-bikes and we're going down this hill, and he's going up on a regular
normal bike.
He's on a regular bike going up, and we're like,
that's funny.
No, JB, happy to have you on the show here. We got a special guest calling in here shortly for you, so we'll keep you on for that. But brought to you by Vertex Pistons, sales at pivotworks.com. Full range of 2-stroke and 4-stroke pistons and replica, high compression, or GP-style configurations. VertexPistons.com. Yeah, JB, I think it's going to be interesting to see the Supercross schedule as far as so obviously in Salt Lake, you guys had a couple spots to go practice. KTM and Husky rented a track, and you guys had that place up, the ranch and all that. The Flying Horse. I wonder, if it's going to be that easy in some of these cities that we're going to be in, which I kind of heard a rumor of the schedule. I think some of one of them is going to be in the winter. You're not going to be able to practice anywhere. So how's that going to go? Is that going to be fine? I mean, good for you, I guess, right? You're all right with it.
Yeah, I feel like it's fine in some of them. I've heard rumors of, some cities, and I think it'll work in some where we race, 3 races, and maybe you go ride, on, I don't know exactly the days, but if there is enough time in between, I think we'll all find someplace.
You think you'll find? Yeah, you think you'll be able to find something? Yeah.
Yeah, I would think so.
Okay.
There's so many tracks around these stadiums, or we go to such big cities, and it may be an hour or 2 drive, but and depending on how much time there is, and if they do press days or not, I think there's a lot of variables. But yeah, if there is 4 days or something in between some races, I would think that we'd find a place to ride at least one of those days.
Because, man, I can't imagine.
Or maybe you even fly home, right? I was thinking if we race 3 days a week, I don't know the specific days, but like if we raced during the day on one of them, you could catch a flight out that night, and you had 4 days off. You could still go home for
true
a little bit.
You know, I didn't think about that. I wonder if there'll be day races. I didn't think about that because in the middle of the week, right? Like,
No idea.
Yeah. Like, because there's no chance of a
I don't think so though, because if you're racing during the week, you're going to want fans there, and fans are at work.
Yeah.
So if they're doing
that's
fans
true,
at the races, I think they would be at night.
And NBC would.
The only time they were doing it, before it was like no fans anyway. So let's just get these things done.
Yeah, who cares, right?
Yeah.
You got a good point. All right, let's get to our last caller here for JB. He is from RacerX Online. It's Jason Wygant. What's up, Weege?
Yeah!
Oh.
Weege. Oh, yeah. JB, this is awesome. It's the only reason I would ever listen to this dumb show, but at least they got a good guest.
That's right.
And Weege, JB's been around all fall now in North Carolina, so you feel better probably. He's not off in Australia.
Yeah, well, I gotta praise the Australians. They've done everything they needed to do for JB. They've gifted. I don't know. Well, we'll just see. But they've done great things for JB in his career and his future. So don't worry. We'll always have Australia. It's not over.
Weege, do you have some sort of like emotional? Do you get like the shakes or anything thinking about your spending that went on in Australia a year ago?
Yeah, it's actually worked out terribly because my wife is like, all that money we spent on a trip, we can't spend on a trip this year, so we should like buy furniture and stuff for the house. So she's on to me, man. She's on to me. I thought I had it good. Like I'm like, oh, we can't travel, we can't spend the money. There's nothing I can do.
Hey, I see. First time I seen Weege in New Zealand, we show up at this place, and literally within 5 minutes, he's telling me how expensive the coffee is. He's talking about how much money he spent so far. It was hilarious. It was hilarious.
I think, JB, I think people like on social media think it's a bit of an act on social media. Like they think that it's a bit of a ha, like this is his life. Like he lives this. This is real. Like I do feel like people aren't quite sure with Weege if this is true.
Oh, you don't double use coffee packets, like single use coffee servings twice, unless you're the real deal.
He's talking about buying furniture. He walks straight through the showroom, straight back to the very back of RC Willie or one of those places where the closeout.
Right.
It was returned. We had it for 2 days.
Yeah.
That type of furniture.
Right. Weege, have you tried to go to 10 cycles and return anything that you got for free as a promo item for Racer X? Have you tried that yet?
Yeah, I haven't gone there at all because I would be very conflicted. I would like to support them. I wouldn't want discounts or free stuff, but I obviously would never pay full price for anything, so I don't want to do either.
Yeah.
I'm really torn. And Max, you nailed it, man. Like I say, Max, all the time on these big purchases, they're really one-time purchases. I mean, you're going to purchase a big item once every 8 or 10 years. So if you can sneak under the wire that one time every 10 years with a significant discount because it was, a returned open box item, That's huge.
That's you. You're going straight to the back, and it's like your wife's like, "Oh, there's a set that matching couches as you walk by." You're the guy that's like, "No, the brown and the black one in the back will be just fine.
Yeah,
we're good."
Yep.
Yeah. I tried to get a mattress last year at this furniture warehouse. She was not having it. Returned mattresses.
So we think Brayton's, working with the Penrite guys. It's going to come together. There may be a third guy on the team. I pitched JB and Yariv on getting Phil as a third guy, Supercross only.
Yes, Phil has a great history with Australia, and most importantly, he is a Supercross champion.
Yeah,
he is a Supercross champion.
Exactly.
Yep.
Right.
I didn't know the Penrite deal was known, so that's what I was saying. I'm like, don't worry, Australia has still done great things, but I didn't want to specify. So now we're good. Now you know what I'm saying.
Yeah,
we're good.
We're fine.
Yep.
We're fine.
Phil would make Penrite pen wrong.
Well, if
I don't know what we're gonna do with Phil. I don't know what we're gonna do with Phil.
Hold on, Weege, go ahead.
Yeah. What are we gonna do with Phil? What if it's over? I'm really worried.
It will. I think it is because the Cowie team doesn't have the money. The Cowie Canada team has one spot left, but they don't have Phil's kind of money.
There's always Endurocross.
Oh God.
we can give it a shot.
That's literally Death Cross.
So any more BMXing with Chad Reed, Weege? Any more of that?
Chad's moved big time. They spent 10 days in Florida chasing nationals. The local scene wasn't big enough. I mean, there are big races in our area, and they'll be there for those. But they've had to start chasing it. They bought a truck and a camper. It is so on. It is unbelievably on. I cannot keep up. Like, as you would imagine, I bought a bike for $100 on Craigslist, and that's still what we're using. And Connor Field said, dude, I'll get you a discount on a new bike. Nope, we're good. We're good.
Hey,
We're good.
JB, Connor was also in here telling us how We Just Kid was wearing, like, what was it? The shorts or nobody had shorts on, but We Just Kid. He was dressed like just.
Yeah.
Jersey on backwards.
Yeah.
Well, Connor.
Yeah, I
Connor
could
was
see that.
disappointed. You can see that, right? Connor was disappointed because Connor bought me lunch and then he rode with my kid, and I was way more pumped on the free lunch than my kid getting to ride with the greatest BMX rider in the world.
It's
Yeah.
fantastic.
Yeah. But let's talk about me. Let's talk about JB. JB, look, you've always come into Anaheim with a head of steam. Are we going to be okay without the Australia, Paris, Geneva head of steam? Are we going to be okay?
Oh, now we're just going to be rested and ready to roll.
All right.
That's it.
The wallet's going to be lighter, but he's going to come in more. I've lived that life that JB's on. I know the toll it takes on you, and I can only speak for myself, of course. But when it came around like March, April, I'm like, damn, I've been racing for a long time. I would love to not get on an airplane this Friday. So I think it'll actually maybe help a little bit, like the length of a full Supercross season.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is just the prep. Like, I love racing and all that, but JT, you would know as a racer.
Oh,
right now
here
is
we
the
go
most
again.
critical time.
Here we go again.
Yep. Yeah, you don't get to train
right now
really
is
at
the
all.
most critical time. Yeah. So I would train starting August 1st. Typically is when my program would start for Australia, and I would start racing in the middle of September. And then it's like travel mode. I'm traveling around. There's decent Supercross tracks to practice on, but you just travel so much over there. And then once I come back to the States, usually come back right around Thanksgiving. Then I'm going to Geneva. So then I only have 3 weeks before Anaheim to really get my bike back dialed in and all that. So.
You know what I really felt like I suffered with was doing enough 20-lap motos or 20-minute motos, because you're doing so much racing. You're super sharp, right? Your gate drops and all that. You're ready to sprint. But that time where you're just hammering 20s days on end, you kind of suffer from that. And I guess for you, if you wanted to do those in August, maybe that would carry you through. But that's what I noticed is like, man, I've probably done a quarter of the 20s that I should have done by now. And hopefully I don't get tired, but we're going to find out.
Yeah. But the first 450 gate drop at Anaheim 1 Supercross this year. The very first 450
we're not going to Anaheim, but anyways, yeah.
No, I'm saying this year.
Oh, yeah.
2020.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
I mean, you remember what happened, right?
Oh, it was beautiful. It was beautiful.
Dude,
Heat one.
He was in the press box. His pants were off. It was he put all caps in the tweets. It was amazing.
God.
Yeah,
that was a bunch of laps led. That was a solid amount up front. I feel it was a solid effort up front.
I feel like you've said like in all caps, this is how the season begins, or this is what you're all looking at. Like it was
just an indication.
Yeah.
JB.
Well, we were on a high from Oz X.
Anaheim.
Yeah, we were on a high from Oz X. We won that,
Right.
Yep, taking down the big names. They brought Jason Anderson over. They brought Chad Reed over, but we took the win at OzX. Look, we know that JB is an Anaheim guy. I remember way back in the JGR days, you won a heat, like early in your JGR year.
He won a heat with a skeleton gear and Pirellis.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yep.
You won an Anaheim 1 heat, but also remember that year you just straight up passed Villapoto and beat him for a heat race win, Anaheim 2.
Yep, that's right. The
Almost
week
won
before
Phoenix.
Phoenix and almost won Phoenix.
Yep, should have just taken RV
That was
out.
transfer of power, wasn't it? Wasn't that
transfer of power?
That was transfer of power.
With Barsha?
Yeah.
With Barsha. You took Barsha's seat.
Which we've never proven that transfer of power wasn't correct. We've never proven that. So.
I mean, it's a ridiculous theory, but you can't say it's not true.
Right.
Show me how it's not true.
Thank you, JT. Hey, I'm going to tell everybody here what a great motivational guy Justin Brayton is. So, JT, you mentioned the wallet is going to be lighter for Justin Brayton because we don't have these international races. So when I was talking to JB at Millville and he said, yeah, it looks like Australia's going to be off. They're all going to be off. That's, of course, the first thing I said. Oh, man, dude, the paycheck. But no, Justin Brayton is able to see either scenario as awesome. When you go there, you speak nothing but positive about what it does for your career and getting ready and your profile. Obviously, it pays well. But you've also turned not being able to do it into a positive I can't do those things. If I buy expensive furniture, I will never, ever see the positive side of that. I am impressed how you are able, and you can speak on this, maybe you've learned this through the years, but you're able to take whatever situations are in your control and just try to make the best of them and not dwell on it.
Absolutely, absolutely. And Weege, you would not approve of this. So obviously the wallet is, a touch lighter. But what do? Buy another house in Iowa. How's that, Weege? Buy another house in Iowa. This summer, the family went back to Iowa, and we purchased a house. So that's not Weege.
I'm going to hope the appreciation of that house and the investment property purposes. I'm sure that's why. Please say it. Please say that house will double in value in the next 10 years.
I think Weege is into that. I think Weege, if you're going to invest and it's going to make you more money, I think you would sign off on that.
Right. And I just got new floors put in the house, which, by the way, Weege, JT said nice-looking floors when he walked in. You're not a fan of that because that's not an investment. That's not something I'm going to get back in the floor.
Steve basically purchased a new car in his floors and then told us it's going to raise the value of his house. And I'm like, like 20% of it, bro.
I don't know. It's better than nothing. I mean, Jesus. He was so angry, Brayton, that I put new flooring in. He was angry. It was
the amount of money and cameras and flooring in this house is astounding.
Yeah.
And he probably asked us to pay for all of it.
Yeah.
Speaking of cars, Steve, Weege and I had ridgeline to ridgeline interaction the other day.
No. Oh, God, that's amazing.
It was amazing.
Where was that?
Well, he called me. I was in a ridgeline, and he was in a ridgeline.
Oh, that's right. Yes. Yeah, I saw that.
Yep.
And Weege, you took your ridgeline all the way to Jersey, rode like a charm, just drove amazingly, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I had it loaded up. I was trying to get rid of – my mom had given me old furniture for free like 12 years ago. And because we're not going on a trip this year, my wife's finally like, can you give this furniture back to your mom and can we buy some new furniture? And now I even have a truck. So I had to drive the furniture up, load it up like the Clampets. The amount of stuff I can fit in that truck, and it still drove well. It was can't endorse the product enough.
Now, JB, have you seen the new Ridgeline?
I haven't. They have a new one?
Oh, you Google it. Google it after we get off the phone. It's impressive looking. I may have to spring for one. Yeah.
Really? You're going to do the upgrade, huh?
I think so. It looks pretty good. It looks pretty badass. So
when's it coming out?
A couple months, I guess.
Oh.
Yeah, early 21.
Yeah,
early 21.
Yeah.
How have I not seen this? Have you seen it, Weege?
Yeah, it's you can Google it. You'll see it. All they did was change the looks. The rest of the truck's the same. So I think I'm going to hold off. But Steve, you have a different.
I can't wait. I can't believe that Weege didn't wait for the new one to come out so he could get a deal on the old one.
I don't think he knew.
Oh, I'm mad. I'm mad.
So, Weege, before we let you go, Weege, prediction for JB for 2021 Supercross?
How many rounds are they going to do?
We're going to do 17, I think.
I'm thinking about 15 wins.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
I mean, not perfect season. Let's not get ridiculous.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
like that. I think that'll be. I think that's fair. Fair assessment on
how
it's going to go.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to sound biased and say he's going to win 17. That'd be ridiculous.
Right. But 15. I mean,
that's pretty cocky. Yeah.
You need realistic goals.
Yeah. You got to be realistic.
It's doable.
Oh, fantastic. Well, Weege, what are you doing? You're in SoCal, Weege. What are you doing to make money? What's going on? How are you making money here?
Yeah, so this is, you guys will enjoy this. So tomorrow, KTM is going to have a championship celebration for our buddy Zacho and also Caleb Russell. So I think the way they have to do this with social distancing is we're doing like a YouTube show that they're showing to all of their brass around the world because they can't invite people here to do it. So, since it's got to be on YouTube and it's got to be a video, I guess they're going to need a host, and I guess they have to pay somebody to do it.
Fantastic.
We guess it has to be you.
Yep. Yeah. If you're paying, I'm saying.
Yep. There it is.
Yep.
Yeah, man.
Fantastic. So you're just there for the day, and then you're back out?
Yes, and the team intro is mid-November on a Tuesday afternoon. So maybe it's time for some Pulp Show live in studio.
Oh, nice. I like it. We'll have to figure that out. Yeah, come on in. Absolutely. We should bring JB in one. We should bring JB up here too one time. Be great.
Mid-December, I might be out there.
There we go. Yeah, that'd be fantastic. Come up and maybe we can make it again or something. It'd be great. Great show.
I'll be there. JB's there. I'm there. I'll drive the Ridgeline from North Carolina.
Perfect 10. Perfect 10.
Perfect 10. Yeah, exactly. God, and Brayton, you don't even know, like, sitting next to Weege in a press box, like JT, you've been there. It's just like you get a hole shot, you come out first in practice, you jump something before anybody else.
He's typing as fast as he can with like smiles and giggles.
And he's like, perfect 10, perfect 10. He's yelling.
And it's always in all caps.
Oh, yeah. No, but he's yelling in the press box.
Yeah, at us.
Like, if JB gets out first in practice, look who's out front.
Yep, here we go.
Like, it's like Brayton.
This is our night.
Yeah, like, this is our night. Exactly. Like JB, it's just ridiculous. It is absolutely ridiculous. So
You never know. I learned from the best, Steve. I learned from the best. The number 15, you really taught me well.
Wow. You have a point there. I was pretty excited for Timmy at times.
It's a tough act to follow.
Right. And Dusty Klatt.
Oh, no. That went the opposite.
Yeah.
We should just sell. JT, I got an idea for you how you can make some money.
All right.
You should sell tickets for fans. Like I have a VIP program where they could hang out with us in the press box to see how ridiculous we are. Now, Mathis, when Marty does well, Mathis gets very excited for Marty. I think, JT, you could have a VIP program where fans could witness this in person.
Steve would get very upset at this.
Yeah, I would.
Steve would not be happy about this.
The things we say, we would get fired at times, too.
I don't know. I mean, you could tie it into a team. Maybe the Rocky Mountain ATV MC WPS Fly Racing team. Maybe tie it in to a team and make a true VIP program. JT.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
I'm all for it. I just think Steve would get very unhappy. Like, these people, why are they in the press box? Why are they bothering me?
No, JT, I think Chad has one. Maybe we'll check that out.
I'm unfamiliar.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Oh, that's cool.
Is Chad racing?
Good.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. He's not riding very much.
He
right
can't
now.
be racing. We all said he would be.
It's happening.
I don't think he's ever retiring.
JB?
Well, he did send me a text after he saw me riding Supercross a couple weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, "You riding Supercross?" And I said, "Yeah." He said, "I'm getting the itch again. May come join you."
Oh.
But I haven't seen him. Haven't talked to him since. So
What if he rolls up?
That was a few weeks ago.
What if he rolls up in a BMX bike? All
Is
right.
he gonna race? Do you guys know?
I really don't know. I was thinking about that on my mountain bike ride the other day on my intense taser, and I was thinking about that, and I'm like, geez, if he's gonna do it, he has to get things pretty much locked down by now.
Until I am proven wrong, I'm going to assume that he's never going to retire.
Okay. All right.
Just keep on going.
Right.
Yep. I've been right so far.
No, I think you're right. All right, Weege, thanks for calling in, buddy. Thank you.
Well, thanks for having JD on the show, Steve.
All right, you're welcome.
Perfect 10.
See you, man.
Later, Weege.
See ya.
And JB, quit wearing his T-shirt around. So, you know.
Oh, I had it on the other day.
I know, it was ridiculous. Just ridiculous.
It's ridiculous.
I love it.
All right, JB. Well, hey, thanks for joining us. Wow, we were on for almost an hour. I appreciate that. So, fantastic. And yeah, man, thanks for coming on. And hopefully, we'll hear about that Penrite thing soon. And we can tell your Reeve about Phil for that third spot. We'll get that rolling.
Will do.
And we'll get it going. Thanks, buddy.
Awesome. Thanks for having me. See you guys.
See ya.
See you, JB.
That's Justin Brayton, brought to you by VertexPistons.com. Let's go to commercial break here. We'll come back. Seth Hammaker will be joining us for the Monster Energy Pro Circuit team. I'm interested to talk to this kid. He seems like a nice dude.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll do the X-Brand Goggle Tear-Offs. Daniel Blair, familiar?
Yes, we used to race against each other. We talk racing quite a bit.
Okay, fantastic. We'll come back. Much more of the PulpMX Show brought to you by Motorsport.com and Fly Racing right after this.
Fly gear, best out there, bro.
Those who love motocross know Motorsport.com has the knowledge and expertise to make your next ride your best ride. Motorsport.com has a broad selection of in-stock parts and gear at competitive prices. We specialize in bringing you OEM and aftermarket parts, riding gear and accessories for dirt bikes, motorcycles, ATVs, and UTVs. All thanks to the most dedicated and experienced team of gearheads in the industry who use the very parts we sell on Motorsport.com. Motorsport.com always offers fast shipping and free delivery on orders more than $79 to ensure you never miss a ride. Whether you race on the track, ride the trails, or commute on the street, shop Motorsport.com today for the best customer service and experience when buying the parts and gear you need to stay on 2 and 4 wheels. Make your next ride your best ride, only at Motorsport.com.
Steve.
Kiefer.
Do you want to hear about one of the best rides I've ever had?
Dude, it's not time for After Dark yet.
Chill down, dude. I just want to talk about race tech stuff.
Oh, that's it. Okay.
Gosh, man. Basically, I've had the chance to do some stuff with race tech recently with the CRF 250R and, of course, the KX 250. And as you know, I've talked about on the show, I wasn't a real hardcore fan of race tech stuff back in the day. But since Rob and Andrew and those guys have assembled at race tech, the stuff has been great. So for you guys out there listening, if you guys are looking to get your engine work done or even some suspension work, or as Steven says on the show sometimes, get your seals and your oil rebuilt in your fork and shock. Get it rebuilt. It helps. 15 to 20 hours. Head over to racetech.com. Check out. They even got a cool little simulator. You can look at what size spring rate you might need for your bike. So a lot of cool features over there on the website. But and as you know, Yamaha Blue Crew guy over here, you guys have some of that on your bike.
It's fantastic. Zombie Blows uses it. Jerry Robin uses it. Starling, all of those guys over there. Malcolm Stewart won a Supercross with Race Tech stuff a few years ago. Pulp19 is the code to save. Mention PulpMX when you call. You can save on the service. You can save on motor work. You can save on springs if you just want to do that and get it put in yourself or do it yourself. Race Tech is the one-stop shopping for motor and suspension work. You can also mention the code HOMELIFE2020.
That's better. That's a better code, I think.
We'll do either one. Just listen, people. Give your bike some love. Get your suspension modified service. Get your motor modified serviced with the folks at Race Tech.
Good people.
Want a chain and sprocket kit but aren't sure what you need? Then call Vortex Racing at 800-440-3559 and get hooked up with a V3 Performance Kit. They have more gearing than your garage has room for. With over 30,000 possible gearing combinations, Vortex has the right gearing for any track condition. Join the ranks of factory Yamaha's Justin Barsha and Aaron Plessinger, as well as Supercross champion Dylan Ferrandis, and run a Vortex sprocket. Available in red, black, blue, silver, and green. Yes, green. Call a doctor, because things just got sick. Warning. May cause extraordinary power, excessive performance, and speed so fast your eyes will bleed. Call Vortex Racing at 800-440-3559. Mention promo code PulpMX2020 and get the best deal on your next order. And don't forget to sign up for the Vortex EK Athlete Support Team for 2020. For more information, call 800-440-3559 or visit vortexracing.com.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
Hey Pulp listeners, this is Andy from Guts Racing. I want to thank you guys for all the loyal support over the years. Thanks Steve Mathis for having us on the show. Steve normally asks for us to write out what we want to say, but this year I'm shooting it from the gut, right from the heart, because I really do appreciate all the fans out there that take time out of their day to put an order in at gutsracing.com using PulpMX 2020 for 2020 to get 20% off. Keep ordering, guys. Appreciate it. Love the support. Shout out to all the Guts riders out there. Go get some this year.
Thanks for listening to the PulpMX show, everybody. Please, if you're listening to these commercials, I appreciate it. Yeah, that's right, because without these commercials and without these sponsors, we wouldn't have a janky radio show for you to listen to. But for now, I want to talk about Roost MX, the official graphics company for both Cobra Moto and the Cycle Trader Rock River Yamaha team. For over 20 years, they've been delivering professional-level graphics for every rider from an amateur to a pro, including Alex Ray back in the day. Choose from our selection of graphics online or make yours one of a kind. Roost also offers a wide range of custom products from t-shirts, sticker kits, helmet kits, trailer graphics, and more. 48-hour turnaround. Be sure to check out the new Pulp Nation section on the website. Get your PulpMX swag, customize your bike, get custom stickers, get custom helmet stickers, whatever it is, including PulpMX stuff. Follow them on Instagram at RoostMX for monthly sales Get your equipment looking fresh visiting roostmx.net and use the discount code PulpNation to save 20%. Thanks, roostmx.net.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate 45 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage 45 years ago, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhausts, 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF is a proud sponsor of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship for over 25 years.
Hi, it's Tomax Superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win is Michelin motorcycle tires. And Michelin is introducing many exciting new tires for 2020. For V-twin riders, the Michelin Commander 3 Cruiser and the Michelin Commander 3 Touring tires offer improved wet grip and enhanced tread life. For sport bike and track day riders, the Michelin Power 5 tire and the Michelin Power GP tires feature the same architecture and profile for effortless sport bike setup from street to track. If you'd like to have the same tire that won the 2019 Red Bull Ayersburg Rodeo, the Michelin Enduro Extreme tire is the tire for you. And the Michelin Starcross 5 tire range is now available for young motocross and off-road riders in sizes for 50cc bikes and up. To learn more about these and all other Michelin two-wheel products, check out www.motorcycle.michelinman.com, visit your local dealer or online retailer, and follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Hey guys, it's Mathis. Look, if you're still not wearing a neck brace in 2020, it's time to go get one or at least think seriously about it. It's been over 15 years since the neck braces first came out. They're not the clunky, oversized devices they used to be. Atlas came in and changed the way all neck braces were designed by introducing flexible technology to the world and proving that neck braces can be something you can actually ride in while performing at the highest level. Look at Jason Anderson winning Supercross championships, or look at Martin Davalos or anybody else. Don't take my word for it just because I have 2 Manitoba championships to my name. Wait, I have 4. Just look at how many other brace designs look like the Atlas one. Atlas pioneered all the modern neck brace features and have been refining them ever since then, while the competition has been trying to catch up. Grab the brace that's been leading the pack. Check out atlasbrace.com. Get yours today. There is a Pulp discount if you check out sponsordeals.com on pulpmxshow.com. So be like Chase Sexton, Martin Davalos, and many other guys and wear the Atlas brace. atlasbrace.com.
For over 3 decades, Works Connection has been designing and delivering factory-level parts to help produce champions worldwide. From the novice rider right up through the pro ranks, they're winning products like skid plates, radiator braces, Pro Launch Start Device, Elite Clutch Perch, and Elite Axle Blocks help to protect and refine motocross, supercross, and off-road bikes. Join Team Honda HRC, Star Racing Yamaha, Smart Top Honda, JGR Suzuki, and HEP Racing race teams that rely on Works Connection products to deliver quality and reliability. To see what they have to offer and to help improve your race efforts, just visit WorksConnection.com today. And don't forget to enter PulpMX20 to save 20% on your order.
Over 65 years ago, Vertex Pistons was born out of a small technical workshop in northern Italy's famous Motor Valley. Expanding and maturing among the racing legends of Ferrari, Lamborghini, MV Agusta, and Ducati, today Vertex Pistons are the pistons of choice for motorcycle riders and teams throughout the world. Because of their renowned reputation for exceptional quality, Vertex Pistons is a factory piston supplier to KTM, Husqvarna, Beta, GasGas, and TM. From the Motocross, Supercross, MXGP, GNCC, National, and World Enduro Series, you can find Vertex Pistons winning championships. Vertex Pistons strives to provide you with world-class factory technology at a very competitive price. No matter which brand of bike you ride, when it's time to rebuild your top end, Vertex Pistons will have your engine performing better than new. To see our full range of 2-stroke and 4-stroke pistons in replica, high compression, or GP style configurations, visit us at vertexpistons.com or stop into your local dealer and ask for a Vertex piston kit today.
We have Jason Thomas and Max Steffens here in studio. I'm trying to get JB that helmet deal. I think that worked pretty well.
Yeah, it's a good start.
Right? It seemed like it was fine.
Good start.
I'm all in. It's really up to him to decide if he wants. I mean, he has an existing partnership. I would not want someone coming in and being like, "Hey, you should switch over." So we have to be respectful.
Well, I can though.
Of course.
Yeah, I can.
You did.
Yeah, I did.
You did.
Yeah, I did.
That's true.
Absolutely.
That's true.
There's no
coming
can,
up,
you did.
And coming up later on the show, we got Ben Watson as well as Daniel Blair. Seth Hammaker is coming up right away here, and of course the folks at Firepower. Firepower committed to offering superior products with over 50 years of experience in the industry. Don't waste money when replacing OEM batteries or chains when you can get more power and supreme reliability by choosing Firepower. Wide variety of chains from heavy-duty roller to O and X-ring, all made in Japan. Firepower featherweight lithium batteries are backed by a 2-year warranty. You want to talk about riders and teams that are using these? A-Ray and Bellrod, Rod Bell, I should say, and Chiz, that's his Instagram, and Chiz is using them. Go for Dunes Honda, Ben LeMay, Firepower guys. This is a WPS company that's, from what I understand, taking off. The Firepower guys are really doing a good job.
Yeah, Kirk and the team does a really good. He's doing a really good job. He's obviously super.
Yeah.
He's super passionate about the racing side, so he loves everything to do with all things racing.
Yeah, the chains are great. Like, chains are, and JT knows, chains are like something tough to recommend for Supercross because, I mean, that puts a lot of stress on them. And so at first I'm like, hey, how good is this? And they showed me, how good it was and who made it. And we got tons of guys out there in Supercross using them, and they work great. So
I think a lot of that too, and I will say this for Fly, I would say it for Firepower, say it for all of it, is our rep force does an incredible job for us, right?
Yeah.
We sit back and, Firepower's killing it, and Fly Racing's on fire, and those are all true.
Yeah.
But we are dependent on the reps going out and doing a great job.
Yeah.
Right? They need to go out and push dealers to represent the brand. They need to make sure this displayed correctly. And there's like a million steps in the process that reps have to execute, and we're all dependent on them. So I know a lot of them listen to the show, and they don't get enough credit, in my opinion. So
and the brand managers as well.
Yeah. Yep. It's a big team to make the whole machine run.
Firepowerparts.com for more information. They do a great job, great products. The batteries are one of Chris Kiefer's must-have mods for a lot of bikes. So thanks to those guys as well. Our buddy Randy Richardson, who was once the WPS rep for Michelin. So you guys saw Randy, 3 times a year up there in Boise? 4 times a year?
More than that.
Yeah, Randy coming in hot in Boise.
I remember Randy when he was a tire guy at the Michelin truck at Supercross.
Yeah.
Well,
I did a lot of the testing for Michelin back then with them.
What was the driver's name? Scotty?
Scotty.
Yeah. That's right.
Scotty's always in a great mood.
Yeah.
Always happy.
Scotty Reinhardt.
Yeah. He was never pissed.
No, never, not at all. But our buddy Randy there running Michelin tires and doing a good job. The Starcross 5 tire range, the same tire that I took to a 14.9 for 7th overall. Is available for all bikes, 50cc riders and up as well. If you've got an enduro bike and you want to go do the Erzberg or whatever else, they got the Michelin Enduro Extreme tire. We've got the Michelin Power 5 tires, a choice for performance in wet and dry conditions for the sport bike guys. They got the Commander 3 cruiser tires, which I understand. I know nothing about cruisers, but I understand that Michelin makes the best tire for the cruiser line, and they crush it with that. So if your dad has one, or you have one, or your grandpa has one, Michelin Commander 3 cruiser tires absolutely offer the best wet grip and the shortest stopping distances in wet conditions among leading competitors. Motorcycle.michelinman.com for more information from all the things at Michelin, and also the mountain bike tires. They have the Wild series of mountain bike tires, which I have on my bike, and then the E-Wild series just for the e-bikes as well. So Michelin makes great mountain bike tires as well, the official sponsor of the wrap-up show. Thanks to the folks at Michelin, we've given away a couple of sets of tires over the year, the PulpMX Fantasy guys as well. If you don't have your tire, stay tuned. They had a little bit of shortages, and the Starcross 5s have been coming in more and more. So we'll get you those right away out to the Michelin, out for the PulpMX Fantasy winners. So please check out Michelin when you're in line for a black and rubber thing. They make it. They do. It's black and it's rubber. They'll have it. They'll have it handled. Motorsport.com, Fly Racing, of course, big sponsors of our show, of course. And again, we got the X-Brand Goggle tear-ups coming up. We have the Motorsport.com tweet at Talon segment. Race Tech rant I already did, and it's the numbers, and I'm still upset about it. So I just want everybody to know that. So please remember that.
Okay.
Dylan Ferrandis won a championship using Vortex Racing sprockets. So have Chad Reed and James Stewart. They use Vortex Racing over the years. Vortex Racing sprockets right now on the back of the Monster Star Yamaha team, and I guess the 450 team, because now they're the 450 team. So they Star Racing. Using Vortex.
I have no answers for the things that are happening over there.
Yeah, it's bizarre, but they are sponsored by Vortex
riders.
Racing. Kyle at vortexracing.com if you want to get one of the sprockets or a V3 handlebar, 29% stronger than the competition. You can ride with confidence knowing that Vortex has put years of R&D and testing into the super strong bars without sacrificing weight and speed. Whether it's the 7/8 bar, whether it's the oversized bar, the folks at Vortex Racing will have you covered. And they welcome you, our next guest on the show. This kid just got the big call that everybody wants from Mitch Payton, and moving on up to the pro class for the Monster Energy Pro Circuit team. And we're happy to have him on and talk to him a little bit about that and more. It's Seth Hammaker. Seth, what's going on, man? How are you?
I'm doing good. How about you guys?
Thanks for coming on. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I'm pumped.
Congrats on the deal, man. That obviously, look, a lot of us have tabbed you along the way as amateurs getting that spot. But I guess until you finally get the spot, you never quite know, right?
That's right, man. It's a lot of hard work leading into this position, and just pumped to be able to get it.
Yeah.
So, looking forward to it. Yeah.
A tough year for you with the Epstein bar. What's the status of that? How are we doing in the recovery?
We're doing good. We're near the end of it. Getting ready to get back on the bike here soon, and just doing some gym work now and making sure that my body can handle everything to get back on the bike. But yeah, we're moving in the right direction. So.
Man, I worked for Tim Ferry in 2003, and he got it. And before that, it was kind of like, he's got Epstein Barr, and everyone would laugh and be like, sure, you know what I mean? You're not, it means you don't train or whatever. And JT, you had it too.
Yep.
I did after I stopped racing, yeah.
And I was maybe of the case of like, I don't know if this is real. And then I saw Red Dog, who worked his balls off, looked drained after a 7-lap heat race. He was white and just sweating like crazy. And eventually he had to take some time off. But can you tell our listeners what it's like to have it?
Yeah, it's not good at all. Like we train all of us athletes, train our bodies to a max, and it's too much sometimes. But just it's pretty discouraging, having it. Like you feel good, and then all of a sudden you start going downhill. And like you said, it's not even like a lot that takes it out of you. A couple laps, and you're just strained, and you're kind of like, man, what's going on? And you're just really, looking for answers and stuff. But honestly, there's not much you can do, to get rid of it. There's not a magical pill to take or whatever. You just got to kind of let it ride out. But yeah.
Were you feeling just super drained and tired all the time? Was that what it's like?
Yeah, super drained, tired, no motivation really, and just it was tough.
Jeez, that's got to be gnarly for a pro racer.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine having it when I raced. It was bad enough when I was working at Fly Racing and I had it. And Max knows I would come up there and I'm like, I have to find somewhere to go to sleep right now. Like I was so tired all the time, and I didn't know that I had something wrong.
Yeah.
Because I wasn't training, I wasn't putting myself. So I was just like, damn, is this like what it's like to work all day? Like you're this tired? But I was
Crazy.
This is where it started with JT going to bed at 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
This is where it started.
So JT, did you get blood work done? You had to go.
Yeah.
Like
Well,
you finally how it got so bad enough where you're like, hey.
I was dating someone at the time, and they're like, this isn't normal. Like you shouldn't have to take naps, and then you want to go to bed at like 8:30, and you're nodding off. Like that's not. And I was like so used to it.
Yeah.
I was like, you're right. Like I wasn't always like this. So I went to the doctor, and they're like, yeah, like your levels are pretty low now, but you definitely have it. Like you have had it.
Yeah.
So I was like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense now. Like I need to sleep 3 or 4 times a day, and then I'll sleep 12 hours every night.
So Seth, for getting rid of it, you just like you said, you don't do anything. That's the cure. Like that's the thing you got to do is just relax and not train.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, there's not a whole lot. Like I said, there's not a whole lot you can do, and just rest your body and let it recover. So it's definitely a long process. You know, everyone kind of gets over at a different pace. You know, but it's definitely not fun to have. So
damn, dude. So you're back on you're training now. You're back on the bike soon.
Training now, then back on the bike probably hopefully in a week or two, and start getting ready for Supercross. So.
Nice. Well, that'll be good. Yeah. That'll be really nice. Do you know any of your teammates at all? Like Faulkner, Jordan Smith, Ramit, McAdoo? Do you know any of them?
Yeah. I mean, I talked to him, a little bit when I was
amateur. Yeah.
Yeah, amateur a little bit, but not. I'll get to know them here soon, pretty good. But they all seem like good guys and stuff that I can learn from them too.
Yeah. So. Yeah, I bet you it's going to be so awesome for you to have the opportunity. I mean, look, your bike I'm sure was good. It was, you're one of the top amateurs in the country, so it's a good bike. But I'm interested to see what you think about your race bike once you get on that thing.
Oh, yeah. I'm stoked. I haven't ridden a race bike yet, so it's coming up soon, and I'm pumped, yeah.
Are you going to work with anybody for training-wise, or what's the plan for your training program, riding coach, or anything like that? Do you have any of that lined up?
Yeah, I'm working with Ivan Tedesco.
Oh, you are? Okay, yep. Oh,
yeah,
cool.
I'm pumped with that. We started working together with off-the-bike stuff right now. Then, I think just knowledge from him and experience he's got, I think it'll be good for me to, especially my first year, like going into Supercross especially, just learning from him. So,
I think it had to be encouraging to see, what he was able to accomplish with Marchbanks, because for us from the outside last year, his progression level was really, really impressive, right? To see him, he was okay in 19, but then this 2020 season, you're like, oh, wow, like that's really good. And then he wins Daytona. So I would assume, from the outside for us looking at it like, oh man, well, if I follow that same pattern, this guy knows how to bring someone in to get him up to that level to win.
For sure. Yeah, I thought the same thing, and it's just cool to see that. And I thought he did a great job with him as well. So I think we'll work good together.
And do you feel like you're a better indoor guy or outdoor guy? Because we've seen you at the Monster Cup, and stuff like that, so you can ride it. But yeah.
Yeah, I feel like I'm a better indoor guy.
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
Yeah, just I feel like a little bit more like technical of a rider, so I feel like it suits my style a little bit more. And had pretty good success at Monster Cup over the years. Yeah.
I feel like it looked like to me. Oh, then again, JT, they can all ride indoor stuff. These kids nowadays, when you look at them, like. You're like Evan Ferry, like you're like, oh shit, like look at how good Evan is.
Well, there's so much more availability to Supercross tracks. And you have futures, and you have all these things where, I don't think I ever got to even ride a Supercross track until I was like 16.
Right.
That was the first time I ever got to get on one.
I was gonna say, I think everybody starts a lot earlier now.
Yeah.
Like I think they're like off an 80, they're under a Supercross track. Like they're riding early.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Are you, Seth, for yourself, so you'll probably be, like, we don't know exactly when the season starts, but you'll probably be the West guy or whatever's later. Is that the plan?
Probably.
Yeah. Well, Mitch never tells anybody, but that's what we're guessing. You'll need
See what how ready I can get and go from there. But.
Where are you from?
From Pennsylvania.
Oh, okay. I don't know why I thought you were like a not Pacific Northwest, but like Idaho, Utah, Washington State guy. I don't know why I thought that. I don't know.
Yeah.
I can hear the Pennsylvania in your voice, so even if I didn't know that already, I would be able to tell you from talking.
Yeah.
I couldn't remember.
So, Max, are you still okay with Seth leaving Fly Racing? How do we feel about that all these years later? Are we angry?
It's never okay. It always stings a little. He talked about Monster Cup. I'm not gonna lie. When Mike, our amateur guy, brought Seth, He held it down in Monster Cup for us one year because
Saved the day.
we released a gear, and we did not do good except for Seth.
He was the only person on TV.
Seth won.
Yeah.
He
And
won
McAdoo
held it down.
Well, McAdoo did the same thing for us too.
And McAdoo, I think the next year did the same thing. Like our amateur force
Yeah.
held it down.
Right,
So
right.
got to give a little shout out to Mike and then obviously Seth for keeping us together that round.
Yeah, Seth, you were a fly guy for a lot of years, right?
I was, 3 years.
Yep.
Yeah, that was awesome. Good group of guys there. Yeah.
It does sting. It does sting a
It
little.
does sting a little
but
bit.
That's
Well,
okay.
listen, Max, you know what? Just write the check for Mitch Payton, and you can
Someday he might be back in the 450 class.
Hey,
You never know.
sometimes they blossom, and you have to let them get their wings and fly. Right?
Yeah,
You
okay.
let them go, and
Bring
they
them
have to
back
find
later.
their way.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, that'll work. So you're going to live, Seth, in California? You're going to be based in there, got a place and all that?
I do. Yeah, I moved out here a couple of weeks ago, or about
Okay.
a month ago now.
Yeah.
So
Dude.
I think it's just where I need to be. So
Yeah, it is. But listen, dude, don't look the chicks and don't fall
Yeah.
into that trap, okay? Like seriously.
right. Yep. It'll ruin your career.
Yeah, I mean, do you have a girlfriend?
No.
Okay, that's fine. You don't need one right now. You can swipe
Okay.
right here and there when you need to. If you run into an issue where someone is hitting you up to go to a Temecula to go party, just text Tedesco and ask him if you should go. He'll say no and then stay home.
Okay.
Like we've seen too many nice kids come in and get sucked in by this SoCal life.
But you don't want to do
Right.
what Freezy did and not party in Temecula, and then you see what happens. So,
You know, Seth. So we just want you to stay on the straight and narrow because I've heard. I don't know you at all. I heard nothing but
Yeah.
great things about you from mutual people that have worked with you and your family and everything else. So I just want to keep this going straight and narrow.
I appreciate it.
Are you gonna go to? Well, I guess you don't ride outdoors right now. You just ride all Supercross whenever you get back on the bike, right?
Right. I'll probably do maybe like a week or two outdoors, like just get everything
Yeah.
back going again, and then hop into Supercross.
So when was the last time? So you missed Loretta's. When was the last time you raced? What was the date before the Epstein got bad?
Last race was a Loretta Lynn regional.
Okay.
That was beginning of June, and then the Epstein bar I was actually kind of racing through it at that point.
Yep.
Like it was all of May. It was kind of like lingering, and I was just like I had to race the regional just to get my spot in, and then we just kind of waited to see if I could race Loretta's, but ended up missing that. Wasn't in really anyone's best interest for me to go out there and do more damage. So.
Now, now forgive me because I don't follow the amateurs that closely, so this could be a really stupid question. Chances are it could be. But I thought I heard that you were maybe not going to go pro this year, or was that never an option? Was it always that way for you and everybody else?
There was an option, like after Loretta's, but and that's kind of what the plan was, to get a couple outdoor races in before Supercross. I think that's like how a lot of guys are doing it now, get their feet wet instead of jumping right into Supercross. So that was the plan, but just kind of gotta do what we gotta do at this point. So.
Yeah, I mean, you only get one shot at a ride, or you get one shot where Cowie and Mitch are aligned, and there's a spot open, right? Like, you kind of,
Yeah, you got to take advantage of it, and
What's that?
Yeah.
What's that, Matt?
Get the call, you got to go.
Yeah, I think
Gotta
so.
go.
Right, JT? I mean, you've missed your window, and
I mean, he's on one of the most storied teams in racing.
Right.
So, yeah, that's a pretty awesome opportunity, regardless of the situation.
sure.
And I don't know how well you know Mitch. Obviously, you've worked with him over the years as an amateur and everything else. But when he runs his hand through his hair, it means he's very angry. It means it means he's frustrated or angry.
And if you get running shoes shipped to you, that's not good.
Yeah, it's not a good thing. Yeah.
It's not like, that guy, he rode awesome. Let's send him some shoes as an appreciation.
Yeah.
It's not a good sign.
Yeah, so just remember all those things. And if you see the hair through the hand through the hair, just walk the other way.
And if he stops coming to the races,
yeah.
that's also bad.
Yeah. Now, hopefully everything will go good. I'm sure it will.
I think so.
I think like Faulkner obviously got hurt last year, but I think he's going to be if he can stay healthy, indoor title. He's a heavy favorite for an indoor title. Outdoor title, not as probably on the market as J-Mart, and Jordan Smith's great, and McAdoo sends it, Seth. It's great. He's exciting to watch.
It is, yeah, for sure. All those guys have they're good riders, and I'm excited to ride with them and kind of learn some stuff from them. And like you said, Faulkner's a heavy favorite coming in. So.
Yeah. Now, when you were growing up in PA, did you go to High Point like every single year as a young kid? Was that the race?
I actually never been to High Point for a pro national.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So not really any reason for it. Just like, just never really went.
So did you go to any pro races as a young kid?
I went to Budds Creek a few times, but that was about it. That Budds Creek is actually a little bit closer than High Point, because I live on the east side of Pennsylvania. But yeah, I haven't really went to a lot of pro races like when I was a kid. Just there wasn't too much around.
What years of Budds do you remember? Do you have any idea?
I don't.
Okay. Was Tim Ferry still racing?
I don't think so.
Damn it.
Was
Stu there on 125 coming from dead last?
That was 03.
I know. It was a long time ago.
He was like 4 years old.
I know, probably. Yeah, what year were you born, Seth?
2000.
Whew. That's a tough.
I am old.
That's a tough deal for us right here in this show.
I am
to hear that you were born in 2000. That. Yeah, that's depressing. All right, we got to go. No, I'm just kidding. What race are you looking forward to most, Seth? Like, what is there a race in mind that you grow up dreaming of, or something that what kind of pro moment are you looking forward to?
Man, I think there's a lot of outdoor tracks that I'm excited to go to, and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously Supercross, not really sure where the venues are going to be at this year, but I think I enjoy traveling and stuff, and just seeing a couple, different places and stuff. But I don't really have a special spot or anything.
Right. But, yeah, I think JT, I think it'd be pretty cool to be a kid and get a Monster Energy Pro Circuit ride. It'd be pretty.
Yeah, I mean that's phenomenal. I know firsthand that what I would have done, unforgivable things to get a shot like that. And I didn't deserve it. I completely get it. But to go into the race knowing that your bike is that good and you're
you're working with Tedesco, everything's lined up.
And I remember, when I raced, showing up and I had a YZ125, but I was racing against Ernesto and Roncada and those guys and their Yamaha Troy YZ125. I was like, dude.
Yeah.
They're jumping the triples and stuff, and there was not a snowball's chance in hell I was making the triple. I would have needed to come through the tunnel, like Wyndham doing a transfer,
get a running start
to jump the triple on that bike.
Yeah.
And those guys are just like, grab third gear, And I'm just like, what? I don't have the same engine, even the same CCs that they do, I don't think.
Yeah, it's a great opportunity for Seth Hammaker on the show here, brought to you by Vortex Racing. Email Kyle at vortexracing.com to get a deal on anything from Vortex. We've got a question for you here, Seth, from Tyler. Tyler, what's going on? What's your question for Seth Hammaker?
Hey, what's going on, guys? I just want to talk to Seth a little bit about the mental side of his transition for him turning pro. Seth, I know you've had a lot of setbacks in your career, especially towards the end of your amateur career. And just tell us, listeners, a little bit more about how have you kind of gained your mental strength, or have you worked with a mental coach? I mean, I know you had Epstein Barr and stuff like that, but how have you kind of kept yourself to stay positive and keep your head held high?
Yeah, I never worked with a mental coach at all, but through all this, even the year before this year, I had my shoulders. I had double shoulder surgery, and that was tough too. So the mental side the past 2 years has been pretty key to me, keeping my confidence up. And I would just say mainly surrounding myself with good people that believe in me, and my team's been super supportive and backing, and my family, and just kind of looking towards the future, not dwelling on what's happening right now. And I definitely think the mental side of it's huge, so I try to work on that as much as possible.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, just to let you know, us fans are still rooting for you, and we can't wait to see what you have in store for your upcoming pro career. So we're looking forward to it.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Cool. Thanks, Tyler. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, you look, Seth, like you mentioned, you had the double shoulder stuff, and I know injuries have been a bit of your bugaboo, but I always think to myself, and I was talking to Bogle about this, Justin's had some rough times, with concussions and everything, and he has come back and he won a moto and he won a heat races, and now he's, kind of in another lull right now, although he rode better at the end of the year. look at Adam Cianciarillo, 2 shoulder surgeries, a knee injury. The wonder kid of amateurs like yourself. It didn't go that smoothly. He never gave up. He worked his balls off. He's got talent, of course. And next thing you know, he's a 250 champion. And like I told him, I remember one of the times where when he hit the wall in Geneva, the shoulder in the wall in Geneva, he was so bummed. I said, dude, I know it feels like the world's going to end right now, but nobody's going to know about this in 2 years when you're back. I know, like
on top, yeah.
And whatever, we just laugh about it now, but like literally, like none of that matters. Like whatever you do from here on out, like it's not earth shattering. You can control whatever you do. Yeah, it's not a career defining moment, you know. So,
absolutely.
Yeah, like I always feel like obviously you hear these guys who have injuries and stuff, but you're like, man, you can fight through this. Like it's not, yeah.
Yep.
So.
You can, yeah. It's and he's a perfect example. And I know he even went through the Epstein bar there at one point too. And like you said, he went through all that stuff. And even for me, like I'm 20 now, and like just turning pro. Like I feel like it's a little bit older than normal, but I feel like for me to have a little bit more experience and be a little bit older and like have that maturity level, I think it's going to help me in the long run. And like you said, like from what happens here on out, no one's going to remember 2 years ago from now.
No, and I say that because I don't know amateur stuff that well, but I've been hearing about you for a long time, right? And it's just the injuries have been like, oh, he's down again or whatever. So like it's fine. Like now you got a chance to write all of that, and no one's going to give a shit that you had Epstein bar or shoulder surgeries or whatever, So well, hey man, thanks for coming on. I appreciate it. I look forward to talking to you some more. At the races or back on the PulpMX show. Good luck with everything, man, and thanks for the time.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for having me on, guys. I appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Seth Hammaker, everybody, on the PulpMX show, brought to you by VortexRacing.com. Kyle at Vortex Racing. It's the first time I ever talked to him. Seemed like a nice guy.
Is he gonna be? You think he'll be 5'10" number?
Yeah, right. That's
know.
his number, right?
Yeah, I don't know if is it even available? I don't know.
Yeah, who knows? I don't know. Good point. Motorsport.com, Fly Racing, Race Tech Suspension and Engines, Vortex Racing, Roost MX, X-Brand Goggles, Michelin Starcross 5, the Vertex Piston Sky, Firepower Batteries and Chains, Maxima USA Pro Filter, Scoche, Atlas Neck Brace, Chase Sexton wearing an Atlas Neck Brace to win the final round at Paula. Crazy, so Osborne wins Salt Lake final round.
Mm-hmm.
Anderson's seat falls off, and we kind of talk about it, but we move on.
Yep.
And with Paula, we just talk about Osborne's title, and we kind of move on that Chase Sexton won the friggin' overall.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I feel like
same for Jet too.
Yeah, Jet too.
Winning.
Yeah.
Right? It's like 2 first-time winners, but they were overshadowed by these titles. And I think everybody was just like, we got to get this series done.
Yeah.
It's October.
Yeah, I think everyone's like, let's go home, right? Yeah. So, AtlasBrace.com, if you want to get the same brace that Chase Sexton wears. FMF, Guts Racing. The Guts Racing guys on the PulpMX wrap-up show as well. I just put a Guts Racing on my Blue Crew this week. I love it. It's absolutely fantastic. Get Data, OGO Power Sports. We're going to give away an OGO here on the show. We're going to do a little social media contest, so stay tuned for that. Art of Sport, MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, Intense Cycles, Works Chassis Lab, WUSA, Ride Engineering, all on board with us. Before we get to the X-Brand Goggle tear-offs, Mike has a question for Fly Racing guys. Do you know anybody at Fly Racing, either one of you?
Yes.
Okay.
A couple people.
Okay. All right, Mike, go ahead.
Hey, I'm a big guy, and I'm trying to find some patrol pants in a 46. Is that something you guys make, or is that something that has to be special ordered?
Yes, we do. I will, if you guys will talk, I will get you some information right now.
Okay, and then my other question is, I ride mostly like off-road and dual sport.
Mm-hmm.
Are you guys going to make the Formula helmet in like a visored helmet, or is it just going to stay moto pretty much?
Sorry, I was looking up.
Okay, we'll already get to and we'll also have a question about the Formula Street helmet. When you guys going to do that? So we want Formula Street helmets, and we want formulas in the duals.
We're working on some new things now that are more of dual sport based. We're a ways away from releasing it still, but we're working on some things now.
Okay, part number for you, sir.
Well, hold on. Does he have a pen?
Well, I'm giving him a little notice.
Okay.
Go ahead.
373.
-64046
is black.
Okay.
Those are black size 46 patrol pants.
Okay, perfect.
There you
Thanks,
go.
guys.
All right.
Of course.
Thank you, man.
What was the question he asked after that, before the street helmet? I was looking.
No, he wanted to dual. Are you going to make a formula in the no visor dual thing?
We are working with Rion to apply to lots of things. So long term, yes, all those things are coming. They just, I mean, the original formula took 5 years, right? So,
well, yeah, but that's
those things are coming.
Right,
they are.
They're coming. Right.
Yep.
All right, everybody. X Brown goggle tear-offs. Let's do this.
It's the X Brand Tear-Off segment. 15-second rapid-fire Q&A.
Rapid fire. EKS 20 is the code to save at motorsport.com on X Brand goggles. The choice of champions everywhere. Sweeping the XC2 podium. Josh Strang wearing X Brand to the MX. What the hell is it called? XC1. XC1 win. Beating that Baylor guy. Beating him bad.
Beating the Baylor guy.
And Russell raced too. I thought he had a jacked up deal, but he just wanted to race one more race, I guess. Or something?
He had bike problems.
Oh, did he?
Yeah,
okay.
he had issues like 2 laps in or something.
Maybe he had goggle problems.
He's retiring, right?
Yeah,
Caleb?
he's done. Yeah,
he's done. Yeah.
X Brown goggles. Great company, great guys. Rapid fire questions. These questions are submitted by Jason Wygant.
They're going to be good, I think.
I'm excited.
Better than the other guy?
No, because I don't want to poop on Mose.
Okay.
Mose is awesome.
Okay.
But it's going to be interesting, I think.
All right, here we go. 30 seconds on the clock for myself, Max Steffens, and Jason Thomas.
Steve.
Yes.
We are not sure of JGR's team plans for 2021, so that currently leaves Alex Martin without a landing spot. Is it time for Amart to bet on himself and move to the 450 class as you advocate so many others to do?
Yeah, if Amart can't get a ride in 250s, if he's just going to be a privateer, then 100% get up to 450s. Yes, better purse money, better closer in bikes from the factory guys to privateer bikes. So yes, he should do that.
JT, was there any particular argument that made you think perhaps this friendship with Steve will not work out? And do you believe you will still be friends next Wednesday?
What's next Wednesday?
Not really sure.
Day after the election.
Oh.
No, you know what? With me, I'm never really that angry. Like, I'm like, whatever. We're just arguing. But I think Steve gets so mad sometimes. I think he's going to tell me never talk to him again. So if it was
quiet down,
if it ever happened, it would be from him being so mad, not me. I'm over in like 30 seconds.
Quiet down.
All right.
Off to.
Max is gonna we'll see. I got a prediction here for Max in these questions. All right.
I'm sure they're going to go back.
Yeah.
2.2 seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
All right.
All right, Max. Fly Racing hosts an event with all 700 of its sponsored athletes. Steve lights the building on fire because Fly does not offer a deal to sponsor Alex Martin in the 450 class for 2021. You can save 699 of your riders. Who do you leave and replace with Amart?
Oh, God.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, God.
Wow, that's pretty morbid. Like I actually didn't think we should come in with something like that.
I don't know. I don't even know who to pick. I don't know. I couldn't even tell you in rider right now that I have no idea. That's a hard question. I don't know.
He would save Shorty.
You would leave Shorty?
No. He would save Shorty.
No,
no matter what.
I'd save Shorty no matter what.
No, the question is which one would he leave?
I know.
Oh, yeah.
But he would.
Yeah.
All I know is he would save Shorty.
Right.
The rest of it
Right.
would have to just sort itself
Yeah,
out.
the rest of it would have to fall into place.
As I've said, there isn't a better human being on earth than Shorty. I'd save him too. Yeah.
Shorty's going down with the ship.
Right.
He's going to be there. He's going to be right on the front of it.
Right.
I feel like we got nowhere with that one.
Yeah.
It's a hard answer.
Your prediction came true.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, it was worth a shot. All right, Steven.
Yep.
Jeremy Martin did not get along with the Star Racing Yamaha team the last time he was there. How do you envision it going this time?
Yeah, well, J Mart doesn't like any of his teammates, ever. And he's still mad at Justin Cooper for the move over at Muddy Creek that he thinks was on purpose that broke J Mart's back. That was not on purpose, I'm pretty sure. It was the opening lap. So I think J Mart and Justin Cooper need to have a conversation at some point. Otherwise, it could get ugly. I think it goes okay. I do. Jeremy's probably a bit older. The team wants to win. He's a heavy favorite, so I think it goes okay. After the conversation between Cooper and J Mart.
No.
Okay.
Good talk.
JT.
Yo.
If you were to break rank and eat a quesadilla, would your body reject it? No waffling, please, both literally and figuratively.
I don't think so, because I know lots of keto people that will go in and out, and they don't seem to have a lot of problems. Like I think if you're trying to stay as lean as possible, it's not ideal. But there are a lot of people that jump in and jump out, and they don't have big problems. So I think if I try to go eat like an ice cream sundae with a lot of sugar in it, maybe, but not a quesadilla, I think it'd be okay.
All right.
For the record, I tried to get JT to eat some mac and cheese with his steak, and he was not having it. So.
It's the stupidest diet.
Just one macaroni, just one little noodle.
It is
That's
the
all I
dumbest
wanted.
thing I've ever seen a human being do. Is what JT's doing with keto.
As you were complaining earlier that you've gained like 10 pounds back that you're not happy about.
Yeah.
You're like,
Yeah.
I'm not complaining about that.
JT made a statement not too long ago that he will never be fat again. I'm still trying to figure out exactly when he was fat.
Yeah, when was he fat ever?
I gained like 20 pounds when I stopped racing.
You also don't get to eat mac and cheese though.
I lost 20 pounds and I'm still fat. I'm just saying.
It's insane.
It's all relative.
That he literally he's like Jesus on the cross. He's doing it for everyone else, I guess, and he's in pain every single moment, and he's just sacrificing himself. It's
the only one in pain
impressive.
is you.
No, you're in pain.
You're in pain about my keto.
Yeah. I am.
It's the only thing you have empathy
because
about
you're my
your whole
friend.
life.
Because you're my friend.
It's like
and I care about you.
It's like the only thing you have empathy about is my keto.
I care about you, and I wanted to see you succeed and be happy.
He is succeeding.
He's not. He's not.
I'm not. Damn.
No, it is
that
not.
took a turn.
It's terrible. All right.
That's terrible.
I'm sorry for derailing that. That's my fault.
No, that's Weege. That's Weege. He's poking the bear.
Max. What's the most panicked moment you've ever had getting someone's gear ready for a race weekend or a race day?
I'm trying to think. Probably Zacho's championship one this last time was trying to make sure that we had what he wanted, what we wanted, what everybody wanted, what Rockstar wanted, what Husky wanted.
Really?
The most panicked I've ever hurt, and he was not working there yet, and I was still racing. But Terry, for Brett Metcalf's Motocross of Nations in England in 09, whenever it was, 06 or 09, whichever year, they couldn't get the gear there. Like everything went sideways. He had to fly it over himself, like last minute. Just jump on a plane.
Oh, like he wasn't even supposed to go.
No, I'm going to England because it's the only way I can get gear to him. Like Australia gear, right? It's like custom made. Like I don't know if it showed up last minute. I don't know the details. But he had to go jump on a plane. Like I'm going to London, like right now, like straight from the office. Like I'll buy a ticket on the way. I'm going.
You got to understand how paranoid I am because like I'll literally put gear for the same guy in 2 different gear bags.
Yeah.
Like I'll literally have 2 here, 2 there, 2 like. I try and prepare.
But there has to be a time, Max, when you were gear guy and you were washing boots or washing a neck brace or getting the gear ready or cleaning a helmet, and you couldn't find one cheek pad or something, or
I forgot the eject device.
Okay,
I did that to Pike, so I can't remember. It's been probably 3 years ago.
Yeah,
he was down at the line for a heat race, and Thule came by and he's like, off the line, and I remember somebody yelling at me in the bullpen, and I truffle shuffled as fast as I could back to the truck to get an eject device.
Yeah.
Now Dalton I think carries one in his pocket.
The most chaotic thing I've ever witnessed, and this could happen to anybody, so it's not specific brands or anything. And I won't even mention the brand, but Chad Reed, when he was on Suzuki in 09, he had a mechanical malfunction with his apparel, and I remember Goose wrapping him in duct tape around his waist.
Oh yeah,
before the race. It was like the only thing they could do. I'm like, that's full panic. Like when you're wrapping him up with duct tape like a mummy, like that's worst case scenario, and that could happen to anybody. When things break. That's what happens.
All right,
Steve. Marty Davalos now has a 2-year extension with Team Tedder.
What? Is that 2 years? I didn't read that press release. It's 2 years?
Wow.
I guess so.
I like the commitment.
Ted Tedder coming in hot.
Can he get a 450 Supercross win before his 40th birthday?
Dude, I don't think he can get a win. I mean, he had a second at whatever race that was for 20 minutes. Yeah. I don't think he can get a win. No, I don't. But I am very happy that I have been vindicated yet again.
Another win for you?
Another win for Steve Mathis. And Marty should have jumped up way before. Look at him. Look how good he is. He's like a little Ecuadorian rabbit out there. And he's phenomenal. And he's a great 450 rider. Thank you.
Remember I was telling you how much money he made this year? Wasn't a lot.
It was probably $150K.
Less.
How do you know?
I know people.
Oh, you know people?
Yeah.
You know Marty's accountant?
I know people
in Ecuador
involved.
You know Marty's
No, but I know where he trains.
He
and I know
probably made 150. I mean, you got to look at he got 25 for Geneva. You know?
That was not this year.
Oh, okay. Sorry, it was December, mid-December.
I mean,
right.
All right. Kind of an abrupt.
He got 17 races and he made 150K.
I don't think so.
It's great work.
I don't think he made that much.
All right, JT, after skipping the motocross campaign, do you foresee any drop-off in performance from Ken Roczen in 2021?
Well, you didn't write the question. I guess.
Oh, boy.
From what level? Which I guess would be battling for the title down the stretch. I don't know. I would say yes. I don't think he is tied for the points lead with a couple rounds to go, which would be the 2020 level. So I'll say yes.
All
right, this is the last one. Max, how much has Steve's gear sizes changed throughout this e-bike life process?
A lot. I think we went down, we're down 4 gear sizes, probably 3 gear sizes. A lot.
I don't know. Yeah, probably. I mean, I couldn't fit into the.
You were not even eligible for some of the.
Yeah, you're in a 2X. You're in a 2X, sometimes extra large.
Extra large, yeah.
Yeah, and I think a 36 or 38 pant.
38 pant.
Yeah. He's doing real good.
You lost a whole person.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Because no.
Yes.
What's a person? 150 pounds is a person. I didn't lose that much.
So
females are usually less than that.
If you don't care that I tell people, he started at a 44 and a 3X.
Yeah.
Maybe even a 4X.
You lost a small person.
He's down into
a little person?
No, not like a little person. Air quotes.
Yeah.
Just a smaller person.
Okay.
Yeah. You've
tried so hard to
correct.
to not offend anybody.
Yes.
Right there.
You're doing a good job.
Yeah.
You went a long ways
yeah.
down.
Yeah. E-bikes. It's great. It's fantastic.
He's a great boss too.
Try
by the
keto.
way. Just want to throw that out there.
All right. Is that it?
That's it. That's the last
All
one.
right. That's the X-Brand Goggle Tear-Offs, EKSbrand.com for more information. Daniel Blair still coming up, as well as Ben Watson, too, the MX2 Lomo winner. I was so surprised to see him win that. Finally,
you were surprised?
In the sand?
In the
sand?
No, that's what they do.
You
didn't see his brother?
Yeah. The brother race at Dis Nations.
Yeah.
Moose Dick. Great sand rider.
Van de Moosdijk.
Yes.
Yeah.
Great rider.
Yeah. If you're Dutch,
yeah,
it's like genetic.
Right.
You just are born into the sand.
All right. So hey, 2021 Supercross schedule. I got a little rabbit that sent me one. I don't know if it's totally true, but can we put it up on the screen a little bit? So here's what we're hearing right now. The schedule will be released tomorrow. So this could be totally off or bang on. I'm not exactly sure, but I think it'll be close to this. January 16th, 19th, and 23rd in Houston, all East Coast. January 30th and 2nd in Indy, East Coast. February 20, 23rd, 27th in Glendale is the West. We go to Daytona. We know they already announced that officially. March 6th, Daytona. 3 rounds in Dallas, March 20th, 23rd, and 27th, West Coast rounds. And then 4 rounds TBA and wrapping up in Salt Lake City. How close is this, do you think, to the real schedule, Max or JT?
I have not been told anything, so
Okay.
I can say Max gets more information than I do.
Does this seem?
I have not seen anything.
But does this seem like close, or it could work?
I don't know. I just saw it on the internet. I saw people floating it around on the internet.
Yeah. Okay.
So I don't know.
All right.
I've heard the same rumors as you. So.
Okay, so we know this from everybody we talked to, not officially, but off the record stuff. They want fans.
Yes.
And the way they're going, Houston, Indy, Glendale, down. These seem like venues with fans.
We're
right?
not going racing without fans.
Yeah, right. So for you guys, as Fly Racing, the presenting sponsor of Supercross, you want fans there.
Mm-hmm.
You want a fan fest of some sort, right?
Yep.
How does that work for you guys? How does that?
It depends on. It honestly depends on what the regulations are. We don't know. Because I think that they're still trying to work all that out, which is why it's taken so long. If it's a percentage of the stadium, if it's I think the percentage of the stadium is about what they normally get in the pits, if I had to guess. But I don't know. It depends on the state. It depends on what we can touch, what we can't touch. Can you hand this out? Can you not hand this out? Who knows?
For you guys, though, like we did the Fly Racing PulpMX show in the pits.
Yep.
I was waiting
Fly
for
Racing Radio.
Waiting for that.
I was giving you your moment.
Are we going to do that again?
Yes.
Do we know?
That's the plan.
So they want to have people there to watch us, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think once again, depending on being able to social distance and all those things, there's so many things I think still up in the air. But we have every intention of being able to put the show back in the pits.
Yeah. So that would mean all the vendors, Monster and everybody else that sponsors Supercross, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I think
guessing.
from everything I've heard, which I have not had direct conversation with them, I think FanFest is a very important part of their dynamic for sponsors, and without that, you have to rewrite or relook at everything. I think long term, and I don't think they would want to do that.
2 at Indy, January 30th, February 2nd. Bring your winter coat. Right? Bring the winter coat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If that's the case, and we're in Indy, when does that say?
January 30th and February 2nd.
FanFest is going to be cold.
Yeah. The other races, as we were talking about with Brayton a little bit, stay there probably all week, right? Everybody, for the most part.
I would think so.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know how you
if that happens, that schedule for me.
Yeah, this is all theoretical on this schedule being close to what they're going to release.
Yeah, for me, I can be very productive going out and seeing dealers that week. So it's great for me. I don't have any issue with it at all. I spend 8 or 9 days in that city. I get a lot of work done. I attend 3 races. We see a lot of fans, engage a lot of spectators and customers. Great.
Yeah. I think it's interesting that if this schedule holds up, there's 18-day break between the 5th round and the 6th round at Glendale. 18 days off.
That's a long time.
Yeah. And then you look again, there's 14 days off after Daytona before the Dallas rounds pick up. So, yeah. I
guess you kind of have to, knocking out 3 rounds in 7 days.
That'll be so weird to be like, go.
Yep.
Oh, we're off for a couple weeks. You know what I mean? I don't know. Obviously 2020 is so weird, but I wonder if we're going to, like Salt Lake and like the Nationals, I wonder if we're going to learn something about our sport and that changes going forward. Are we stuck to a grind of 17 Supercrosses in 18 weeks that we know wears everybody out, right? Can we maybe in the future, if these work and we're past the COVID things, can we have more time? Like, I think if you were to pull it, we're going to do this schedule.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to have 18 days off between rounds 5 and 6. I guarantee you, if you go to poll everybody after the rounds 5 and 6, they're going to say, that's awesome. Having the 18 days off, and then 3 in a week is great.
Yeah, I agree, but I think you have a problem there because long term, you want to go back to normalcy, right? You want to go back to what makes money and what you want to sell out. You want to sell 45,000, 50,000 tickets.
Yeah.
Going to a city 3 times in a week, you're not going to be able to do that. We're not even going to be allowed to sell 45,000. So now you're talking about selling like 20,000.
Yeah. If that.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't think long-term that's good for them. I think they're going to want to go back to, hey, we need to be in this city once, get all the people, all the money, and then move on to that city, move on to that city. So
you got to factor in Monster Jam too, because a lot of the stuff they do coincides with that. So it's like, trying to pack that, then that, and now the fans are exhausted there, and then you're like, oh, hey, there's a Monster Jam next Wednesday too.
Yeah.
Like, you're just packing a lot.
I think we're going to find out a lot about revenue exhaustion in a particular city. Let's see how much people are willing to spend and how many people are willing to go over the course of a week.
I feel like Houston, Indy, Glendale, Daytona, Dallas are all good cities for our sport.
Yeah,
I don't pick, like, if this was just a regular year.
Yep.
I don't pick any of those venues and be like, you know what I mean? Like that.
But are they going to, I have questions which I don't have answers to. Are they going to do dynamic pricing? So if it's like 20,000 seats only, are those seats going to be really expensive now?
Oh, I can't see that.
I don't know.
Can you?
I don't know.
think that's our crowd.
But they're already pretty expensive. But are they going to try to make them more expensive to make up for lost revenue?
Right.
Because they're such at a premium to get.
I don't know. I wouldn't think so. I wouldn't think so.
I don't know.
I mean, it's hard.
Max weighs in with the hot take.
It's hard because you got to. I mean, first of all, we got to be honest and thank Feld, because if they do be able to pull any of this off, they could just throw in the towel and be like, yeah, we're out. Yeah. They could. Like, they shouldn't, but they could. They're trying their best to make anything they can happen.
Yep.
So I would assume if whatever the percentage is, if it's 50, 20, whatever it is, I would assume that they're not going to change anything, but you also got to factor in that if it is only 25% of the stadium, you're only filling the bottom, which is the most expensive seats already.
Yeah.
So do they go back? Do they, it's hard to
say. How many cities are on there already without the TBAs?
5. 6. Sorry, 6.
So let's say it's probably a 8-round series, guess?
What do you mean?
Or 8 city series?
Oh,
8 or 9?
I don't know. There's 4 rounds TBA. I mean, don't you think that?
But I think they would get a 2-fer in there or a 3-fer in there.
I don't know. I was thinking Vegas, San Diego, Anaheim. If there's vaccine,
right?
But it's 3.
But if you figure if they got to go to California, and they got to go to Anaheim, you know they're getting at least 2 in Anaheim.
Yeah.
That's what they've always done.
Yeah, yeah,
Right?
yeah,
So
yeah.
now you're talking
That's 3 cities.
8 cities, 9 cities at the
Yeah.
most. So it would be interesting to be in on the math because you're thinking about, okay, now you're down to 9 cities, but you're also cutting down your expenses because 9 stadium rentals, 9 dirt moves in and out, which is a big part of the expense. So where does that math fall in? Because yes, you're getting less spectator revenue because you can only sell X amount of tickets, but your expenses are also down too.
Yep.
So you hope maybe it equals out.
Yeah.
Less total dollars, but less expense also.
And you got to think 100% chance that there's futures at all these.
Yeah. Oh, I would.
You know what I
every
mean? Like,
place they could possibly put them in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. There'll be futures all over the
Those
place.
are profit centers.
Yes.
And people love them. So good for them.
No, for sure. Well, maybe not Daytona. That might be the RC thing or sort of whatever. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see. And so rounds 13, 14, 15, 16 are TBA. That's 4 rounds. It's 4 weeks from the last Dallas race to May 1st in Salt Lake City.
So they have to be in succession.
So they have to be in succession or 3 a week and 1 week
yeah,
off
right,
or whatever.
right,
you know what I mean? So
which would be maybe more likely.
Yeah.
Maybe not.
Yeah.
If you got into one city and knocked them out, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what I would say it's more likely they did 2 cities over 4 weeks.
Yep.
And got those in.
So for you guys at Fly Racing, does this affect, and you don't have to tell us as much as you want, but does this affect the amount you pay for Feld? I mean, like, how does that work? You know what I mean? Like, you're like, hey, we're not quite getting everything we need.
I don't know how to answer that.
You could say
I don't know how to answer that.
Max is very hesitant. You think I don't answer you directly?
We're just asking the tough questions on the PulpMX show, presented by Motorsport.com and Fly Racing. Right.
You can ask them all you want.
Marks, if you were Fly Racing and you pay $8 bajillion to be the presenting sponsor of Supercross, and then you're presented with a schedule that has limited fans and 3 of them in a week, would you want some of your $8 bajillion back, or would you just take it as a, like, hey, this is the deal and we're happy to have races?
I mean, from a business standpoint, I feel like you would want a little bit back because that's less eyeballs for your money, right?
Thank you.
There's added commercials. There's all kinds of things that they can do.
Yeah. Okay.
See, I don't know that stuff.
There's added commercial value. There's other things.
At any point, you could have said there's added value commercials.
I'm thinking about it.
What he wanted to say was they can get creative on how to present more value.
That's all you need to say.
The Fly Fan
Right.
Zone they did at
Yeah.
Salt Lake,
Right.
like there are ways.
Right.
Yeah.
The Fly Racing radio show.
Yep.
And I'm not coming back for my normal wage.
Less?
More.
Oh.
I mean, there's.
You want to run that?
Yep. I'm in. Weege and I got this.
Yep.
Weege ain't going to all these rounds. No chance.
That's probably an action.
I'll get Hansel.
Yeah. Okay.
Hansel and I'll do it.
All right, that'd be great. So yeah, we got to discuss that because
What?
I mean, I'm performing in front of fans, and we're gonna be the only thing going on in this fan fest. People are gonna be very excited. We're gonna be packing them in there.
You should be talking to Feld about that.
Chances of COVID are higher.
If your value is so much higher, you should reach out to Feld. I'm sure they'd write you a check.
All right, well, we'll see. So
I think Supercross is in a really good place to expand the expenses right now.
Yeah,
so you should hit them up.
So for people who want to know, we're going to do an afternoon pitch show at some point, just like we've done the last couple of years.
It's the plan.
Maybe expanded?
Hopefully.
Wow. Can you imagine that? Feld, embracing my type of radio.
Not really.
Well, it's an interesting schedule.
We should rename it Hot Take Radio.
Do you
Hot take.
Do you have any, so there's 4 rounds TBA, right? And the teams all have this list or something like this anyways. There's 4 rounds TBA. I'm perfectly okay with not having these rounds announced. You guys too, right? They just don't know. Things can change. Like that. You're not
like 7 months away.
I know.
Right now.
But you're not like WTF at not having 4 rounds announced, right? Yeah. I mean, I'm not either. I'm just saying
No, I don't care.
Yeah. I think the teams will know enough time ahead of time.
I think
right?
they're waiting on state laws.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the whole thing.
I wonder if the California thing doesn't work, if we end up going back to some of these same cities. You know what I mean? Like
I don't
know.
hey
Dallas, what's up?
I would bet. I mean, you have a call with Feld tomorrow, right? Media?
Yeah.
Yeah. I would bet they covered that. Like if we don't get the cities we want, this is where we might go. I bet that's a fair thing for them. They have to have worked through that.
Yeah.
It's not like they were like, well, we don't know what we're going to do. Like they have to have a contingency plan.
Yeah.
So.
Well, it'll be interesting to see.
I'm excited. I can't.
You're
wait
excited
for Supercross?
Oh, I thought you meant the schedule. Like,
I think it'll be cool to be different.
Yeah,
I'm good with it. I really enjoyed not having dinner with you and Weege and stuff during the week.
Mhm.
Like when you guys
Yeah,
are like,
Salt
no,
Lake?
I'll just stay in my room by myself.
Yep.
I'm cool. So I look forward to more of that.
Is someone going to cover PulpMX's expenses for being higher at these rounds?
Yeah, PulpMX.
For being at, I mean, is Fly Racing going to step up here?
Isn't it going to be about the same because less flights?
I don't know. I got to do the math
How
on
many
that.
times do we have to step up?
I mean, just keep it coming. You didn't pay for the lights and the
No.
cameras.
We've negotiated on this. We've worked this out. Remember, we've worked out the camera situation.
Yeah, I mean,
the man deserves it.
I kind of talked about at the beginning of the show. I was going to hash out my 21 deal with Fly, but in truth, it's been done.
It's been done.
I got a little bit of a raise.
You did.
Yeah.
Probably not what you
But
wanted, and even if it was what you
it
wanted,
wasn't
you'd
what
still
I
bitch
wanted.
about
It wasn't what I wanted. I needed to go back and get retroactive 2020 money, but I didn't even go after you guys for that.
That's pretty much the entire world needs to go back to 2020 and get
Get their
retroactive
money back.
It'd be fantastic.
And once they were up, have you actually done anything with the cameras, or is it all?
I just want to know if some of this like this Fly money trickles down to your employees or not.
Yeah.
Since you're such a great boss.
It does trickle down. They just if my employees just stop insulting me, maybe they would see bonuses. They'd see
We're back
stuff.
to this.
You deserve every penny.
All right.
Did you have to pay extra with those cameras for the toilet paper over the lights?
It's not toilet paper.
Oh.
It's just
It's tissue paper.
Tissue paper.
Okay.
It helps soften the light.
Got it.
That was a pancake move. I don't know.
It actually works. It's
All
really
right.
nice.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Fair
And,
enough.
and we added a TV here with these graphics.
I like that.
These are Fly Racing graphics come up here every once in a while, and if you pay me a little bit more, I'll get it to stay on longer. The Fly Racing.
I think
logo.
we're good. There was a good amount of time it was up there.
Oh, it was?
Yeah.
Okay.
Should I take the graphic off the video on YouTube right now then, or
Yeah.
the Fly
There's a,
one?
there's a graphic on the
Do
YouTube
you want
right
less
now.
money?
Right now.
Do you want less money?
No.
Okay, then no. We don't
You're
want
not
less.
helping any
We
of
don't
your
want less
orders.
I'm gonna
graphic.
turn my mic off now.
You're not helping any of your future orders. None of them.
Marks doesn't have future orders. He only rides a 2007 once a
Like
year.
future headlines?
Yeah. We have future headlines tonight.
Future headlines.
Dark Side.
What's up? All right, Fly Racing radio show. I'll do it for half, Max.
See?
What the pony wants the other half.
The pony.
No.
Yeah, the pony wants the other half. Listen, Dark Side. Good news. The folks at Guts Racing have renewed their deal for the wrap-up show for another year. Congratulations.
Andy Gregg is the best.
You are back on. You are coming back. We're working on the Michelin folks and Seal Savers,
Okay.
and so.
Good to know. I got Kellen Brower and Connor Olson again this week.
Okay, all right. What do you think of that schedule, Dark Side?
I like the Houston-Dallas rounds. I like it a lot.
Just gonna be all fucking Dark Side all the time.
Yeah, I'm going to have to hit up Hal and make sure I can stay at his house in Houston for a week.
Who?
Hal.
Oh,
you know,
Hal.
Dino fan.
Hal Simpson. I thought you said Howell. I was like, huh?
I know. Yeah.
Well, yeah, no, it'll be interesting to see for sure. So.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be good. I was at Monster Jam at Arlington this week, and you guys were talking about ticket prices, and I don't know if it's the same for Supercross, but the Monster Jam tickets, I believe, were like $30 a pop. They didn't seem to raise them.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
At least for that event,
Yeah, right.
That may be different, but yeah, there's people seem to be enjoying it, and it's kind of weird having not even half full stadium, but concession lines were short.
It's funny, the football games I've watched seem like a lot of fans. I guess just because the stadiums are so damn big, but the football games I'm watching, I'm like, oh shit, there's a lot of people there.
Yep.
So.
Depends on what you watch. If you watch college, it's not.
Oh, it's not.
No.
I don't watch college, but.
BYU game had a lot of people.
Did it?
Yeah.
Dark Side, are you happy with your Fly deal? Do you want to hash it out right here on the show, or try to get
I believe I'm getting a 2021 race too. I think. I mean, I don't know if that's confirmed, but it sounds like I'm happy. I'm always happy.
Okay, all right. Well, Dark Side's on board with Fly Racing.
That's simple.
Absolutely.
And Daniel Blair coming up here. He's a Fly Racing rider as well, or athlete, right?
Whole
or
family.
Representative, or whatever the hell Daniel Blair is.
Also sponsors Main Event Motopod.
I'm not familiar with that show.
What about Moto X Pod?
Not familiar.
Okay.
Nope. Not allowed.
Fair enough.
Yeah, too much Moto X Pod talk on the wrap-up show. By the way, Dark Side, too much.
Yeah, you say it's too much if it gets mentioned once in the.
Well, it's not a place for you to promote your damn show. It's just keep it straight. Keep it.
That's not what you said in the beginning.
Keep on focus, Dark Side. Keep focus.
Dark Side, we've been over this
I got it.
privately. You're never going to make him happy.
Nah.
I've been
nah.
living this for
well,
20,
you know what?
20 plus years.
I guess the week after I was in studio, I called in, of course. He gave me a compliment after I hung up, which I didn't hear it until I listened to the replay. But yeah, I'm using that one compliment like it's
never let it go.
Probably only. Yeah, it's definitely going to be on the wrap-up show every week.
You think Jeannie gave Ricky a lot of compliments? I doubt it. She did not. She just pushed him to be the greatest.
Dark Side, it's going to be like the one and only, and I'm going to say year because it could be years before Steve ever just says, "Yeah, that sounds like a great deal." It's never going to happen.
Absolutely,
never going to happen.
Yeah, you're 100% right.
Is there another media company that you guys deal with that promotes Fly better than I do?
No.
I mean, we just crush it. We have our great numbers. Marks, we did that thing this week on Instagram with all those numbers.
Yeah, they look good, don't
right?
they?
Feld Entertainment.
Feld Entertainment?
Yeah.
Is there any other sponsor on your show that's bigger than us?
No.
I rest my case.
Right.
It's Feld Entertainment than you.
My case.
Yeah. So, just give me all the money. You know? I mean, we do such a great job.
Feld Entertainment than you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So, what else, Darkside?
Max, I got a question for you.
Yep.
With when you were the gear guy for the riders and rider support, and you give all these guys, they have their jerseys allotted, and they give them away. Like how do you figure when do you get upset? How many do they have to give away before it's like, okay, you can't give any more away? How do you work that out?
To be completely honest, they get a set amount of gear. All of our top elite guys get a set amount of gear every week. It's gone. We don't anticipate.
You know what? Honestly, and I'm jumping on Max's question, but a lot of times they're not even giving away. It's usually promised out to charity events. The team has something going on with it. A sponsor needs it for some sort of VIP interaction, whatever. Right? It's almost like they don't even give them away most of the time. It's like, hey, where's that jersey? We need that jersey. We need all your gear from this weekend, and they give it away most of the time.
And a lot of the times, like if it does need to be kept, I tell them or. At that time, I would tell them, like, hey, don't give this stuff away.
Yep.
And they keep it for me. But we bring the set amount of gear per week, and it's gone. We anticipate right up front that we're not getting any back.
And then how many times did Weston Pike almost cause chaos at dealer signings where you had to tell them, hey, you can't say that, Weston?
Maybe once or twice with me.
Right.
And I was going to a lot of the signings back when I was doing it because I had nothing else to do.
Yep.
So, but now we don't attend as many as we used to. But maybe once or twice.
Okay.
I think he's learned a lot.
Yeah.
Between owning his furniture store and dealing with retail customers.
Yep.
And then, he's really involved with WPS now, whether it's on hard drive or, Shinko Sedona side, whatever, right? Going to Sturgis, obviously all the Supercross events. I think he's matured quite a bit. Of course, inside, I'm sure he's thinking things he wants to say.
Yep.
But he's learned he has to be really patient with people.
All right.
Yeah, the reason I ask is, I don't know, Max, you may remember, like in 19 at Houston, Zacho did this little meet and greet thing for me where he was just going to meet a random fan, and there was no deal of him giving this kid a jersey, but he ended up giving 3 jerseys away that day and said, oh, Max is going to be mad.
Nah.
But then you walk in and you're like, no big deal. So I was kind of curious. That was excessive, and that just shows Zach's heart. But I was wondering how that worked.
I mean, we have the luxury, luckily, with like Zacho and a few of those guys, like JB, who was on earlier. Brayton is probably the biggest gear hoarder I've ever met in my life. That dude literally will tell me at like round 6 or 7, stop bringing me gear. Like he has so much. He's like, stop bringing me gear. I don't want any more. Like he literally will just, and then he'll go like into the locker. He'll have like 8 sets brand new in the bag. And I'm like, don't you change?
Yeah.
He's like, no. Most of the time, no. Like,
right. Yeah. Why in the Supercross?
Zach
you really
is
don't.
the same way.
Yeah.
Zach, we look under his bus and there's 8 sets
JT,
of brand new gear.
when you race, would you put new gear on that they brought you? Like all the stuff?
Yeah, I would wear it, but I didn't give it away either. When I moved
JT
from
was hoarder too.
Yeah, when I moved from Florida to Idaho, I had about 150 sets of gear that I had to dispose of.
Zach was the same way.
Yeah.
They had just accumulated. They were a few years old,
right.
But I didn't know what to do with them. I didn't want to throw them away. I remember when I would wait all year to get a new set of gear. I didn't want to throw it away.
And
Crazy?
I could be pretty honest. We give 3 sets of gear a week.
Yeah.
To all of our elite guys, and that's 1 for practice, 1 for heat, like in Supercross, 1 for heat, 1 for main. Like it's because we want them to look the best all the time and the cleanest. And some guys wear one set all day, and some guys wear 3 sets. Some guys wear one jersey or 3 pairs of pants and 2 jerseys. Like
Right.
It just depends on the guy.
Yep.
Hey, one more thing before I go. The yellow and black kinetic stuff that's back there in the corner with the number 1 on it. Any chance that color scheme will come back as a non-Rockstar logo? Just that black and yellow?
Which one was it? I missed the.
It's back there behind you in the corner, the
That
Zacho
stuff
stuff.
back there.
The
That's
black and yellow
the
kinetic.
Rockstar collab.
Black and yellow. I can't really speak to what's going on with Rockstar. Max maybe can. But with Pepsi buying Rockstar, I think they're kind of rethinking everything. So we'll see. We'll see what direction
He just
they
wants
go.
that color away in a non-Rockstar stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yellow's been tough for us, and it's tough for everybody, I think. Yellow, I don't want to say never. It's likely because we did like mustard this year in Kinetic, but just a straight yellow, it would probably make it into a Kinetic line because we do 8 of them. But it's always going to be tough. Yellow and green are tough.
Is there any plans to, on the back of a jersey, make a little holder for the pony? Like, you just a little like pocket where a guy, if he had a pony, could tuck it in.
We're back to the jersey pocket thing?
No,
You want
inside.
You want a
that stays
pocket
inside the
in the
Rebel
jersey
Chest Pro.
again?
Oh no, I want a pocket in a mountain bike
know.
shirt.
I was
Yeah,
kidding.
okay.
Yeah,
I was like,
yeah.
no, yeah. I'm just saying for the
I got a
guy,
razor blade.
for the humans out there that have ponies, and there's a lot of them. I mean, let's face it. Every second guy out there has a pony these days. Tuck it in somewhere. No?
It tucks in inside the Rebel Chest Pro, which goes under the jersey.
Now we're going to go ahead and cut that off, that
Yeah.
pony.
Take it clean
No,
off.
that we're not.
I need to get a Rebel Chest Pro, by the way. I've been wearing Chest Pros lately. So
You've been wearing chest pros lately.
yeah,
Which one?
a Chest Pro underneath my jersey.
Okay.
That you cannot see.
Okay.
But a Revel would be much nicer.
Okay.
And more.
Just thought I'd see
And
what we
more-
could get out of you right there.
And more. Well, I didn't. I'm not gonna. All right. Anything else?
Just ask the tough questions here, PulpMX.
You did.
That's
I
it,
did.
man.
All right. So wrap up show this week, everybody. Take a listen to it if you can. It's going great, and it's always fantastic. So.
Always. Thanks, man.
All right. Thanks, Darkside. See ya. All right, everybody. MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com. If you need a job in the industry, this is a really good place to start. #1 source for power sports companies looking for employees and candidates looking for employment opportunities. It's the first and only job board built specifically for the motorcycle industry. Job of the week this week is marketing director at Fly. Oh, that's
Marketing
awkward.
manager.
Yeah, marketing manager.
Is you some with Rip?
No, marketing manager actually it says. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, that's awkward.
Not really.
They're replacing the old guy. It says he sucks. They're looking. Oh wow, there's a lot of detail here.
MIJ really has the scoop.
Yeah, they really do.
First order of business for new guy. Cut PulpMX.
Yeah.
First order of business.
No, it doesn't say that here.
No.
MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com. The job of the week is Dunlop, a full-time job in Rancho Cucamonga, California. It is a consumer affairs rep. So you provide technical service and professional advice to consumers, dealers, motorcycle department personnel, distributors regarding all motorcycle tire products and related technical programs. So, yeah, it's a full-time job. It's in California. It's with Dunlop Tires. Good guys, good company. And MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com. Upload your resume for free today. Please check that out if you can. Still coming up with Daniel Blair, Ben Watson as well. Maxima Racing, Adam Cianciarillo will be in shortly in studio using Maxima oils out there to almost win the 450 Motocross Championship. MaximaUSA.com. Pulp20 is the code to save. Eli Tomac, Geico Honda. Ooh, I guess I shouldn't say Geico Honda anymore.
Yeah.
I'm just reading the copy. They used Maxima. Mitch Payton using Maxima as well under the most severe in MX and off-road conditions. Maxima oil has recently developed a new oil technology, and it's available right now in the 4-stroke engine oil. It's called Peak. It's unique and exclusive to Maxima. The reformulation was designed to make significant improvements in several critical areas, plus the 2-stroke stuff. What's your favorite Maxima oil, Max?
Is it the 530 MX?
Yeah, they have some.
530 MX.
You're literally the only guy that said motor oil was their favorite Maxima product. like there's SC1, there's MBPL.
I love SC1 too. No, you know what?
There's
Probably
brake
contact
clean.
cleaner. Contact cleaner. The
Yeah,
blue label contact
yeah.
cleaner. I use tons.
You
of
can
that
stick
stuff.
with your motor oil answer.
No.
It's just never been said. Right, Marks? Has it ever been said? Favorite oil? Ever?
No, I don't think
It's
so.
good product.
It is.
It's good stuff.
But it's just motor oil.
I'm personally a Blendzall guy, but I like that Maxima does that 9/27 day.
Yeah.
Like September 27th. That's a cool idea.
Right.
But I'm I'm a Blendzall guy.
MaximaUSA.com for more information on that. ProFilter as well. If you haven't heard of ProFilter, maybe you've been roosted too many times. They've been active in the industry for the last decade and manufactures top quality air and oil filters for dirt bikes, street bikes, side-by-sides, and everything in between. Sold through Power Sports dealers nationwide. Pick up a pre-oiled, ready-to-use premium air filter, oil filter for your next service. I grab my filter out of my Yamaha. I throw it away. I grab a new one that's oiled, and I put it in. It's amazing. No cleaning filters. I don't clean filters anymore.
I haven't cleaned filters.
At
in a
Yamaha,
while.
we had to clean our own filters because Uni would send, I don't know, 100 for the year. So we had to re-clean them. So I hated truing wheels. So Gothic J trued my wheels because I don't have the
filters.
And I did the filters. So I cleaned 8.
Good trade-off.
In 3.5 years at Yamaha, I probably cleaned 200 filters, 300 filters.
That sucks.
That's a lot.
Whatever
That
it
sucks.
was.
That's a lot.
But Jay trued my wheels, which I don't have the patience for. So.
Did you use gasoline?
No. Solvent. ProFilter.com for more information on that. There's a real option for riders to avoid cleaning an air filter ever again from those folks. All right. Coming up with Ben Watson here shortly, but before we go to that interview, so the word on the street is, and we don't know for sure, but we think, just like with the Supercross schedule, one spot at Moto Concepts Smart Top Honda. It is Savachi, it is McElrath, and it is Benny Bloss. Am I missing anybody that we know of that has tried the bike, thought about it, been there for that spot?
Don't know anybody past that.
So, Supercross only deal. Who would you pick, Max? All right.
No, I'm thinking because there's
money's the same for everybody.
Yeah.
That's like
yeah.
Probably Savachi.
Yep.
Yeah, probably Savachi.
JT.
Maybe McElrath. Yeah. I don't know.
Maybe Benny.
Nah, I mean, they all have their own.
I know, but that's why this is great for bench racing. Yeah, like who?
Those three, I go McElrath. Not even a question.
You? Who would you pick?
Well, hold on. Not even a question.
No.
Really?
No. Coming off last year racing, you know he's going to get good starts and put your bike at the front. Maybe he doesn't get podiums on 450. That's asking a lot. But you know his starting prowess and you know his skills in Supercross.
Yeah.
He's Supercross only deal.
But never ridden a 450 before. No big deal?
No.
No, not worried.
He's a bigger guy. His skill set is really good, like blitzing whoops, all those things.
Yep.
He's a really good jumper, really good starter. I like his skill set. It's just a really tough class. But between those three, I would pick Shane. But the tough part of that is the money. I don't think the money's, me. I always think the money is a factor with those guys.
Yeah.
I don't think that those guys would be willing to take the same deal. Like if you're Shane coming off of winning races, almost winning a Tviti title, and then you look at Benny, who crazy amount of potential, but he's had a tough go, doesn't have a ride. I can't imagine they're willing to sign for the same amount of money.
Yeah.
So that's got to be a part of it.
Man, Savachi's Cowie year was so good.
It was?
And it was just.
Yeah.
I mean, his bike broke a couple times when he was up there.
Mm-hmm.
He got good starts. He led laps. And then he hurt himself, and a tough year at JGR. But can you write that off to like a year off with the injury and maybe not the greatest bike? And now you're getting on a bike that, we saw Hill
I worry about, and I don't know him, so I'm 100% speculating, which is always a bad idea, but it doesn't seem like Joey's the easiest rider to work with. So does that come into play somewhere? Right? If all things are equal. It seems like he has a strong personality, has strong opinions, and if things aren't going really well, maybe that's tougher than another rider would be. So I don't know.
Yeah. Because this is a tough blow for JGR, but is the MCR Honda better than the JGR Suzuki?
I don't think the Suzuki is bad.
I don't either.
I mean,
I don't think it's bad.
Look at Freddie's starts.
Yeah.
I don't know. I haven't ridden either bike.
Yeah.
It doesn't sound like those guys are even going to race 21s. Sounds like they're going to race 20s.
Yeah, I think Vince is going to ride with 21. But yeah.
So I don't know. They always kind of march the beat of their own drum over there. I don't know. I guess how much better is the production Honda versus the production Suzuki? That's really, I guess, the difference. Right. Because if you don't think that JGR is capable of building a really good bike, I would disagree with that.
Yeah.
But are they so far behind at a stock level that they can't catch up?
I don't know. I look at what Hill and Mookie did on their MCR bike, and I'm like, That thing wasn't holding those guys back at all. They could do anything they wanted. You know what I mean? No problems. They look great. So put
But
Joey.
Chad looked really good on a JGR Suzuki, right? Like I thought he rode it really well.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, that's the same bike. Is what I'm saying. It's the same bike.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't really feel like they've been given. I think the JGR can obviously build an extremely competitive bike. I don't feel like they've had a good opportunity to get too far going with any rider because it seems like they're always hindered. There's always something. You know, with like Mookie. Mookie was killing it on that bike, on the MCR bike, and he was doing really good. He was also healthy, no issues, no like. I feel like JGR is always kind of they've always kind of had a little bit of a setback. There's always something.
White Weston was going to be their guy and got hurt. Like he was going to be their podium guy, right? And he got hurt. And Joey was going to be their guy and he got hurt.
I feel like they've never came in like, okay, we're all there, we're ready. Like it's always been something.
It's been one blow after another for those guys. It really has been. So so that'd be an interesting call. To see what they do with that. JGR, Suzuki is not the Suzuki JGR negotiations are not going well. There's a chance they don't go racing. God, I hope not. But I really see Shane under that tent. I just see him there. It just makes so much more sense on every
He's
level.
He's definitely a good fit there.
Yeah. He's from there. Team will like him. He'll like the team. That makes total perfect sense. So, but I heard that thing's rocky between Suzuki and JGR. God, I hope they go racing, So we can't lose Geico and JGR.
We can't lose another team.
That would be bad news. Let's go to Jason on 3. Jason, what's going on?
Hey, how's it going, Steve?
Good.
So this kind of stems from all your rants and all kinds of things, but I listened to a Craig interview, right? And he's saying he's got to get this 250 title before he moves up and all these things. But there's not a ton of 250 titles and there's a lot of good guys. At some point, doesn't this run out? I mean,
what do you mean? What run out?
You gotta make it happen, or you gotta get up if he wants to get on the 450. But
wow,
I mean, there's not unlimited 250 titles.
No, and Christian's won one Supercross. So with all due respect to him and his great style and his speed, he's won one career race. You look at RJ and you look at J Mart and Cooper and whoever else you put in that class. J Mart, all those guys. There's a lot more guys that have Faulkner. There's a lot of guys that have won more races than him.
Right. Yeah. I mean, how do you see him doing this year too, as well?
Yeah, I don't see anything changing with Christian. Max, start with you. I don't see anything. I see. I mean, the bike's good, but you know what? His speed hasn't been the problem. The bike hasn't held him back.
No.
He's crashed or made mental errors.
Yeah, I think he's just had mistakes.
Right.
Yeah.
So why,
the bike was obviously good.
Good.
Yeah, he didn't have any bike setbacks.
No. Jet Lawrence looked fantastic in winning.
Yeah.
J Mart looked fantastic in winning.
Yeah,
right.
The bike was well proven.
Yeah. I think it's just been mental with Christian always. And I think Connor has tried really hard and made a lot of progress with Christian. It's just going to be when the lights get bright in Supercross, can he utilize, the talents that he has? That's it. That's what it's always been.
Yeah.
So we'll see. Only he can do it, right? Connor and his wife and his team and his mechanic and everybody can get him as prepared as possible and give him the best bike on the track.
Yeah.
But when the gate drops, can he mentally do what he knows how to do?
And maybe like RJ, who went from Geico to Rockstar. Oh, you're get feedback there. Or Osborne going from Geico to Rockstar. Just a change in that front fender and the atmosphere of the team.
Yep. Well, and he's getting out. His father-in-law was the owner of the team. It seemed like a great situation, but sometimes changing everything. And there's going to be no doubt when he goes to the starting line, he has the best bike on the starting line. So you have this rider with all his talent. He's won, I don't know if he won races that year, but when he was battling with Webb for the title.
He won one.
Everything's there.
I think I think his 450 motocross outdoor season was great.
It was awesome.
He
was great.
finished strong.
It was great.
It was good.
Nick, you there? Nick.
I sacrificed everything I had.
All right. Nick's been on hold for an hour, and that's what I got. So, hey, MX2 class over in Europe is getting interesting. There's how many rounds are left? 3 rounds are left, JT?
Yep.
3 rounds are left in that series.
Arco
de Trento in Italy, hard pack, hilly, kind of crappy track, but really cool scenery.
Beautiful. Yes. Doesn't look like very much fun.
Ben Watson, though, is England's next great hope in GP motocross. He absolutely has been doing really well lately. Won his first GP this past weekend at Lommel. Won some motos earlier this year. It was announced he's going to 450 Yamaha class, which is awesome for him. He's going to be a factory rider alongside Sewer. And I found it interesting, JT, they didn't mention Paul Lynn. They just said one other rider.
I'm curious. I wonder if he's got to be getting close to hanging this up, Paul Lynn.
Yeah, I don't know.
He's been around
Yeah,
forever.
Right.
So maybe there's something there. I don't know.
Desal announced his retirement. But MX Panda.
Again, Paul Lynn's riding great. He just won a moto.
I know, unbelievable.
Less than a week
Yeah,
ago.
right.
So who knows?
So we talked to Ben Watson earlier about his Lommel, about his next year, about the GP format, 3 races in a week. God, I'd never want to race Lommel 3 times in a week.
No. I thought it was interesting, and the listeners will hear this, listening to him describe how his body felt after some of these races.
Yeah.
Because I wouldn't think those guys are so fit that they would not be all that sore. But yeah. That's a tougher track than I've probably ever raced on.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So we talked to Ben Watson here, brought to you by Scotia. Pulp 2020 is the code to save with the folks at Scotia. And here's Ben Watson talking about his win, his next year, his 450 program, and more. So take a listen to this, and we'll be right back after that. All right, next up on the PulpMX show tonight, it's a recorded interview, of course, because we are so many hours apart, but brought to you by the folks at Scotia Engineering. Pulp 2020 is a code to say with Scotia, a Scotsman/Englishman, Dean Wilson, using Scotia stuff. 40 years in business by visiting Scotia.com to get a discount on lineup of phone mounts, chargers, and cables, power sports clamps and mounts, and a brand new Base Links modular charging system and more. A Rockstar Energy Husky, of course, using Scotia, and Pulp 2020 is a code to save with the guys at Scotia. Welcome on the latest winner in the MX2 class from Lommel this weekend, and a big deal just announced going to the Yamaha 450 factory effort for next year. It is the Englishman, Ben Watson. Ben, what's up, man? Thanks for coming on.
Yeah, no problem. Everything good here, thanks.
Yeah, that's awesome. Congratulations on the win. You've been coming around, winning some motos, getting better, huh? It's been a climb this year to the top.
Yeah, exactly. It's been not an easy journey. I mean, last year was filled with some injuries, but then 2018 was obviously my first year with the Yamaha, and I showed some potential then, but never really, just had one podium throughout the season. So this year, in the beginning, like through the winter, I was feeling really good, but then just before the season, I had the small injury with the metacarpal on my hand, and just set me back a bit. And then obviously all the stuff with COVID, it's just it's been strange, but now like with all the racing, a lot packed into one, we've been really getting stuck in, and I've just started to feel real good.
What was it like on the weekend? You won the first moto and the second moto. I think you got fourth. Did you get fourth in the second moto, I think? Yeah. And so were you kind of doing the math in your head and kind of figuring out where you'd be for the overall?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the first moto I rode like good. I felt all the way through the moto, just like kept putting my laps in, and my speed was good. And then in the second one, I was thinking way too much because I had a real bad start, and I was outside the top 10 in the beginning, and it just was coming through some guys, but riding real tense. And the guy who finished second to me in the first one, Renault, he was behind me, and then I could see the guy who was leading was Van der Moosdijk, and he was sixth place in the first race, and then I was going through it in my head with a few, it was 15 minutes to go, and it was completely the wrong thing to do. But when you've never won a you've never won a GP, it was just natural. I couldn't help but do it, and actually now that it's happened, like I feel a bit of a weight lifted off my shoulders. And if I was in that situation again, it's I've won a GP, so just be relaxed now and just go for it.
Yeah, absolutely. JT, I couldn't imagine 3 GPs at Lommel so close together.
Well,
good God.
My only experience there was in the summer, and I just remember how it was pretty warm comparatively to the U.S., maybe not so much, but the dirt was pretty light. It's sandy and bottomless, as they always talk about, but it was much different than what I'm watching now. Now it looks like it's wintertime Lommel. It's really thick and deep and soft. It doesn't look like a very fun track to ride on, let alone 3 times in 7 days. So
how'd the body feel, Ben? Like, how was that?
I mean, the first Lommel was the toughest one for me because it was the driest.
Okay.
And then the track developed more like a real sand track with some flowing bumps, and the speed was a little bit higher. And then throughout the week, like for the second race, it rained quite a lot in the qualifying and then stopped throughout the day.
Mm-hmm.
So the track had a little bit more moisture. The ground was a little bit harder. But then the final Sunday, this last one, it was not really, you didn't ride it like it was a sand track. It was just like deep, wet lines and a little bit like Assen in
Nations
19.
Yeah.
I mean, it was just like, a bit of a slog. And honestly, like I didn't really enjoy the track, especially the new layout for the final Sunday. But yeah, the body was the worst after the first one, and then gradually throughout the week, surprisingly, it was. Yeah, like the final Sunday, honestly, it was just try to get around without making too many mistakes. The speed was not high; it was a little bit more trial style.
So what do you guys typically do? Like Womel is probably the most difficult track on earth that I can think of. So recovery is everything for a race like that. What was your normal day, or what were a lot of the riders around you doing? Was it a lot of massage and a lot of recovery? Were you completely staying off anything, or were you guys bicycling some? Like, what does that a week like that consist of?
Yeah, for me, like I did the race, the first one, and then Monday I just did 1 hour cycling, and then Tuesday, the day before the race, I didn't do anything, and I just had to do the GoPro lap. So it was Tuesday afternoon after the EMX races, and I got on the bike. I had to do like 4 laps at the end of the day. And like just putting my leg over the bike and stuff, and my lower back, everything I felt just so battered. And I did the GoPro lap, and the track was real naughty already. And I just thought, this week's going to be a real slog. And then the Wednesday morning when I woke up, I actually felt a little bit better. But it was, I mean, still, like my legs and stuff, I was feeling it. Yeah. And then Thursday again after the race, I just did a 1 hour cycle and then had the 2 days completely off again before the final race. So I did almost no training at all. It was just 2 days of recovery and the rest just resting.
It's kind of like what our guys were doing for Supercross a little bit. When we were all in Salt Lake City, there wasn't a whole lot going on. Maybe a light day of riding on Friday, but the guys were really just resting. They were just trying to rest.
Yeah, I think that's one misconception is people think that guys just train, and they do. But if you're not at 100% or as close to it on race day, you're going the wrong direction. You're doing more harm than good if you don't allow yourself to recover and be 100% on race day.
Yeah, exactly. And especially like at this point in the season, I mean, you can't physically gain anything now. It's way too late. Yeah. Everything has to be done in the winter. You have to be fully prepared before the season. And then, especially when you've got triple headers like this of 3 GPs in 1 week, it's just, for me, it is just a matter of recovery. You can't physically, gain anything from going out riding. Okay, unless you need to test some parts that you think you could improve the bike with, but otherwise, So you need to be at this point ready.
Yeah. So will you ride any this week before Italy or no?
I'm going to go just a little bit on Wednesday, just because we're going to go from the deep sand and then to Arco. It's going to be a hard, slippery track. Yep. I mean, I don't know what the weather's going to be like there, but I think it's going to be complete different conditions to Lommel. So just going to have one day, loosen up and just get on the hard track again.
So I've heard things I've read, Ben, a little bit is a lot of, of course, due to COVID, you guys are down to that 1 day format and you're trying to get this series finished, of course. I've read that a lot of guys kind of like the 1 day thing. We do it over here in the U.S. We had 2 days for a long time, and JT, when you raced, it was 2 days forever. But what are your thoughts on that? Do you think they could go to 1 day permanently for you guys and have the AMX on the other days, or do you like the 2 practices and qualifiers on Saturdays and all that?
No, I think the 1 day format works really well. I mean, the only strange thing for us is after the EMX, they just leave the track completely. They just reface the jumps. And sometimes when you go to a track like Lommel, I mean, you go from doing nothing to riding a real brutal, deep, horrible track. And it can be a little bit difficult to get into it sometimes. Mm-hmm. And then, straight away you have to bang lap times in. So it can be a little bit sketchy sometimes like that. But otherwise, I like the 1 day format. Especially when you're doing 20 races, all over the world, it's a lot of traveling. And yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, the one day can work.
It's a lot of racing for you guys over a weekend, especially when you compare it to our guys over here. I mean, you've heard it many times, I'm sure, Ben. When guys come over to here, Max was just talking about this the other day, even though he'd been here before. You get about 2 laps of practice, and then it is green flag, and now it is go time on a track that maybe you don't quite have down yet, or you don't quite see it yet. And it's completely opposite in the MXGP series. So, yeah, it's funny.
Yeah, completely opposite. I mean, our normal schedule, we have just a free practice, like 20 minutes. Then we have a 25 minutes time practice.
Yeah.
And that time practice is just for your start grid for the qualifying race.
Yep.
And then you have a 20+2 qualifying race, and that's your Saturday. Then Sunday morning you get up, you do a 20-minute warm-up, and then obviously your 2 30+2 races.
Yeah.
So we have like a lot of track time, and some people think it's too much, but the teams and a few people who like to try and change a few bits when they get to the track, they like that kind of format. But yeah, I mean, when you've just got to go out there and put fast laps in, there's no time to start messing with the bike or anything. You just need to focus on getting dialed in straight away.
So when you took the overall at Lommel this past weekend, was Lewis Phillips did he faint? Did he pass out? Did you soak him in champagne? How was Lewis after the race?
Lewis, wow. I mean, no, he didn't have any words.
Yeah, he's speechless, right?
He was pretty quiet. Yeah. Normally he fills me with all these positives and tells me all the fine little details that no one else even has a clue about. He's got it all logged in there.
Yeah.
But now this time he was just like, finally.
Probably the only guy more excited than you, Lewis Phillips.
Yeah.
I would think.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
He was more excited than me.
So
he was living it.
We saw the press release. Obviously, you're aging out of the MX2, and Yamaha has taken you up to the 450 class to the factory ride alongside Sewer and one other guy we read in the press release. Was that in the works for a while? Did you sort of your recent results lately seal the deal? When did you start talking to Yamaha guys about moving up and all of that? How did it come together for you?
Well, yeah, it's quite a long story, to be honest. I mean, there was so many rumors going around the paddock, and as you know, when it comes to silly season, it just gets completely out of hand. And I feel like I was one of the main topics of the rumors. And some of the things I was listening to, I was like, man, I don't honestly know where that's even come from. The whole time I was speaking with Yamaha, but it wasn't to be on the factory team.
Okay.
Because the situation with COVID, and as you know, it's made everything so difficult and delayed a lot of stuff. So it was understandable that I had to wait so long to, find out really where I was going to be placed. But then, I think lately the good riding, and I've showed a little bit of, speed more than usual. And yeah, I think it did just seal the deal. I mean, they came over to me after the win on Sunday evening, just as I came down from the podium, and I was already so emotional. And Alex Kowalski, the Yamaha guy, and Louis, the team manager, the team owner, they came over to me literally as I came down from the podium and told me the news. And yeah,
wow,
I just broke down. It was a crazy day.
That's crazy. That's a really neat way to find out, right? I mean, wow. That's pretty sweet.
It's a pretty good day.
Yeah.
I mean, they had it in the pipeline for a couple of weeks. Obviously, they were working things out, but
yeah,
you never know what could happen. And yeah, I think the good results definitely helped.
Right. Do you have an agent? Do you have a guy helping you out?
No. I do it all myself.
Oh, okay.
I had a little bit of bad history with an agent, and
Yep.
It's scarred me a little bit.
Right. Of course, over here, Ben, the Star Yamahas. I mean, look, Ferrandis and Nichols and McElrath, they're all great riders. So I'm not taking that away from them. But when you watch these Star bikes over here in Supercross and Motocross, I mean, they are the fastest. Yamaha's got the engine design down, and they do a great job. But over there, I feel, in what I watch, your bikes are good. You guys are up off the start. But that KTM of Vial looks really good. Now, obviously, he's also a great rider, so it is not all bike. But when you watch Vial and who's his teammate?
It was Rene Hoffer, but he's hurt.
Hoffer.
Yeah, but who's this? The guy on the other? Olsen, TKO. Same kind of bike.
On the Huskies.
Yeah, on the Husky. I feel like I'm like, oh, those things look pretty good. So how do you feel about your bike compared to theirs over there?
I think there's like advantages and disadvantages. As a package, I absolutely love my bike.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's the handling and as a general all-round bike, I think it's up there with the best. But I mean, the rules with the like production is completely different here. There's not really any limits. I mean, we have the fuel and that's about it. So we can just make the full bike, completely custom if you wanted to. And I guess it's with budgets and stuff, some people have more availability than other brands. But as a package, like I do love my setup, and I think Jago also. I mean, he's had some issues in the last few races with crashing, but yeah, it's just racing. It is what it is. But as a general rule of thumb, I think the Yamaha as a package is definitely one of the best.
Also, maybe too, Vial JT probably weighs 120 pounds.
He's pretty light.
He's pretty small. He's a pretty small guy.
Yeah,
but
I reckon I've got probably 20 kilos over him.
Yeah,
I mean,
that could have something to do with it.
I'm 80 plus.
Right. Yeah, we don't know kilos over here, Ben. Okay, like listen, I'm Canadian, but we've been living here a long time, so.
I couldn't tell you how many pounds I weigh, if I'm honest.
Okay.
I really don't know.
How many stones?
Stone, I also don't know. I'm kilos.
Right.
So I have a question. As you move into MXGP next year, just watching, Calvin Vlanderen moved up, and you've gotten to watch that class. And as we know, it's really, really competitive. Where do you see yourself what do you need to work on, right? As you're assessing your abilities and your strengths and weaknesses and moving into that class with so much depth and so much talent, what's going to be your focus in this, I guess, shorter off season than we're used to? What are you going to try to work on throughout the winter?
I mean, there's obviously a lot, and when I get in the class, I'm obviously going to get a surprise and find things that I need to work on. But that is like one massive advantage I'm going to have with joining the factory Yamaha MXGP team is they've got the experience, and I'm going to have two, experienced teammates.
Yep.
And I think as a package to have those guys around me for my first year is going to be, really helpful and quite a big advantage. But yeah, when you speak to everybody who's, a few years older than me and have made this step like I had to from the age rule, there's so many different stories. Like some people say it's like a complete different ball game in the MXGP. But then, you have my brother who didn't race MXGP since 15 or 16 when he was with Ice One, and he got an 11th in the first race. So it's like you have your fors and against. I mean, I don't know really what to expect, and I'm just going to have to go in there open-minded and just see what happens. And that's what the first year is all about, gaining as much experience as I can and just trying to do my best every weekend and just learn.
Yeah, to me, from looking from the outside, it seems that the starts are so critical, and that's a very easy thing to say. Oh, starts are important. Everybody knows that. But when you look at Jorge's success this season, and even Dylan Walsh running around at the front, you can see what the pace is fast, of course, but he was able to go with those guys at the beginning. But if you start 15th, it looks like a very difficult challenge to even get inside the top 10 because everybody seems like they're going the same speed for the most part.
Yeah, especially this season, the racing's been real strange. Like normally, when I've done my first heat, I sort my goggles out and then I go and I watch the second the MXGP heat. And this year, like sometimes I've been watching the racing and I get 10 minutes into the race and I've walked back to the van like I'm just bored. I'm not even interested in watching it because it's just been like follow the leader at so many races. And I don't know if it's down to the tracks or if the speed and everyone is actually that close, but the racing just seems to have been boring. I mean, I feel like Lommel this weekend, obviously with how the track played out and with the weather and stuff, there was actually a difference between the riders, and it was nice that it wasn't all down to the start for once. Like I gated outside the top 10 in 3 or 4 of the races, and I managed to finish on the box at all 3. So it was, you could tell that one wasn't all about the start.
Mm-hmm.
But honestly, like this year, it's been like 70% of the race minimum. And yeah, sometimes I'm just not good enough on the start.
Ben Watson on the PulpMX show, brought to you by Scosh Industries. Pulp 2020 is the code to save with Scosh. Please check them out. The Rockstar Energy Husky team using them and their award-winning consumer technology, power sports, car audio products, and more from the guys at Scosh. Well, Ben, thanks for joining us, man, tonight. I really appreciate it. It's late there even still, and I appreciate you taking the phone call and everything else. Congratulations on the new deal. Congratulations on the overall, and it's really cool to see, man. As a member of Blue Crew, I'm stoked for you, and I think we're going to do big things next year. So thanks, man.
No problem. Thank you for having me on the show.
All right. Thanks, Ben.
Thanks, Ben.
Been a pleasure. Thank you.
All right, next up on the PulpMX show tonight, it's a recorded interview, of course, because we are so many hours apart.
Those who love motocross know Motorsport.com has the knowledge and expertise to make your next ride your best ride. Motorsport.com has a broad selection of in-stock parts and gear at competitive prices. We specialize in bringing you OEM and aftermarket parts, riding gear, and accessories for dirt bikes, motorcycles, ATVs, and UTVs. All thanks to the most dedicated and experienced team of gearheads in the industry who use the very parts we sell on Motorsport.com. Motorsport.com always offers fast shipping and free delivery on orders more than $79 to ensure you never miss a ride. Whether you race on the track, ride the trails, or commute on the street, shop Motorsport.com today for the best customer service and experience when buying the parts and gear you need to stay on 2 and 4 wheels. Make your next ride your best ride, only at Motorsport.com.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning Factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
Hi, it's Tomax Superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win is Michelin motorcycle tires. And Michelin is introducing many exciting new tires for 2020. For V-twin riders, the Michelin Commander 3 Cruiser and the Michelin Commander 3 Touring tires offer improved wet grip and enhanced tread life. For sport bike and track day riders, the Michelin Power 5 tire and the Michelin Power GP tires feature the same architecture and profile for effortless sport bike setup from street to track. If you'd like to have the same tire that won the 2019 Red Bull Ayersburg Rodeo, the Michelin Enduro Extreme tire is the tire for you. And the Michelin Starcross 5 tire range is now available for young motocross and off-road riders in sizes for 50cc bikes and up. To learn more about these and all other Michelin two-wheel products, check out www.motorcycle.michelinman.com. Visit your local dealer or online retailer and follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Thanks for listening to the PulpMX show, everybody. Please, if you're listening to these commercials, I appreciate it. Yeah, that's right, because without these commercials and without these sponsors, we wouldn't have a janky radio show for you to listen to. But for now, I want to talk about Roost MX, the official graphics company for both Cobra Moto and the Cycle Trader Rock River Yamaha team. For over 20 years, they've been delivering professional-level graphics for every rider from an amateur to a pro, including Alex Ray back in the day. Choose from our selection of graphics online or make yours one of a kind. Roost also offers a wide range of custom products from t-shirts, sticker kits, helmet kits, trailer graphics, and more. 48-hour turnaround. Be sure to check out the new Pulp Nation section on the website. Get your PulpMX swag, customize your bike, get custom stickers, get custom helmet stickers, whatever it is, including PulpMX stuff. Follow them on Instagram at RoostMX for monthly sales. Get your equipment looking fresh, visiting roostmx.net and use the discount code PulpNation to save 20%. Thanks, roostmx.net.
chain and sprocket kit but aren't sure what you need? Then call Vortex Racing at 800-440-3559 and get hooked up with a V3 Performance Kit. They have more gearing than your garage has room for. With over 30,000 possible gearing combinations, Vortex has the right gearing for any track condition. Join the ranks of factory Yamaha's Justin Barsha and Aaron Plessinger, as well as Supercross champion Dylan Ferrandis, and run a Vortex sprocket. Available in red, black, blue, silver, and green. Yes, green. Call a doctor, because things just got sick. Warning. May cause extraordinary power, excessive performance, and speed so fast your eyes will bleed. Call Vortex Racing at 800-440-3559. Mention promo code PulpMX 2020 and get the best deal on your next order. And don't forget to sign up for the Vortex EK Athlete Support Team for 2020. For more information, call 800-440-3559 or visit vortexracing.com.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate 45 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage 45 years ago, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhausts 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF is a proud sponsor of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship for over 25 years.
Steve.
Kiefer.
You want to hear about one of the best rides I've ever had?
Dude, it's not time for After Dark yet.
Chill down, dude. I just want to talk about race tech stuff.
Oh, that's it. Okay.
Gosh, man. Basically, I've had the chance to do some stuff with race tech recently with the CRF 250R and, of course, the KX 250. And as you know, I've talked about on the show, I wasn't a real hardcore fan of Racetech stuff back in the day. But since Rob and Andrew and those guys have assembled at Racetech, the stuff has been great. So for you guys out there listening, if you guys are looking to get your engine work done or even some suspension work, or as Steven says on the show sometimes, get your seals and your oil rebuilt in your fork and shock. Get it rebuilt. It helps. 15 to 20 hours. Head over to racetech.com. Check out. They even got a cool little simulator. You can look at what size spring rate you might need for your bike. So a lot of cool features over there on the website. But and as you know, Yamaha Blue Crew guy over here, you guys have some of that on your bike.
It's fantastic. Zombie Blows uses it. Jerry Robin uses it. Starling, all of those guys over there. Malcolm Stewart won a Supercross with Racetech stuff a few years ago. Pulp19 is the code to save. Mention PulpMX when you call. You can save on the service. You can save on motor work. You can save on springs if you just want to do that and get it put in yourself or do it yourself. Racetech is the one-stop shopping for motor and suspension work. You can also mention the code HOMELIFE2020.
That's better. That's a better code, I think.
We'll do either one. Just listen, people. Give your bike some love. Get your suspension modified service. Get your motor modified serviced with the folks at Racetech.
Good people.
Hey, Pulp listeners, this is Andy from Guts Racing. I want to thank you guys for all the loyal support over the years. Thanks, Steve Mathis, for having us on the show. Steve normally asks for us to write out what we want to say, but this year I'm shooting it from the gut, right from the heart, because I really do appreciate all the fans out there that take time out of their day to put an order in at gutsracing.com using PulpMX 2020 for 2020 to get 20% off. Keep ordering, guys. Appreciate it. Love the support. Shout out to all the Guts riders out there. Go get some this year.
Over 65 years ago, Vertex Pistons was born out of a small technical workshop in northern Italy's famous Motor Valley. Expanding and maturing among the racing legends of Ferrari, Lamborghini, MV Agusta, and Ducati, today Vertex Pistons are the pistons of choice for motorcycle riders and teams throughout the world. Because of their renowned reputation for exceptional quality, Vertex Pistons is a factory piston supplier to KTM, Husqvarna, Beta, GasGas, and TM. From the Motocross, Supercross, MXGP, GNCC, National, and World Enduro Series, you can find Vertex Pistons winning championships. Vertex Pistons strives to provide you with world-class factory technology at a very competitive price. No matter which brand of bike you ride, when it's time to rebuild your top end, Vertex Pistons will have your engine performing better than new. To see our full range of 2-stroke and 4-stroke pistons in replica, high compression, or GP style configurations, visit us at vertexpistons.com or stop into your local dealer and ask for a Vertex piston kit today.
Hey guys, it's Mathis. Look, if you're still not wearing a neck brace in 2020, it's time to go get one or at least think seriously about it. It's been over 15 years since the neck braces first came out. They're not the clunky, oversized devices they used to be. Atlas came in and changed the way all neck braces were designed by introducing flexible technology to the world and proving that neck braces can be something you can actually ride in while performing at the highest level. Look at Jason Anderson winning Supercross championships, or look at Martin Davalos or anybody else. Don't take my word for it just because I have 2 Manitoba championships to my name. Wait, I have 4. Just look at how many other brace designs look like the Atlas one. Atlas pioneered all the modern neck brace features and have been refining them ever since then, while the competition has been trying to catch up. Grab the brace that's been leading the pack. Check out atlasbrace.com. Get yours today. There is a Pulp discount if you check out sponsordeals.com on PulpMXshow.com. So be like Chase Sexton, Martin Davalos, and many other guys and wear the Atlas brace. atlasbrace.com.
For over 3 decades, Works Connection has been designing and delivering factory-level parts to help produce champions worldwide. From the novice rider right up through the pro ranks, they're winning products like skid plates, radiator braces, Pro Launch Start Device, Elite Clutch Perch, and Elite Axle Blocks help to protect and refine motocross, supercross, and off-road bikes. Join Team Honda HRC, Star Racing Yamaha, Smart Top Honda, JGR Suzuki, and HEP Racing race teams that rely on Works Connection products to deliver quality and reliability. To see what they have to offer and to help improve your race efforts, just visit WorksConnection.com today. And don't forget to enter PulpMX 20 to save 20% on your order.
We got a couple of heavy hitters from Fly Racing here in studio with Max Steffens and Jason Thomas. And Max Steffens absolutely granting my 2021, all my 2021 wishes. #1 media outlet for Fly Racing through and through, right, Max? Like that's it. I heard you're gonna divert all media spend to PulpMX for 2021 and beyond.
That is untrue.
But
you do a good job.
That is fake news?
That is fake news. Fake news.
Ride Engineering, they've been reevaluating and redesigned the line of triple clamps to make them more compliant with the modern motocross chassis. They started with the 18 RMZ, and in 2019 they made major revisions to the KX450 clamps to lightly flex stock while improving handling. For 2020, they set their sights on KTM and Honda since both manufacturers increased the rigidity of their frames last year. We spoke about the KTM clamps a couple of shows back. Kiefer's going to review those things pretty soon. Here's the first glimpse of Ride's new CRF4 split clamps. The set shown fits 2013 to 2020 models and will be in stock this week in red or black, with a revised version coming at the end of the year for the 2021 bike. The retail price is $599, but only $480 to Pulp Show listeners. I'll put this on our Instagram as well so you can see them. So the ride-engineering.com. Use the code PulpFan20 to save at ride-engineering.com. Thanks to those guys for coming on board. And Phil Nicoletti uses Ride Engineering products, or did, to clinch Canadian titles. Art of Sport as well. Let me tell you about Art of Sport, one of the fastest growing new body and skincare brands on the planet. Kenny Roxon's involved as a partner, along with guys like James Harden from the NBA. I've been using their deodorant. I've been using their body wash. Their products are formulated with natural botanical ingredients to keep you smelling fresh all day. JT, you've been using some Art of Sport stuff?
I love that stuff.
Max, I've got some stuff for you to take home.
Let's try it out.
Yep, gonna smell a little better, feel a little better, clean a little better up.
I'm assuming.
Yeah. Artofsport.com. Under $10 for all their products. You can find them at Target. You can order them online. Everything under $10. The face wash, the anti-dandruff shampoo, all of it under $10. Artofsport.com. Bringing you our next guest on the PulpMX show. This man is a former regional arena cross lights champion. He's a pit reporter for NBC Sports Supercross. He's Daniel Blair. What's up, DB?
Hey, boys. How we doing?
We're pretty good. Max just told me he's diverting all other podcast money for fly racing into the Pulp show. So I think that means your show.
Oh, okay. Sounds good news to me. Nice to see, nice to hear from you, Max.
Fake news.
Welcome to the show.
Fake news.
Yeah, welcome to the show.
Wow, I get on in 30 seconds. It's already fake news. All right.
Yeah. Go figure, right? How's it going,
Go
man?
figure. What's up?
Everything good?
It's good. How you guys doing there? I'm glad Max is in there.
Yeah.
JT, how you been? No, good to talk to you guys. I'm assuming having me on like this means that it's time to start talking about Supercross, no?
Well, we can talk racing, you and I, Daniel.
Yeah.
Oh, perfect. I'm assuming you've gone through the entire show and saved all that stuff for me since there's no review show this week. So JT, let's go. What do you
guys know.
Right. Yeah. We race so we can really talk the intricacies of the sport.
Right.
That's right.
So Daniel, let's talk about your Dallas Cowboys. I mean, seriously.
Oh my God.
You love the Cowboys, and I honestly, I'm glad I don't bet on football really anymore because I really would have thought they were going to have a good season for reals.
Well, they might have if they didn't lose their star quarterback.
But they were terrible before the star quarterback.
That's not true.
They were 1-5 with him.
No, they were not 1-5 with him.
Well,
2-3 with him, I think.
They're terrible.
It doesn't.
They were
2-2.
I mean,
it doesn't matter. It was look. They are. I can't even come up with the word to describe how much of a letdown they are. I mean, again, you get McCarthy in there. He's a Super Bowl coach. The roster looked good. They went and got some good free agents, and it is so embarrassingly bad that I haven't committed yet, but I'm thinking of committing to never watching another game until Jerry Jones hires a GM. I'm not kidding. We're talking decades of this, man, and I'm over it, all the way over it.
They closed the roof because God doesn't want to watch anymore. It's bad.
Dog, God's over him. He's way over him.
Listen, they
want to hit a motocross.
They weren't playing well with Dak either, though. They did not look good. It's.
Did you didn't watch on Sunday?
No.
Distinct difference between what went on Sunday and what Dak was doing.
It's phenomenal that the Redskins, the Washington Football Club, can go in there and beat them. Just wow, unbelievable. I mean, Washington is terrible.
You know what? You would think that just because of like the names and the skill players, but man, there's a culture problem over there. Honestly,
yeah.
You know, our TV coach for Supercross, his name's Tony Martinez. He's the guy we worked with the last couple of years. He's from Dallas. He's way intermixed with the Dallas Cowboys community. He knows all their reporters. He says there's a major culture problem because everything is so. It's almost like a big fake empire of just everything is so nice and glossy and all this, but there's not really any like real like diehard football mentality in the area and in the building. It's all for show. And honestly, if you look at their players, even Zeke, I love Zeke, but man, these guys, I think they like the spotlight of being a Dallas Cowboy, but they're not real football players, man. They don't grind. They have no heart. They're pathetic.
They all got paid. All their skill guys got paid,
yeah.
right? And so maybe that was part of it. I don't know, but it's tough. It's a tough beat right now.
I think Dak is
brutal. And you know what? Well, I would just say, Steve, nothing bothers me more than the group text when all of a sudden it's you, and it's been a day or two, and it just says Daniel. And then there's a long pause, and I already know what the hell it is on Sunday. Like, I know. And then there it is. Daniel, what about these Cowboys? And it's like, what do you want me to say?
But all you got –
it's the same.
All you got to go back with is Leafs, Raiders, Blue Jays. Just keep peppering him back. That's what you do because he has nothing to push back on.
That's not the subject. The subject is
Raiders.
the Cowboys. Raiders are okay. They're a 500 team. They'll be 500 team. It's fine. They're not bad.
Just stop doing that. I'm not watching anymore, so I don't even care. In fact, just watch the responses that start coming your way from here on out. I don't care.
I think that you have a zero chance of Jerry hiring a GM until he passes away, and then his kid will be it. So
facts.
You might not watch Dallas football for a long time.
Might not.
Might not.
Yeah, I might have to pick a new team. Just I don't know. Panthers are sounding like a team I might want to get involved with
Oh, okay. Daniel Blair on the show, brought to you by artofsport.com. All products under $10 available on at Target. Daniel, the Supercross schedule comes out tomorrow. We're pretty sure we've got an idea of what it is. Multiple rounds in one city. How are you going to feel about that? Are you going to look forward to that? You yourself, are you going to be a bit bummed because it's not going to be like every Saturday night? Personally, for you, what's your thoughts?
I mean, personally, if I'm just looking at it from my schedule and the way that I like things, I think it'll be good for me. I mean, if we can travel, I don't know what it's going to end up being in the final count on locations, but I mean, if I could travel half as much as I do now, I would love that. That's the only part of the job I don't like. So if I'm being honest, if I could get into a city and end up being there for a week and knock out a couple, I mean, it's attractive to me. I don't know what the riders are all going to think, and like, everybody's angle is going to be different. But me personally, just with the family at home, you know, I would love to maybe sneak in a few more weekends during the season. So I don't know how it's going to turn out when it's all done. I'll be straight up honest with you. I don't even know the final one yet. I know it's been tossed around a little bit, and I know it's the day before. I should probably just reach out and get it, but if I'm being honest with you, I'm looking forward to finding out like I used to when I raced. My favorite thing ever when I raced was like, where are we going? Like, when's the schedule coming out? And then, of course, I always like when the track maps come out. That was like my two favorite things.
Right.
So I could call right now and get the exact schedule if I wanted, but I'm kind of like ready to refresh on the phone and just wait for it to drop and kind of get that, you know, that little feeling again. But if it turns out like I think it's gonna, I'm honestly pretty stoked, man.
Well, you and JT you guys. JT's very excited too for the multiple rounds in one city and hanging out there, and he'll visit dealers and work with reps, and you'll you'll hang out and do whatever you do.
I mean, Salt Lake was cool though, right? Like Salt Lake was cool. It did get it got long, but like the first week was like, I felt like it was like a boys' summer camp kind of thing, you know, like we were all there. And if it ends up being where there's a few of those, and especially if it's in cool spots, which I think that's going to be the case, it's going to be pretty cool to be stuck in a place for a week when we're all kind of there, especially, like I said, where I think they're going. So, I mean, obviously, traditionally, get back to 17 would be great and just run all the cities that we like to go to. But if this is the middle ground, dude, sign me up.
Right. Well, it'll be January 30th and February 2nd in Indy might not be ideal. But other than that, maybe, you know. I mean, each one will have its own thing. Right. But you know what I mean? Like it creates an opportunity to have some kind of fun little like mini trips. It's almost like going on some mini vacations. Where right now, man, you know, we don't feel that way. We get in, we knock it out, we get out, and it's like a blur. Where if we can get into a place and stay there for a while, like I don't know, there's some positive vibes, and like JT said, he can be able to do some things while he's there for work too, and I think it'll be cool to end up being in a spot for a little over a week and knock out a few, especially in the cool stadiums that I think we're going to. Look for the podcast from undisclosed locations deep in the heart of these cities.
Otherwise known as lobbies of hotels.
Otherwise known as whatever lobby Steve ends up being at that ends up being found out by many people right away.
You guys make sure you social distance and don't get anywhere near anybody until you get to the hotel and you guys all hang out together.
That's right.
Well, not if you're Zach Osborne. Then you never reveal your location to anyone.
No,
ever.
We are a hidden KOA that has been removed.
Right. No, it'll be interesting to see, Daniel, for sure. Do I bring my e-bike? Do I ship my e-bike? Do I ride at these places?
Drive.
Well, I can't drive.
I mean, we're talking winter months and some, so I would say maybe not all of them. Probably not in January, but
right. Daniel, a couple things before we let you not before I let you go, but a couple things to talk about on the show. So we think the Bullfrog Spas MCR guy's spot is going to come down to Savatgy, McElrath, or Bloss. I asked Tony about this earlier. Tony Alessi, he said he would call me. He never did. But who do you pick, Daniel? If a Supercross only deal, they're all making the same amount of money. What's your choice for that third spot?
Wow, wait. So fill me in then. So Freese and Hill, that's done?
Yeah.
So Freese, Hill done. So this would be the third. This would be Mookie's spot.
Yeah, fill me in on that third spot, Daniel.
Wow.
Who do you like? Bloss, Savatgy, and McElrath have all ridden the bike.
I think I go Shane, just because I'd like to see what he does and give him a shot. At the same time, I like all three, but if it's me, I'd probably give Shane a shot. I think he would be good there. I think Joey would be good there too. Yeah, I mean, it's close. I'll be honest. I know that's not fun, but it's pretty close. But I'd go Shane a little bit over the other two.
Well, JT said Shane. Max and I think Savachi, but it's close. Yeah.
It's a good spot for Tony to be in, right? Because he's going to be like, whichever one he likes, he's still going to be like,
right.
You're not the main one. You might have to come down on your price down to a big old zero, which is kind of sucks. But I mean, they could kind of play it that way. They could kind of do whatever they want. Because if you got one good landing spot, which that's a good spot. It's a really good spot. So.
Yep.
It's a bidding war to the bottom, to be honest, because I think they'd go good with all three of those guys. But I would love to see Shane get that spot. I think it would fit him well, and I think he would be good there.
What did end up happening with Hayes? What's going on with Jacob Hayes and his gloves and Mertz and you and all that? What's happening?
Oh man, yeah. So I hope he doesn't get mad at me for saying this because I just said it on my show too, but. He actually had some somewhat minor complications with his recovery.
Oh, boy.
You guys know he broke his femur. And it was compound. It was pretty brutal. But he actually had a little complication this week where an X-ray showed that there are some screws and pins from the plate that may have broken off the plate.
Oh, boy.
And maybe in the bone, just sitting there. So he's actually kind of got a really unique situation going on this week where he's got to do some blood work to find out some things that are going on. And I guess for the most part, it doesn't change his timeline all the way. This is just kind of like a little hiccup.
Mm-hmm.
But he's going to have to go in there and get some things kind of modified and fixed. So overall, the recovery's been good, but kind of got a scare this week on that. So it'll set him back, I think, an extra week or two than what he had hoped. But kind of a bum deal, man. Poor guy. He's like family to me, and it's been hard to kind of go through this whole thing with him. But I even told him the other day, I said, this whole thing about getting a ride and what your 2021 looks like. Man, there's a lot of guys out there. I was looking at the numbers today. Hartraff, 28, Shimoda, 30, Drake, 33. And as far as I know, these guys aren't signed yet.
Mumford,
man,
Mumford,
what a rough time to be a really good 250 rider. And again, Jacob falls into that category. He's more of a supercross specialist. So he'd be a perfect kind of guy to be a supercross only, maybe a fill-in guy, but it's all just kind of dependent on the healing and then what happens with all these other guys, because there's just really good dudes that don't have anything yet. And it's usually the 450 class we talk about, but man, now it's 250, and it's really weird.
Yep.
Yeah.
I was just saying, do you have anything for Daniel? Do you have...
How's the kids racing going?
Well,
this sounds dicey.
This
sounds dicey already.
Hold on. Well, I just got to look out in the living room and see if he's out. No, he's not. He's in bed. All right, I can talk.
Okay.
We had a big race this weekend planned, Saturday, Sunday, and Friday was practice. And he laid a pretty big egg on Friday and didn't ride up to even half of his capabilities. So I pulled him, didn't let him race, and he's pretty pissed off at me.
Oh, wow.
But kind of needed it to happen.
Come on,
he's
Tony.
got this thing. No, that's not fair. It's not. It's not like that. But honestly, I have an effort thing. You give it your all. That's the only rule I really have. And when you go the day before the race and you putt around and screw around and you run around the pits and almost miss practice, well, you don't get to race.
Wow.
So, it was needed. I needed to do this for a while. So I pulled him and didn't let him race, and he's not pumped.
I can assume not.
So,
could assume he's quite mad.
Jesus.
Oh, he's frustrated. And unfortunately for Fly, I'm sorry he wasn't able to represent this weekend. We'll make up for it.
Unacceptable.
Sorry, guys. But yeah, no, it's one of those things that, for me, again, the racing thing is more about character than anything. And I have one rule, which is you give it your all when you're on the track. And then he didn't, so he didn't get to race this weekend.
So will you be bringing him to Futures this 2021?
Well, I don't know the schedule on that, and I don't know what they're doing with that all the way. I hope so, because I have companion pass with Southwest, and I'd love to bring him to a bunch of them, but I honestly do not know that schedule and what they're doing with that. I have no idea.
Right.
I haven't even asked. So
I imagine they're
no
at
clue.
every round, but yeah, we'll see.
Well, I'm hoping
Right.
you're seeing these with these open days in the middle. I'm thinking they might want to try to get the most out of each stadium. So I'm hoping so, and when I get that, I'll look at it. But
right.
Hey, if he tries hard in practice, I'll let him. But otherwise,
jeez,
man,
wow.
I had no idea. That's the hard.
Yeah.
That's a tough subject.
Well, it's just fresh. It just happened over the weekend. Ask me in a week, and it's probably all fine again. But it's just It's just one of those weekends. So.
So Justin Barcia's going to gas, as we all know, and I heard actually he had some transmission problems on his first ride on the bike and blew it up. But is this going to? I don't think this changes Bam Bam. Like, I just think he's a podium contender on some nights. Maybe in a muddy Supercross he pulls a win. Like, there'll be these. I don't see this, and I know the Yamaha 450 gets some flack, but JT, I'll start with you. I don't see this changing Bam into, better. I see the same.
The one thing I'll be curious to see is if he can get good starts consistently. Because if you look at whether it's the Husky with Zacho, the KTMs with Baggett and Webb, and you just go through everybody who rides that bike, Bogle, that bike seems to hole shot a lot in Supercross. So maybe that gets and we know Barcia used to be one of the best starters in the sport, and he's kind of lost that consistency on the start. So I don't think there's anybody in that class that if you said, hey, we're thinking about for next year that Barcia's going to hole shot a lot. How do you feel about that? They're going to be like, that's not good, because now we have to pass Barcia. Now we have to deal with Barcia. Right. So that'll be one thing I will be looking for. As far as his riding, as far as everything else in his racing, probably the same.
Yeah.
I just look for if he starts up front every single time, there's going to be fireworks.
Max?
I wonder if the team has any influence on just how he rides. Like, I wonder if he calms down or I mean, if he does get starts, and if, let's say, he does calm down and he's not nearly as aggressive and tries to get a little more fluid, a little less, he could be a problem for a lot of people.
Right.
If he, I see there being an ability to change him a little bit. I don't know that it'll happen, but
Daniel, what do you think?
I mean, I think from a fit standpoint, I think it's pretty good. The bike, I think, will be good for him. I think obviously he'll be good for the team. It's a good debut for Gas to come out with him. He's a proven race winner. Does it change him? Oh, I mean, I want to take the bait and say because I think he's motivated. I think that bike, obviously it's a red version of another one, is a pretty good bike. So I think everything is kind of like aligned to be really good. But I'm kind of with you guys on. I mean, if it quacks like a duck, it's usually a duck. So I don't know if it changes him all the way. I mean, look how he rode this year at that, what was it, Ironman on that Yamaha. I mean, he rode that bike like it was a pit bike. So I know it's not the perfect bike everywhere, but, I mean, we've seen him be so good and then so kind of average, and I don't want to put it all on the bike that was the only reason why there was average nights. So I could see him being great, but, I mean, he's been great the last couple of years. I mean, just a little off the title, ends up, and what do you end up, 3, 4, 5, 6, somewhere in that range. The guy's good. I think he's going to be good, but I don't know if the bike in the program gives him a lift into like the title.
Right.
I think it's probably just like JT said, maybe a little bit more of it because he might be up there more. But I think the fit is. I mean, I think he'll probably love the bike, and I think they'll love him. I think they obviously from last year having a young team full of kids on 250s. I got to imagine TK's probably over there just so stoked to have a 450 race winner guy. So I think it'll be great for everybody, but I don't know if I see a lift.
It'll be weird to see him in TLD. That's for sure.
Yeah, that'll be weird.
Really weird.
Yeah.
One of
really
Steve's most notorious descriptions: zebras don't generally change their stripes.
Zebras and stripes.
Yeah. So I think you'll see the same Barcia.
Yeah.
Aggressive.
Yeah. And once in a while, a really good ride.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Same guy.
Oh yeah.
Right. Daniel, J Mart back to Star. Jesus. Wow. Wow.
What's funny is like the PC thing made so much sense. When I heard that, I was like, oh my gosh, really? That's such a good
perfect,
fit.
right?
Like,
Yeah.
Character-wise, because Mitch doesn't run his program where they all do this. Like, he lets the guys do their thing. Like Jordan Smith, go do your thing. Faulkner, go do your thing. And Jeremy does his thing. So it's perfect on that level. I think the bike would have been good for him. And then I hear Star, and I'm just like, God, those guys, it's like the Wild West over there. They're literally going to sign everybody. But at the same time, I don't know if it moves the needle for me in indoors. I think Jeremy is pretty much what he is indoors no matter what. I think he'll be good. Might win one or two. And I don't know if that bike like lifts him to a Supercross title all of a sudden. But I think everyone's screwed outdoors. I mean, I think he walks that series next summer. Like, I don't even think it's close. Like that he was so good this summer.
Yeah.
And he didn't. I mean, how many horsepower was he down? Honestly, JT, how much?
Oh, you racers.
How many?
7.
Yeah. 7.
Dude, and yeah, 15. Hey, 15. Hey, but honestly, that's probably what it felt like for him out there sometimes. And you know how good he was this summer on outdoor. Dude, give him a few more horsepower on that bike. They're in trouble. But indoors, I don't. I see him just kind of being the same. I think that's just kind of how I don't see a change there at all. Similar to Barsha, just
we need to get JT to do the Tony Alessi pit bike theory pit theory. Before he signed with Factory Honda, he rode their Factory Honda around the pits at Millville, and then he rode his own bike around the pits, and he came back and told the Honda guys that this bike is not a 9, my bike's a 9, and he was just going through the gears, going through the gears up and down in the pits, and they're like, oh, okay. So yeah, we get JT on the Star bike and the Geico bike.
I think you're right,
yeah.
But I fully expect in the month of December to hear, oh my God, Jeremy Martin is going so fast at the Yamaha track. You have no idea. That's what I expect to hear.
Yeah.
That's what we always hear.
Yeah.
Because we hear that every year. And, and to your point, it's not even just that you hear it. I've seen videos of him. I forget. It must have been 2 years ago riding the Honda track. And there was no way a human being could go any faster than he was going on that practice track. And I was like, yeah, he's going to win every race. You can't stop this guy. And then I think round 1 he crashed.
Yeah,
I don't know,
like
but I know
5
what
times.
you're saying is every December he is doing things on a motorcycle, and usually it ends up on Instagram that you're just like, dude, he's going to win the 450 class on a 250.
Flying in the test
can't
track,
be
yes.
stopped.
Yes, yeah,
Always.
absolutely, yeah. I look forward to the Justin Cooper, Jeremy Martin beef. 100% that is happening.
Yeah,
I'm ready.
How many rounds are we going to be in before he's out of the back
0.
of the truck again?
Yeah.
He's driving his truck to Anaheim.
Can they be on the same coast?
No.
Can they be on the same
absolutely
coast?
No chance.
No
chance.
Will won't let it happen?
No. Not unless injuries happen, but no, I don't think so.
Oh, man. Could you imagine how great that would be? Because, I mean, is there any word on whether they ever talked that out? Or is it
I think it was in the contract negotiation. That
no, they haven't talked it out yet. I talked to somebody the other day that said they haven't talked yet, but they're going to have to. So, yeah.
At some point.
You can't prove that.
At some point. That'll be good.
Yeah.
That'll be good.
Have they told you anything about TV for next year, Daniel? I assume you're all good to go. Same role, everything.
I think everything is the same from what I've heard. I don't know. I've been told different.
Well, let me call Ricky. Let me call Ricky up and see.
Oh, call your boy up. Which, by the way, yeah, it went pretty good, huh?
I think
Ricky
so.
was great.
Yeah. Did you listen?
Of course I did. I listened to my guy. Dude, he's my idol. I told you that. The first race I ever raced in my life, I got last place, and he won. He's been my favorite rider ever since. So this is going back to 1987, and now I work with the guy.
Yeah,
I love it. But no, he was really good.
Yeah.
You guys had a good combo. And
yeah.
You behaved. You did good. I was proud of you, Steve.
Thank you. I behaved. Thank you. That's
Steve. This is one of Steve's shining moments. Big victory he's won here.
Yep. Getting him on the show.
I just felt like I was just worried at one point you were going to do or say something to just ruin everything. Like I was almost like a little edgy. Like, he's going to say something super offensive and ruin all this.
You and Pookie both. Yeah, absolutely.
Like not calling.
And you didn't. You were good.
Question his goatness.
His goatness,
with McGrath.
sir, yeah. I stand by that.
Yeah.
I will stand by that. I will 100% stand by that. You cannot be called the GOAT when you are 25 or more wins off of the record. You just can't. You can't. It's not possible. It's impossible.
What if you're like 100 more in outdoors?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You're just not even close. It's not even close.
Well, I'm glad you enjoyed him the one time you had him on. Good job.
No, listen,
one time.
Listen, I'm not going to shit on Jeremy's legacy like JT.
Oh yeah.
You didn't even put him on your Mount Rushmore.
What? Yeah, I did.
You said You said Ricky, Stu, and a European, and
Jeremy.
Let's go back and check the tape.
What do you mean?
Check the tape.
He had
Check the
72
tape.
Supercross wins. Of course he's on it.
I don't know. I felt like you disrespected him.
Okay. Don't let the facts get in the way.
No. And Daniel, everything's good at Main Event Moto, your podcast?
Yeah, it's all good. Just doing our thing. We don't do as many in the off season. Obviously, we do all the Supercrosses and then 3/4 of the outdoors, and then every couple of weekends from now till the end of the year. So no, it's all going good. I mean, we have fun. We do our thing over there. I just got home from doing an episode, so
gotta get it's fun.
Get
you back in studio here at some point.
Oh, I know. I mean, when we get a little closer, when it's time to preview this sucker,
Okay.
bring me in because
Nobody
I'm
wants
ready.
to come.
Like,
Nobody wants to
everyone-
come in the dead of November, but get in before Anaheim. I'm here, or before Houston.
Yeah, well, get me in before the first one. But I mean, that's the thing too. Is like for me, it's like when it starts cooling off. Like I'm wearing a sweatshirt right now. It's finally cooling off. That for me is usually it's like a warning sign that Supercross is coming. You know, so.
Right.
It's cool, and obviously everybody else just got done with their season, so they're all probably still trying to like take a breath. But I'm like ready to go. I've been off enough, so let's start getting into this thing. And I'm excited that they're going to obviously pull it off, and then we're going to be back racing, and it's going to be creative in ways. And again, it's just going back to the track, like on track, it's going to be great. There's so many more guys going to the 450 class. It was already stacked, and now you're going to get Marv back and Savachi back, and then these 3 rookies and maybe even another one. There's a certain 250 rider out there that I think might be moving to the 450 class way early because of ride opportunities. Well, I think guys might know what I'm talking about, but I'm just excited for the series. It's stacked. The sport's in a good spot at the pro level, I think, and let's go. Let's get it going.
No, I agree. It's going to be exciting for sure, and lots to talk about when we get to there. All right, man. Well, hey, thank you for coming on. Appreciate the chance to call you up and bench race with you a little bit, and with Supercross series dropping tomorrow, so you'll be all over that.
I can't wait, man. Yeah, thanks for having me on. One last thing I'll say before I go, Max, you are the man. I just want to let you know.
Okay.
You do scare me sometimes because I'll email you an order, and I don't hear anything back, like a hey, got it, like a
That's
reply,
standard.
like nothing, and I'm like,
That's standard.
did he get it or what? And then, dude, the next day, boom.
Yeah,
that's
on
what
the
I do.
porch.
You either get nothing or you get an email back in all caps.
Yeah.
There's no in between.
I'm always yelling.
There's no in between.
I have not heard back from Max in over a year. Every order it ends up being a box on my porch with no comment, no nothing. Just
here
guy's
you
a
go.
machine.
Right. Yeah, that's what he does. It's a marketing manager.
All right. Well, thanks, guys.
Manager. All right. Thanks, DB.
Later. Have a good show.
All right. See ya. That's Daniel Blair, brought to you by artofsport.com. Go there, check him out, please. Max Steffens going to take some stuff home. Hey, have you ever been in a motorcycle or car accident?
Yes.
Did somebody or some idiot take you out?
Yes.
You need to call attorney. Or you can't get an attorney for the U.S. Open if that's what you're thinking.
There's several times I would sue. I would rather just take it in my own hands.
You need to call attorney Arthur Draper. He's a friend of the show. He's a former mechanic for a couple of privateer riders. He's a slow moto guy turned attorney. In fact, ambulances chase him now. Arthur takes the time to know his clients and will take the time to talk to you personally. Consultations are free. You just need to call. More importantly, Arthur only gets paid if you get paid. There's no risk to you. Help is only a call away, and Arthur's got your back. Visit arthurdraper.com, ARTHUR Draper.com for more information on that. So please, if you've been in a motorcycle car accident and you want to talk to somebody, call up Arthur Draper. All right, future headlines. Let's do this. Let's do some future headlines. JT's favorite segment.
Take me to your future headlines.
That's a good intro. All right, so Max, you know this segment?
No.
Is it possible for something to be overrated that nobody likes?
No.
Okay.
So these are 4 headlines from Cycle News.
Okay.
You have to pick one or the other for your choice for future headlines. So headlines that you will see in Cycle News down the road.
Okay.
All right. Number 1. PulpMX and Fly Racing soar together for years to come.
B.
Or Fly Racing grounds PulpMX.
B.
All right. I think you guys are assholes, but you know.
Fuck you.
All right. Future headline. What are we gonna see? You got to pick one or the other. Supercross is super in SoCal in 21, Southern California. Or
where do you think we meant? Where would you have thought when you said SoCal? Where else would you have thought we were going?
I don't know.
You had to throw in the Southern
I just
California.
wanted to make sure that made sense to Max here. He was looking at me. Max looked at me a little bit weird.
Here we go.
Okay. Supercross is super in SoCal,
California,
in 21, or it's a crime. There's no Anaheim in 21.
Ooh, that's nice work.
Thank
Whoever
you.
wrote that.
I did.
That's nice.
B.
I wrote that. So no Southern California rounds.
B.
Yep.
Crime in Anaheim.
Crime in Anaheim?
Yeah.
We just don't go? Gavin Newsom's problem?
Yeah. I'm not a big Gavin Newsom fan. I just think it's going to be really challenging to pull it off.
Right. Okay. All right. Future headlines. Max Steffens, Jason Thomas. Ferrandis fantastic in 450s. Or Ferrandis pulls up Plessinger in 450s.
Ooh.
A.
I'll go A2.
Okay. A2?
Nope. Crime in Anaheim.
How do you feel about my future headline segment so far?
Pretty good so far.
Yeah? You like it?
Pretty funny.
Okay. All right. Last one. Hurlings hurls himself to a 2022 title, or Hurlings hurt again.
A.
Okay.
Title time.
Title time.
Yeah.
Okay.
I do not like what my friend Paul Parabinos would go through if Hurlings got hurt again.
You got to record your answers on that laptop?
No.
Or? Okay.
No.
Are you working during the show?
No.
Okay.
I was.
Yeah. Hurlings? So
Yeah.
Hurlings gets title.
Yeah.
Does not
Hurlings
get hurt
wins
again.
title
Okay.
next year.
I don't think so. I think he's.
You think he gets hurt again?
He's such a wreck. We're now at the point where he's been hurt more than he's been made it through the season in the last 5 years.
But he's the best rider.
Yes.
Okay.
But
Title time.
future headlines. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it. Great segment. That is open for sponsorship, by the way, from
Future headlines.
Yeah, from Shinko or Fly Racing.
Remember that first question?
What?
Remember that first question?
No.
Fly Racing and PulpMX
Oh, yeah.
or
Yeah.
B.
Yeah,
That's where that sponsorship is going for future headlines.
Future headlines is available, Max. You can lock that thing down for a title.
B.
We can do it every week. All right. Motorsport.com, tweet at Talent. Let's do this.
We interrupt this broadcast to bring you this important bulletin from Motorsport.com.
It's the Tweets at Tits Q&A segment where your twatted questions find answers.
You're looking confused, but
Well, I'm looking confused because you couldn't get it recorded with a different name.
Do you think that Arthur Draper would be the title sponsor if Fly backed out?
of the whole show?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Maybe. Okay.
Or he does not want an intro. He wants it to stay that way. We've offered him an intro. He just likes it with tits in it.
I actually asked for an intro like a month or two ago.
You did?
Yeah.
It should be a Post Malone song.
I didn't know that. Mark, did you? Did he? Is this?
Yeah, I think he did.
Oh. Well, then
there was that idea where it would be blank, where it says either tits or
And I
talent.
just say, like, talent,
and it would be
Oh.
he said talent and tits says tits, but he didn't like that idea. He
Oh.
said he'd mess it up.
I
I
didn't
have
like
faith
it.
in you, Lone Wolf.
I didn't like it?
No, talent.
Oh,
didn't.
oh.
I think we should try it next time though. Just not tell him.
How much? Listen, you can. I'll let you get in future headlines. Title segment for future headlines. Cheap. We'll do it every
Cheaper
show
than now?
to JT
Cheaper than now.
because he hates it. So how much is
You
it
don't
worth
like
it?
it?
How much?
I've come around.
Oh,
He used to put me in really bad situations.
Oh, you mean like he does to me all show?
Yeah, because he
Got
would.
it.
There is no middle ground. And
That's
you
what
either,
cycling headlines
you
are.
either say a guy's going to suck or he's going to win the championship, and you have to pick one. And I'm like, it's probably not doing either of those. He's probably going to be okay, but not going to be the champion. Now I have to be the asshole that says he's not going to win.
Cycling News headlines. All right. Ryan Villapoto, myself, we are motorsport.com athletes. We are also Blue Crew teammates as well. Those who ride dirt bikes, motorcycles, ATVs, and UTVs know Motorsport is the best place for OEM and aftermarket parts, riding gear, and accessories. Their dedicated team of gearheads have the knowledge and expertise to help keep your ride working at peak performance and have you looking good too, whether you race on the track, ride on the trails, or commute on the street. Make your next ride your best ride at motorsport.com. Motorsport.com, big Fly guys.
Yep.
They do well with Fly.
Great partner for us.
Firepower and everything. Yeah,
It's
they're
always
good.
dicey. We have lots of great partners, but
No, you don't. Motorsport's
Motorsport is certainly one of them.
the
yes.
best one, the only one. All right, motorsport.com. You can tweet at PulpMX Show and post Talone over there. We'll read the best ones and let's go.
What
let's
did
do
you
this.
just call him?
Post Talone.
Post Talone. Okay.
Malone Wolf. Talone Wolf.
I don't know what you are this week. I mean, you came in with tattoos, face tattoos, one week.
Halloween's coming up. I could do it again.
Okay, please don't.
From Jesse318. Who is the most marketable rider in SXMX right now? Has AC overtaken KR?
Oh, that's a good question. We've always said Roxon. JT, you and I have always said it. Where are we at?
Kenny.
Still Kenny.
Yeah.
But could change.
Or
No, I think KR Kenny, he's not in a precarious position. That's not it. He's multimillionaire and set for life financially and whatever. But it's going to be interesting to see the next year or two. He hasn't been able to shake these health issues that have plagued him. So we'll see what happens.
Do you feel like I feel like Adam has a 98% approval rating? Like, do you think does it? Okay, if you may not be an Adam Cincerillo fan, but you don't like him or you don't like him.
They're a little
you know what I mean?
different though. Like Kenny is like the good looks and the like guys want to be him, girls want to be with him guy. I don't think Adam's more that. Adam's more the likable guy that like everybody cheers for.
Right.
Kenny's like Tom Brady of Supercross to me. That's what I see him. Maybe not the winning as much, but like the face of the sport out front, wearing a suit to the press conference, debonair. Like that's who I see Kenny. They're different in that aspect.
Also, if you're a worldwide brand like Fly Racing, he's obviously a foreigner and he's huge over there.
Yeah, I think Kenny has been the #1 draft pick for a lot of brands for a very long time, and I think Adam is right behind that now.
Right.
Different reasons maybe, but still.
Auto Sport, Kenny Roxon.
Yep.
They're all together. Are you guys ever going to make some retro gear? I know you haven't been around that long.
We did.
So is that the problem?
We did. Nashville 2 years ago.
Yeah, I don't like that.
We did the white.
Okay, good talk.
It was just white.
That's as retro as we
that
get.
was the retro logo.
Like, that's the problem.
That was the gear from 2004.
Yeah, that's the problem. Is everybody's like, oh, you're going to build retro. Where am I going to go? 03? 04? Like, that's what we did. That's where the white stuff came from.
Fox does a really good job with their stuff. Their retro stuff.
They do.
They do a good job.
So why don't you guys make a retro, like you don't got to make a retro Fly stuff, make retro colors. Like do the flow stuff, do the, the 90s looking gear.
So this is a debate because I feel like if you're doing a retro gear, you have to be retro to who you are, to the company.
Okay.
Not just building a retro gear to build a retro gear.
Okay.
I'm open to the argument.
Is JT on the side of
it doesn't even it's not even retro then, it's just neon colors.
Yeah.
The company wasn't around.
I'm aware.
If that's why we did the white gears because that is
I
a retro
raced
set
that
of gear
stuff.
to us,
Yeah, I got that. But like, the 80s were flow pink and flow green and just like that image stuff, right? Like just can you build that?
No.
Not that's but those kind of colors and that kind of look?
Yeah, 7 I'm sure will do that too. 7 will have their retro 80s gear from when they weren't around either.
I don't know. I'm trying to get you guys a step ahead of everybody.
I don't know. It's a completely different concept.
Listen,
if we had gear in 1992, we could bring that back.
Come out with just the colors of like classic JT. White, blue, red lettering. You know what I mean? Like just your solids.
So we're going to be retro of a different brand.
No, but I'm saying those colors, that look. So you're shying away from the retro pink and all that. I get all that. But
I feel
now
like
you're just going to use normal colors.
So red, white, and blue gear?
But in the cut of a classic set of gear. Whether it was MSR or JT, they all did it. Fox, they all did it back then in the 80s.
Okay.
They all kind of had the same kind of look.
I understand what you're saying. For us, it would be like faking it.
That's not who we are.
That's what Pookie does all the time. It's fine. I'm okay with it.
I don't know.
Fakes it?
I think on one hand it would be like a cool look, but on the other hand it would be very easy for anyone who wanted to just be like, "What are you guys doing? You weren't even around then, and you're trying to pretend like you were."
No, that's a fair criticism. That's that's fair. But
great radio.
Marks, where are you at? What should they do?
I don't know if they can do like stuff from when they weren't around.
You're fired.
Thank you,
Max. I'm gonna email you tomorrow for some stuff.
Boots are back on.
See how I played that? I play both sides. Real
Next
well.
question.
From Reflexes of a Cat. Steve, if you could grab a 2003 Stu from the past and bring him to 2020 on a Mitch Payton KX 125, could he beat the 250Fs of today?
Fuck, I don't think so. I don't think so. Right? The bikes are better. The EFI, the 250Fs, they're better than the bikes were then. And he could barely do it back then. It wasn't like he fucking crushed those dudes. Sometimes he did, but
I don't think so.
And it's fucking Stu though. He's good. I don't think so. I think the bikes are better. I do. The 250Fs, they've got it figured out. They're not carbureted anymore. They got more horsepower. Yeah.
That's a big gap.
I don't think he can, and I hate myself for saying that.
I would go situationally.
Yeah.
You give him the whole shot on a track that's like not at altitude and it's got gnarly whoops. I think there's a chance.
Yeah.
Next one from T Hall 767. How much can a guy make in one off season from overseas races?
A lot.
Depends on the guy.
Yeah, it depends on the guy and how he does. But it's $50K for a decent guy to go to Geneva and Paris. So that's 100. And then you find some race in Greece like JT did, or you find some fucking races.
There's Finland. There's
yeah, but those are small
yeah,
money.
they don't pay. But I'm saying you could string together a few. But 100, 200K is 150K all day.
Those are good guys, though.
Yeah.
That's like bar show level.
Yeah.
All right, from the voice of the drunken people. How much does a gear company pay for a team deal when it's a big team like Star or Rocky Mountain?
I'm out.
Anywhere between. I mean, it's a big spectrum. Once again, it depends on the guy.
It's 300 to 500K.
It's 3 to 6.
Oh, sorry.
3 to 7.
3 to 6.
3 to 7. It depends
on average.
It depends on the guy. I mean, it's hard because there's like Star.
But
you have 14 guys.
Here's the
I
thing
don't know.
here's the thing that I don't understand is you gear companies write a check for these big teams like Mitch or Geico or whoever, like, the premier teams. And then there's side deals with the riders also. To like almost to be like, hey, we're going to do a side deal with you just so that when you move up.
That's not normal, though.
But it's happened.
It has happened, but that's not
no.
We don't do that.
No,
we don't do that.
You guys don't sponsor that kind of team, that kind of team.
We don't do that. I don't think we would do that.
I would hope not.
But
I would also hope.
What are you paying for?
I don't know, bro. But you know what happens?
If we're doing our job, if I'm doing my job and our guys are doing our job, they're going to stay with us anyways.
But I don't even understand the
job.
concept. Like, I'm not even sure what it's for. What do you do? Why? That's what my first question would be: is why?
I don't know. I assume so.
You
that
sponsor the team, but you should give more to this guy because
I think he's the star, and when he moves up, he will remember that. I don't know, bro. I know it's happened.
I know it happened too.
Right,
I just don't think that. I don't think that's standard business practice. Like, that doesn't make any sense to me.
I'm with you, but and if I was a gear company, and the agent or dad came to me and said, "Hey, we need a little bit extra," I'd be like, "Why?" And then and then they would motherfuck you.
And we would say, okay, if it's about you and your next deal, let's negotiate that in your next deal. Like right now, this is the deal. And if you're worried about staying here, and we're like trying to fluff you for the next deal, then we would just pay you more in the next deal, and then you're still it's black and I don't know. It doesn't make any sense to me.
So 300 to 600K for like a 4-man team-ish top level.
I think some of it, like that side deal dynamic, I think some of it was like to do extra stuff that wasn't in his contract,
like or wear casual or something.
Whatever you can do, we need you for extra photo shoots, extra video, extra social, extra ads, extra, right? And that's how they make it work.
All right, next one from SC351. If a rider has a clause in their contract for an auto renewal for finishing top 3 or so, is it still up to the rider's discretion whether they want to change teams or stay where they are?
What?
Like
if they have an auto renewal contract, does
the
rider have an option to go to another team if he chooses, or
no?
No, I would guess you would agree with that. If you win the championship, you'll stay with whoever you won the championship at this rate.
If he does have an option to switch teams, whoever wrote the contract did a terrible job.
Yeah. And why would why would you switch anyways? You're getting a raise and you just won on this team, right? So
if you win a title and you had the option to leave, what was the point?
Right.
From Kai Corbin. If a random rich guy wanted to replace the Geico sponsorship money, how much would it cost to keep them going?
Millions.
Yeah.
Millions.
Yeah.
I don't
million a year.
It's not my place to say
how
how many millions, but it's in the millions. It's over $1 million.
For the year. For 1 year.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's probably the low end. I would say there's 6 zeros. Whatever the number is, there's 6 zeros
Don't
involved.
drop your fancy math on us.
I'm just saying it's over $1 million very easily. And that would be just to keep the lights on. That's not fulfilling their budget.
Yeah.
From Frank's 144. JT, if you could ride any factory bike on a motocross track tomorrow, what would it be and why?
I saw this tweet come through my Twitter feed too, so I thought about it a little bit. I think it would be one of the factory KTMs on a motocross track. I have no interest in riding Supercross suspension or a Supercross track. So I would say one of the factory KTM's on an outdoor track.
Last week on the show, 2 weeks ago on the show, Ricky told us that he would only ride Supercross now, and he does not want to ride outdoors. I'm like, huh? Remember? He was like, yeah, no, if I'm going to ride, I'm just going to ride Supercross. It's just like, I guess, slower? Is that what he said?
Nah, I think it's easier.
Slower? Whatever, yeah.
As long as you have your timing.
He mentioned the
it's really
speeds.
basic.
You know, the speed
Yeah.
is down, so. Yeah.
It's not hot. It's not dirty.
Right.
You go ride some laps and you're done.
Just, it's odd to see a guy do that. You know,
Yeah.
most guys are like, hey.
But
do
if you're
that.
not going to try to blitz the whoops at race pace, Supercross isn't that hard.
Right.
It's really not.
Supercross scares the shit out of me.
Well, you didn't win 50 Supercross races either,
100%,
you know.
No.
But not 72.
Lords of the Black Berm Sock Mafia.
Excuse
Oh,
me?
God, dude. What is it? Lords of the what?
Lords of the Black Berm Sock Mafia.
Wow.
Dark Side. It's Dark Side. Dark Side's got this fucking graphic company called what is it?
Black
Berm Lords.
Berm Lords.
Berm
yeah.
Lords is his graphic
And then Black
company.
Sock Mafia.
And then he's in a group of guys that are 45, 50 years old, and they call themselves Black Sock Mafia.
Do they all have ponytails?
I don't know, bro, but
It might be part of their part of it to get in.
it's a Berm Lord
Is this
graphic.
like part of the Illuminati?
I don't know, dude. But we made plenty of fun of him. So, all right.
If a prime Mike Alessi and Jorge Prado line up for a gate drop, who gets the whole shot?
Oh, shit.
That's a good question.
That's
Tom Vial was approaching that as well.
Yeah,
Got whole shots every time.
Flip a coin, man. I don't know.
You could put Emig in there too. Emig was a great starter.
Yeah, he was.
I like Prime. Yeah, they were both much better than everybody else they're up against.
And a prime Tim Ferry.
No.
Just no.
Yeah. All right.
From Brop All Day 886. In Steve's anonymous What People Are Saying article, the industry guy mentions that in Europe, the bike you're on makes a lot of difference, but the bikes are more equal in the U.S. Why is that? What do U.S. teams have or don't have that makes the bikes more equal?
Well, there's no production rule here in America, so the European guys can change crankcases, they can change a frame, they can do anything they want. Swing arms. Literally anything outside of a CC rule, they can do anything. So
KTM has different frames for different tracks.
Yeah.
Like the sand tracks, they'll run a longer frame.
Right. So, in
of
America, you got to use a stock swing arm, stock cases, stock cylinder head, stock frame, tank, in order to keep the cost down is what they did years ago.
And Hurlings rode that bike at Ironman. He was not a fan of that frame.
Right.
Not pumped.
From Retired Bubba.
I'm surprised people don't know that, right? Like that question. Like, I'm surprised people don't know that. Right? Isn't it just common knowledge?
No.
No.
Clearly.
Retired Bubba for Max. What is the main reason why we don't see head-to-toe fly guys in the main events, and how long until we do?
Goggles,
Right on the
boots.
spot again.
We're working on everything.
You think you might put someone in an FR5 boot?
I don't know that boots is anytime in the near future.
Right.
Well,
The rest
we got a lot of things in the works.
Yeah,
We're
there's-
working on things. I'll get back to you. I'll send you an email. That's what he's going to say.
No, I mean we have a few other
So
things
nervous
going.
right
With
Will
the
there,
helmet goggle.
will there be a goggle guy? Like
Craig's not
like
listening right
goggle
now.
guy in the. Craig will never listen. Hopefully,
For
I
fucking
hope.
goggles now.
I hope he never listens.
Especially to that.
Will there be a guy in the goggle next year?
Yes.
A high-end guy,
Yes.
not like A-Ray.
No.
Okay.
Yes, there will be a high-end guy in the goggle.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, who?
I'm not gonna tell you.
Why?
Cause
Will you tell me off the show?
maybe.
So now you got to have a goggle guy.
Nope.
Oh,
Same guy.
Dalton's gonna do the goggles? Dude, you can't be No.
You can for
You
one.
were a goggle guy.
You can for
I
one
know.
guy. You can for one
Oh,
guy.
yeah, one guy you can. Yeah. Yeah, you can't put it on him to
Control. Got to control it, Steve. Got to keep it tight. Boots. We're a ways away, I
build.
think.
Who could it be? Goggle guy.
You have to speculate. Nothing you can. I'm not gonna tell
It's
you.
not Brayton. It's not Osborne. It's not Baggett team. I mean, you can't say it's Curran Thurman and tell me, oh yeah, it's
No,
Curran Thurman.
I'm not
no
gonna tell
offense
you.
against Curran Thurman,
I'm not
but
gonna tell you.
But that can't be the guy.
It's not the guy.
It's bullshit. Hold on.
He's looking for it.
No, he's looking. Yeah, he's looking for his
All right.
sound.
From Ranham.
And Boots might be like,
No,
dude, like
we're-
that's
no,
a
we're not
long
even-
way to do that,
Yeah,
right?
we're not even working on a boot right now.
Right.
From Ranham 84.
But Chris Blows did win Australian Supercross Championship with FR5
He did.
boots.
I mean, it's the boot I wear.
Yeah, yeah. It is. It is a fine boot for 95% of the population.
Sure. I wear it. I mean,
But you don't ride.
when I ride, I wear it.
Yeah. I wore it.
Yeah.
I liked it.
It's fine. It's
Okay.
it's a retail $250 boot.
Right.
That's,
Why don't you wear it now?
Because Alpine Star lets me design my own Tech 7s. Ooh.
Fair
yeah, white and blue.
Oh,
Way to
no,
step
I,
out.
I put flow yellow on that.
Way to go for it.
Stick it up your ass, Steve.
Fuck you. Show's over. All right.
In terms of securing
There's
a
also to
450
think
ride
about
in the
too.
future,
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
who needs a championship more next year, Faulkner or J-Mart, in terms of securing a 450 ride in the future?
Faulkner.
I would say Faulkner.
Well, hold on. As far as securing a 450 ride, J-Mart. But I think Faulkner, just on the injury side, to ascend to the levels that Faulkner has, I think the goals and where people think Faulkner is going, he needs to stay healthy and finally win that title. Because let's be real, in 19, he should have won that East Coast title that Sexton ended up winning. He was the best guy. I'm happy to argue that with anybody. But J-Mart, if he wants to get a good 450 ride for 22, a title would go a long way for that.
Is Faulkner close to pointing out after next year?
No.
No.
Because he's not staying
Someone needs
healthy.
to take him off social media. Someone needs to tell him Faulkner to stay off social media. Someone close to him. Someone in his camp.
He's gone through a lot, like personally, and
Right.
I mean injuries. You know, I don't know his status of relationship, but it seems like they're not together anymore. He was engaged.
Right.
Like there's just a lot happening, right, for a
Right.
young kid.
If
Living through that, you want to just say, forget all that.
All of it. Kid.
Forget all that. Just worry about your dirt bike, and in 10 years you'll thank yourself.
Yep.
Right. But
100%.
it's hard when you're in the moment.
From Not Important, JT, does Steve sell more intense bicycles than Ken Roxon sells Honda dirt bikes?
No.
From Phil White, 192. Steve, what will happen first? Dark Side cutting his pony or JT eating ketchup?
The fucking I got I got 30 minutes on JT, but I'm not gonna do it.
Oh
I'm
my
not
God.
gonna do it. But well, okay. Darkside does say he trims his pony, like he cuts the loose ends off. You know what I mean? He keeps it in shape, keeps
Yeah.
that thing looking sharp. So does that
You gotta
count?
get
As,
those split ends
Yeah.
dialed.
Does it count? Does that count as cutting?
I'm gonna say JT eats ketchup. Before.
I could have a little ketchup. Like there's just a little sugar in it. It's not a huge deal.
Does anybody want to just pull Darkside aside and tell him to like, bro, it's time?
I think you do
Haven't
every
you yet?
Monday.
I think Kiefer tried that too.
I think you already have.
He says his chick likes it.
I think there's a lot
They
of
have matching
females
hair.
in this world that like long hair, dudes.
Ponies though. Ponies, long hair is one thing.
If you're like a rocker chick like that, I bet he takes all the rubber bands out,
Yeah.
and just gets loose on the weekends.
I mean,
Like, have you not seen 80s hair bands?
yeah,
Like,
but
if
they're
you live
only
in that
they're only
moment.
shoulder length.
No. Have you seen like
Do you know what I mean?
Nelson and those guys?
Ah, those guys don't count. But
Why?
No, typically the crew guys, Judas Priest crew, those guys.
I'm
that's,
talking
that's,
hair
that's
bands.
shoulder length.
I'm not
dude.
talking Judas Priest. I'm talking hair bands. Warrant.
Those
Nelson.
are shoulder. That's shoulder length. It's just down here. It's not that hair. Would you take that thing out of the pony?
I bet you that like on a weekend where they have no plans and
Yeah.
like, babe, just clear the schedule. They get like an old Firebird, wheel it up in the driveway. She's like rolling around on it,
Yeah.
and he's just with the hair,
Yeah.
and there's 80s,
Here I go
80s
again
music in
on
the
my
background, and
own.
it's just
Yeah.
hair, and she's flopping around on the hood of a Firebird. I could see it right now.
Someone's gotta. We gotta have an intervention.
I think it's fine. Just like my ketchup, it's fine.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I think there should be like a listen. There should be a rubber band limit on ponies, and if you are 3 rubber bands, you're okay. And if you got 5, which I think
We got a problem.
he's got 5 or 6 going on.
Gotta trim
we
it
got
up.
we got to trim that thing up, bro.
I think it's fine. It's
Quit being a
majestic.
dick.
It's majestic.
It's
Did
majestic.
you call it majestic?
It is.
Yeah.
When I
Wow.
see him walk through the press box, I'm like, dear God, look at the length and the girth on that thing.
I don't know. Like I get the long hair and the headbanging and the hair going everywhere. Especially Max. I mean, you know,
I haven't had hair
you're
since I-
follically challenged.
I haven't had hair since I was 18.
Right. So I get that. Like, I sometimes think it'd be fucking cool to have long hair, and like, you know, especially like, yeah, it's hanging on the back of your helmet.
Yeah.
You're fucking whipping it,
Yep.
and
Michelle Monty.
Yeah, and you're banging your head at a concert, like it's fucking everywhere. And I get that, but that's too long. That's too much. Too far.
I could grow the long hair. It'd just only be in this shape. There would be nothing here.
Listen, if you can grow it like that, Max, you did the right thing. Don't run the fucking donut.
No,
like
the cul-de-sac.
Yeah.
No.
Cut that shit off. If
No.
you're a grown man and you have that thing on top, cut it off. But do what Max did. Shave it.
You can't do that.
But you see people who don't, and you're just like,
Yeah,
bro,
what are you doing?
Yeah. No.
Paul Feinbaum. You know who that is?
Yeah.
Sports person.
Yeah,
What are you doing?
Right.
Come on.
Yeah.
All right.
I think to commit to hair that long, it shows to me it's like a loyalty thing. If you're that committed to your hair, you're going to probably commit to everything. Like, you're going to be all in on most things, which I think fits his personality.
Yeah.
I'm good with it. I think it's awesome.
All right.
Last one from Fiveless. How much does it cost to go all in at a facility such as PulpMX for, say, a 15-year-old with accommodation, schooling, bikes, mechanic, etc.? Just a ballpark.
$12 million.
It's a ballpark.
Maybe take the schooling
idea.
out of there, but
I think it's $30K. I've heard it's $30K for a year.
No
I have
idea.
no idea.
20K.
Yeah.
Yeah, 20 to 30K. I've heard that year. That maybe that's a GPF thing, which is a little different, but I've heard that's what it is. So
School and everything.
Oh, I don't know about that. Just hey, ride our tracks. We'll groom it. Here's this place to stay.
That sounds like a lot.
Yeah. Those places are printing money, right?
Yeah, I guess. I didn't know it was that much.
If you think about the amount of riding facilities that are popping up, it's because they're making money, right? Like they're money making things. So.
Where's the threshold? Like, where do we have too many?
I don't know, man.
Coming soon.
So many people are like, oh, I'm at this facility. You're like, huh?
Stay in school, kids.
Yeah, just exactly. So, all right, that's it.
That's old news, right?
Motorsport.com, tweet at Talon Segment. Thanks to Motorsport.com. If you go to buy something from Motorsport, if you're going to buy a Fly Racing Formula helmet or the Formula CC or the light pant or the Evo pant or Kinetic or whatever it is, the FR5 boot. What's the goggle called?
Zone Pro.
Zone Pro goggle. You just go to Motorsport.
You won't be able to miss it next year.
Oh, God, here we go. Go to the Motorsport banner on PulpMX.com and make a purchase. And, we get a small slice of that, and you can experience the great Motorsport.com pricing and everything else. I ordered a gas can. I went riding, came back from riding, couldn't find my gas can anywhere. I assumed it blew out on the road or I left it at the track. Ordered up a brand new one, the VP jug from Motorsport. Got it like the next day. It was perfect.
Get a Fly LC2 one.
You guys have gas cans?
Mm-hmm. It doesn't have a Fly logo on it, but we do own LC2.
Should I have called maybe and looked? I need a new loading
Too late
ramp.
now.
How are we doing with loading ramps over at Fly?
We do pretty well.
I need one. Okay. Anyways.
Order it with
See if we
Marks'
have it.
boots.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Put it in the pile.
Ordered a gas can from Motorsport. Came up right away. It was fantastic. And then when I was cleaning my garage, I found my old gas can down in the middle of some tires. So good job to me. Now I have 2 gas cans.
You can't say gas can, like you can't advertise gas can.
Yeah, I know, right?
Stupid.
Utility
jug.
Utility jug?
Container.
Yeah, I know.
That's what LC is, liquid container.
Yeah. It's the stupidest thing
crazy.
ever. I know. It's
Thanks,
ridiculous.
California.
Right. All right, everybody. Well, that was the show for tonight. Ben Watson, Seth Hammaker, Justin Brayton on, Daniel Blair. Which interview did you like the best, Max?
Daniel Blair. JB was good too.
Okay.
I like Daniel Blair.
All right.
Weege.
Weege?
Weege was the best.
Weege did call in. That's right. We did have a
The
Weege
kid
call
story
in.
got me. The kid story Daniel Blair got
Oh,
me.
yeah. No,
I pulled
got
him.
it. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna name off my sponsors here, and the first thing that comes to your mind with both of these companies. All right, first thing that comes to your mind.
We
when
both
I,
have to do it?
No, I'm gonna go
okay.
this back and forth. Okay, all right, you ready?
Yep.
Motorsport.com,
Gas cans.
Fly Racing,
Max.
Race Tech Suspension and Engines,
Engines.
Vortex Racing,
Dan Geberth. Started it. He started it.
Roost MX,
Graphics.
Vertex Pistons,
All those OEMs that you said it comes stock in, I didn't know any of that.
KTM Husqvarna, TM Gas.
Okay.
X Brand Goggles,
Rich Taylor.
Michelin,
Randy. That's a terrible answer. I should have said Bobendum.
yeah,
Bobendum.
Bobindum, Firepower Batteries and Chains,
Awesome. Oh, boy.
That's all I got.
Maxima USA,
927 day.
Skosh,
Boom boxes. Couldn't think of what it's called.
Well, this works.
Yeah,
too.
that's fine.
Pro filter.
Awesome.
FMF.
Exhaust.
Atlas neck brace.
He's not good at this.
Oh, no, I'm
he's
terrible
not.
at this.
Atlas neck
The
brace.
noof.
Works Connection.
Eric.
OGO Power Sports.
Andy Bell.
Get Data.
Dan Truman.
Guts Racing.
We're not playing this game. I'm not going Andy Gregg.
You have to.
Greg's Ultra Trick Seats.
Pardon?
That's what GUT stands for. Greg's Ultra Trick Seats.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either.
Andy keeps hitting me up to try to push through doing a Guts Fly Racing collab seat cover, and I don't know that we have any plans of doing it, so I'll just bring that up because I know he wants it. He's like, we should do this. I'm like, I know, but have you looked at our catalog? We have like 17,000 items that we can't manage already. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Art of Sport.
Kenny.
WUSA.
We shipped all of our 21 mannequins for the launch this past year to WUSA, and John and Kristen handled everything for us, like amazingly. So I owe them a big thanks.
Why did you do that?
We needed to send it somewhere in California so I could fly down.
Oh.
We had to send a pallet.
Oh.
With all the stuff in there, and they were like so hospitable. So thank you to them.
All right. MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com.
I got nothing.
I mean, literally
anything.
You could say anything. It
Anything.
would work. Ride Engineering.
Paul Parabinos.
Works Chassis Lab.
Engine mounts.
Intense Cycles.
Specialized.
Right. You know,
It's not the worst we've had.
it's not the worst we've had, but it's not far off.
Yeah,
it's not far off.
I'm terrible.
If
I'm
you had
terrible
any
at
more
this.
sponsors, it might have gotten there.
Yeah, it was getting worse, wasn't it? As we were going, it was.
We were headed
It was-
downhill.
It started strong and
The
was just,
Parabinos one was my favorite.
yeah.
Yeah, you like that?
Okay, everybody. Well, Max, thanks for coming in.
Yeah, thank
always
you.
fun time. Thank you for everything. I appreciate it. Good times here, and we'll see you. Are we doing the Fly Racing summer camp here in Vegas? That's what I heard.
It's not in Vegas.
That's what I heard. I
No.
heard it was Vegas.
No, it's 146 degrees here.
I still heard it was Vegas.
No.
Okay. We'll see you at the first round in Supercross, I'm sure, right?
Yes.
That's probably the next time we'll see you.
Yeah.
JT, always fun. Thank you for stopping by. We'll try to get you in before at some point. We're gonna record a podcast tomorrow too. Keep an eye on that. People schedule drops and then a couple other things we got an idea on. So stay tuned to the Steve Mathis feed for that. Marks, thank you.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Post Alone. Thank
I
you.
don't have any Malone.
We gotta get you an intro.
We need one. It's time.
Thanks to Tits Legendary. He's
Thank
not
you.
here,
It
but
was awesome.
Chef Tits.
Tomahawk tits.
Tomahawk Tits really
He
came
made up.
through for
He
us.
made up for his tomahawk gift.
Yeah.
Before
Yeah.
that, he didn't do anything wrong.
Nothing
Still
except
made up
texting
for
you.
it.
That's the only thing
Yeah.
wrong he did.
Yeah,
Was
on
texting
a
you.
bicycle, and I almost crashed my bicycle. I was so angry.
All right. But thanks to our guests. Thanks to Pookie, of course. Thanks to Swizzcore. Thanks to Moser. No, not that to Moser.
No Moser this week.
No, fuck you, Moser.
No, I'm out on that. Moser's awesome.
Yeah.
He didn't provide the questions this week. He didn't do anything.
I'm not giving him an FU.
Oh, okay. Well, I am. All right, and that's about it, everybody. We'll be back next week.
He
with,
gives you a Warren Moon football, and you tell him to F you.
Signed incorrectly.
What? Your name's not Steve?
No, I told him what to put on, and he didn't do it. He didn't get Warren to put it on.
Sorry. Is it one of your best friend or something?
No, he gave me. I sent him a CFL ball,
Okay.
not an NFL ball.
Okay.
And he was the most outstanding player in the CFL for like 6 years, right?
Yep.
MOP.
Edmonton? Who do you
Yes,
play for?
Edmonton. Most outstanding player, MOP.
Yeah. He's also a Hall of Famer in the NFL.
Okay, but that is a Canadian ball. So I said put MOP on the ball because that applies to your Canadian career.
Okay.
And he put Hall of Fame.
You know that nobody cares about Canadian football.
It doesn't
right?
matter. Moser had one instruction, MOP.
He did
and
the
he
right
failed.
thing. That ball's worth a lot now. If you find anybody else with the name Steve, you could sell that ball to them for a lot.
Why?
It's Hall of Fame. It says Hall of Fame on it. A Hall of Famer signed a football.
Yeah, but what's it really worth? Like seriously, what's it worth?
I don't know, $80.
Did you not say a lot?
That's a lot.
Maybe 100 if you find someone named Steve.
That's like 4 Chipotles.
Okay, Warren Moon signed football. Here we go.
Oh boy.
$350, $229, $285, $280.
You're right on the 80.
So $300.
Yeah.
Probably.
What about a Canadian one, though?
Signed. Hold on.
What if it's to Steve? A to Steve signed Canadian football.
Great radio, bros. Yeah, what's the
here's
Steve one worth?
Here's one. Oh, that's a jersey. Eskimos.
Brothers?
All right. Doesn't say. But anyways, just know that my football is not correct. And fuck you, Moser. You had one instruction. You couldn't do it. One fucking thing to do. All right, everybody. Thanks for listening. Wes Williams from Verb Moto will be in next week. Along with,
he's moving to Boise.
Yes, I know. I heard.
Okay.
Yeah. Along with John Anderson from W. Speaking of W.
He's moving to Boise?
No.
Oh.
He'll be in studio.
Okay. Oh.
I want to thank everybody for listening. I want to thank our sponsors, sponsor deals on PulpMXShow.com. And as always, thanks for listening and see you next week.
Can I get a SoCal hole?
There's something I want to get off my chest. And it's about that summer when you went away to community college.